and enter promo code CHURCH at checkout. The show is also brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code CHURCH to save 10% on all their amazing optimization products like Alpha Brain, New Moon, to give you some tech support.
Wednesday night cocksuckers. Here we go. Take a little psychological ride with your shit. Kick that mule in. Kick that mule. They want to hear this. They want to hear this. Oh shit. What? It's a church of what's happening now, motherfuckers. Coming at you direct. Lisa, yeah. Uncle Joey. Here we go. Black Lives Matter. There you go. Listen to this shit right here. There you go. A white dude could never play that face. That's all funk. That's all soul. How can you shoot that motherfucker? He had a weapon. No, he had a face. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here with his main Kumba on his 28th fucking birthday.
Thank you so much.
My main man, Lisa, what's going on? How was your birthday today, my brother?
It was good. It was, when I first got here, it used to bum me out when I used to work on my birthday. I forget what comedian had the joke about it. I think it might be Jim Gaffigan having to work on your birthday sucks. But it's just, it's kind of weird. I've heard that for like almost any other day. But it's just nice to get to talk to people that I haven't got to talk to in a while. I talked to Steve Simone, I talked to Johnny Rock, I talked to my parents a couple times, had lunch with Paula, who was
I told you yesterday, you have a lonely fucking birthday.
I was gonna have a lonely, but she's stuck for the bar, so it's
Where's a fuck? Where's a lonely birthday? What are you fucking crazy? I talk a lot of shit about birthdays. I talk a lot of shit about birthdays because I live in LA. We live in LA, and people invite you to these 7 o'clock birthday parties in LA, and they're a bunch of jerk-offs. They drive in traffic, and there's 8 people, 9 people. They have the people that don't show up. This guy shows up with this guy, and it's a fucking, and then the parents go up and everybody's looking at each other with rabbit ears. And there you are, fucking paying for that. It's a fucking nightmare. I hate those birthday parties. They're too fucking fake for me. But whenever somebody has a birthday, whenever somebody says it's their birthday, I think back to my fucking 23rd birthday. You know, that's why I always think back to.
was it good or bad?
It was just, it wasn't that it was good or bad. It's that I spent it alone. But it was at a time when I didn't need to spend it alone. Like I just needed some communication. And I had a little communication at daytime, but that was it. I was on my own the rest of the day. I took care of myself. I had my favorite Chinese food, a little bit of pot. You know, it wasn't a bad day. Like I was under a fucking wall or something. Right. But I always remembered how it just made me weird that I was alone. And that's why tonight, like, we're coming back with a lady. He asked you, I picked up Mercy. Like, what do you want to do? And she goes, I want to go home. I go, it's Lee's birthday. What do you want to do? And she's like, get cake. I was like, oh, I was going to go get a cake anyway in Cosmo. But you said you'd eat with Paula, so I brought a ticket to this new Italian place. We got turned on to the baby instead. It's fucking delicious. So when we stopped it, I got you the cake. And listen, man, it's not like it's $1,000 fucking car or you know.
But you don't need, like, it's, to be, if I'm being honest with you, like, last night, because I knew I was going to be alone today. Like, I thought I was going to be alone today. And you're right, you don't need to be. Like, I always do that. I always put stuff in my head that, like, yeah, I won't bother anybody.
No, it's not that you don't bother anybody. It's that there's just this thing in life that's a part nice fucking lunch, a nice fucking movie, you go home, you take a nap, right? Then you have family dinner with your fucking family and they bring you balls and you go to bed. That's your birthday. That's as hard as I want my fucking birthday.
You know, people who really know you.
Yeah. I don't like the fucking shit with gigs and people showing up and it's at a bar. That shit drives me crazy.
At what point for you did gigs become weird? I'm at that point now. People ask me, like my parents keep asking, I'm like, I don't really need anything. Like I feel bad asking for a gift from you guys.
I always feel weird when I gotta give it to somebody, especially somebody from like the podcast and listens to the podcast. And I know how you justify it. I justify it by knowing that we put on a free podcast and entertains them at work for an hour. And maybe if they didn't have a podcast, they would, they didn't have serious as I don't know, a year or something like that. So people give you gifts. I don't mind those. They're very thoughtful when you're on the road. They're very thoughtful. You bring them home and you're like, that was so nice to bring fucking big full weight or send it to me in the mail.
And those are the type of gifts, because like, when it's, everything that I've seen from being given on the road is always usually something small. Because they have to give it to you.
They got your shirt.
But they know exactly what you like.
Well, listen to the podcast.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen to the fucking podcast, which makes it, it's like, give me a wallet. It's a fucking wallet. I love my own wallet. You know what I'm saying? I go and stay with a wallet from a broke. That's not a way. Once you're broke, you go to wallet away. It's a kiss and death. But if it's a good wallet, you're okay with it. You make a little money, fucking keep the wallet. I don't care if the flaps are falling off that motherfucker. If it's bringing you keys, you hold on to that
That's
fucking
when the wallet really begins.
Starts multiplying. You gotta make adjustments. You gotta put that picture of grandma in the drawer so they carry them. Give the fuck. She's dead. You cash the check. It's over. She's on some planet. Whatever the fuck. Who knows? I don't know. It's just really weird that I just don't like spending birthdays. Ever since that birthday really solidified it. I mean, like I said, I don't want to go to an amusement park. I don't want to have nothing. I don't want 100 happy birthdays on fucking Facebook or MySpace or whatever the fuck it is. I just want you to just treat me normal. That's it. I don't want to go fucking to a party. I don't want to make some heads. I do it at the house now for mercy. We got a carvel cake tonight. Look at that.
Absolutely.
Small. Oh, yeah, it was nice. It was delicious. So the DS family tradition is when it's a birthday, you get a small carvel cake, whether you want it or not. Whether you want it or not, that's it. That's the best we can do for you. It's a small carvel.
She was so excited. I came in. She was like, "We have a surprise. There's cake." And I was like, I knew it was gonna be a caramel cake. Because it's there's no other cake for you. There's no vanilla cake. Do you have cake like that? You're just a caramel man.
Listen, there's two cakes I like. There's that fucking caramel cake and that chocolate that from that fucking restaurant you go to over in Burbank.
Oh yeah.
That's it. I'm bored of it. After a while, all fucking cake tastes the same. It all tastes like somebody made it from fucking Betty Crocker. That shit drives me crazy. If you're gonna make me a Betty Crocker cake, listen, don't bring a Betty Crocker cake to the fucking thing. Leave it next to the ranch dressing. Because I'm already Betty Crocker the fuck out. How many Betty Crocker cakes you eat in your fucking life?
8,000.
Yeah, you eat that. They're delicious when you're 22 and 16. But when you're 40 and they show up with that cream cheese fucking dressing, I'm gonna stab you in the fucking neck. Be original, switch up with the fucking frostings. I know what that fucking shit looks like. Whatever that cup that comes in, you lick the sides. When that thing dries a little bit, that's cancer. Look at it. When that chocolate dries on the spoon, that's cancer. Wait, they got two of those CBD drops now. Because I'm scared all those fucking spoons I lick with that fucking cancer on it. You know how many containers of that shit I ate when I was a kid just get high?
You eat containers of frosting?
That frosting shit, me and 3 other fucking sandwiches in Aspen. Remember the Snowmaster guys from Mankato upstairs when he did shit at night when they got high?
What were you doing?
Just put a spoon.
Just straight frosting.
3 of us with 3 fucking spoons. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. That chocolate fudge, whatever, that's cancer. You can taste the cancer particles as you're eating it.
Yeah, like all chemicals in it.
Yeah, listen. No. You know what? It's like, it's like Hostess cakes. I grew up on Hostess cakes. Those fucking apple pies. Delicious. Those, the yo-yo, whatever the fuck they are, the circle cake with whatever in the middle made by Hostess. It's the truth. Go down and get one of those apple pies now. They're still delicious. And you know you get diabetes. Like as you're eating it, look at the calorie count. It's like 8 apple pies for 600 fucking calories.
I never even tried those. Are those like just little handheld apple pies?
Yeah, they're like little Hostess pies, and now everybody makes it. ISIS makes one. Fucking 7-Eleven took over the company. They make one, and then Hostess has made it this cheese in Chicago, and also 7-Eleven fucking steals the idea.
How nice is one's on there? This one's good.
Not bad. Not bad. I had one night of inspiration somewhere. They're not bad. I love those apple pies. Dog, I grew up on 38th Street. We walked up to the fucking the dragon, the Chinese dragon. That's the first thing when you walked in there. When you walked in the hashways, that's the first thing you saw a rack of fucking Hostess cakes. The donuts, the chocolate donuts, delicious. They make a box of chocolate donuts. You would take a box of Hostess chocolate donuts, the little ones, the donuts.
A box.
Well, yeah, you go
Oh my god, I'm probably eating enough for a display. Those things, I like the glazed ones. And you know what? Those are the only time I get powdered donuts. I never buy powdered donuts.
Yeah, those little white ones are good. You know what they good with? What do I hate? Milk.
Oh.
You know what those powdered donuts go with? Milk. You dip those powdered donuts in a little bit of milk. But it drain really good so you can't taste the milk. Fucking delicious. Fucking delicious. You understand me? Fucking delicious.
Oh my god, so how you feeling, man? How's the nose feel?
The nose is fucking tremendous. I gotta give kudos to Dr. Mazda and Dr. Line's office. Everything is beautiful. I'm sniffing. I'm off the fucking Afrin. 2 weeks now, 10 days, whatever. I'm breathing. It's overwhelming at first when you walk and when you go on the elliptical and when you do kettlebells. I mean, but I have to reprogram my breathing. So I had to start reading Dr. Melissa's book from scratch again. And that's what I started doing Saturday, was just doing those exercises that she teaches, you know, the cat cow position, exhaling and breathing, sitting down and feeling your fucking pelvis. So I've been doing that again, just to try to get, the next mission is to get the sleep apnea mask on. So we gotta shrink the fucking neck. I'm not going under surgery. That means we're going to 15 fucking pregnant quarters of exercise. I got a new plan going on.
So you lose one weight when you really look at
I hope so. I burned a lot of this fat around my fucking neck. If you look at pictures of my longest yard and shit, my neck has shrunk a lot. You know what I'm saying? You can see my hand was apple again. There was a while and you can see it was just a fucking string from here down. Now I've got the fat hanging from the fucking meat that was in there. I'm not gonna get that out. I don't give a fuck.
Now no more surgeries?
No, I would never do a family surgery like that.
Have they asked you to? Have they gone,
No, nobody's just not. I'm just saying that I don't want to do plastic surgery or nothing like that. That's not my world. Nothing, you know, knock on wood.
right, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is chapter 295. We are picking up on topic number 94b, and we are picking up Amar Rafuna 2, 4, 6, and 9 up from the bottom. Our sheet is going to be dedicated by Samuel Renner, as their class on the heel of Mayor Holy, of the American Art of the Shalom Hamadi of Baki and Kama. She was also dedicated by Adam Yudi Mazem, dedicated to introductions this month, and I love the Mishpacha. Says the Gemara, Amar Akira, Esther Masaos Nasaos Rashabaos. So back to the book. So back to Sanhedrin. So Sanhedrin went ahead and traveled 10 journeys over the course of, what does it mean, 10 stops over the course of that day. Shnei Now the Gemara goes to the lesson from Yeshaya. Go al Hayas, upper the Migro, the Michmash Yakir Kilo, Avru, Avru Ma'abro, Geva Molo Lomu, Karda, Harama, Kiva Shom, Sali Koli Bas, Koli Makshi, Laisha, and Nia Anasos. So, the Gemara understands over here. There's one more. Dodra Madema Yoshi Hagami makes all the Yom Lalo, Get Lamo, Gilofi, Dodra Harais, Kivatsu Sham. We're going to define each part of this concept. But the idea of the Gemara takes from here is ultimately there are 10 stops that Sanhedrin would have which there are only 10 stops. And in Kivahadra, there is more than 10 stops mentioned in this concept, which the Gemara says, Sali Kolim Basdelin, Nagi Yudika Amalim Neses Sham. So we'll say that last statement ultimately again. Sal Korin Pascal, literally raise your voice. Bak Galit, the daughter of the Waves, is a message that the Nabi is saying to Klal Yisrael. Sal Korin Pascal, Vito Shel Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, Sha'asu Mitzvos Kigali Hayam. It was actually quite beautiful. The Nabi was saying, listen, you Bak Galim, daughter of the Waves, is a reference to Klal Yisrael. Why is Klal Yisrael called Bak Galim, the daughter of the Waves? So daughter of the ones who did mitzvos in voluminous amount, like waves. They did waves and waves of mitzvos. Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov who did waves, abundant amount of mitzvos. Hakshiv, so the Gemara says, Hakshiva. Laisha, they hilo to Slavi. But this did be in the book Hanan to Harasha, the mystic, the master Ta'aryim. So the Rabbi tells Klal Yisrael, do not be afraid of Sanhedrin, who was like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of the Hanan who was like the roaring lion. Shnei all the Hayim is so we'll say time of the camera now. My Aniya Anasos. What does it mean? Literally Aniya Anasos. Let answer Anasos. So you can answer Asi Yemia ben Hilkiah, Asi Yemia ben Hilkiah, Umisnavi Alame Anasos. So we'll say Yemia ben Hilkiah, who's not Yemia, is ultimately going to come along and prophesize from the city of Anatot. We go to Anatot today. Anatot is right outside of Yerushalayim, right past Piskat Ze'ev. Actually, there's a beautiful place called Infrat, which is a beautiful place. So right in the city of Anatot. That is where Moshav of Anatot. That's where the Navi Yirmiyahu prophesies. So Yirmiyahu prophesies from Anatot. Zivri Yirmiyahu and Hilkiyahu Me'akoh and Hashem Anasos that is the other. So he was in Nidami. Hasam Hari. Life. Shall we compare? One pasuk it says life. The other pasuk it says lion. Cup. Shisha Shenos Slavi. A lion is known by 6 different names. Elu Engi is the names. Arik, Fir, Lavi, Lai, Shachal, Shachas. Eahi, Basru. If that's the case again, then ultimately again there are more than 10 locations mentioned in the Pasuk. So there are more than 10 locations ultimately mentioned by the stops of Sanhedrin, to which the Gemara says, Avru, Ma'abra Tartininu, there are less than 10, Avru, Ma'abra Tartininu, which the Gemara says, Avru, Ma'abra are actually 2 different places. Okay? My old Hayom B'Nov Lavo. So what does the Pasuk mean when it says, Old Hayom B'Nov Lavo? It is still day to stand in Nov, or it is still the day in which Nov stands. What does that refer to? Amar Avuram, Osayo was at that day when Sanhedrin marched on Yerushalayim, Yishtayer Ne'avona Shal Nov. Was that the sin of Nov was still in existence. Now, what's the sin of Nov? Remember, again, this goes pursues David. David chooses to run away. He's not going to fight. He's not going to fight his father-in-law. He's not going to fight fellow members of Klal Yisrael. So he runs. But he can't tell anyone about what is happening. So he goes to the city of Phil, which was known as Yerkohan, the city of Kohanim. The Mishkan was there. And what happens? He sets down on a secret mission from the king. I need food and I need weapons. They give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had were the sword and shield of Goliath, of Goliath, that David had kept in the Mishkan. David takes it. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening? We'll discuss all this. A man by the name of Doeg who was one of the trusted servants of Shaul. And he comes back and he tells Shaul that the city of Nob has sided with the rebellion of David. The Kohanim of Nob have absolutely no idea that there's any rebellion. They think that they're helping the king's son-in-law on a secret mission. So what happens? To make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of the soldiers to Nob. They wipe out the city of Nob. There is one survivor from the city of Nob, as we discussed. They wipe out the city. This was a huge stain received on Klal on Shaul and on David for reasons we'll discuss. So the Gemara says over here that on that day, look at Rashi for just a moment. Both say it's 4 lines down the short lines of Rashi. Both of them say because Klal Yisrael killed out the Kohanim of Nob. Called out to the Shvarach LaOnesh ad Osayom. The Osayom filled by the Shtayim is like Onesh. He's like a Milcham Yishana Osayom. Because it is amazing. So Rothschild has a particular window in which he was going to exact contribution for thousands for the massacre in Nob. The last day of that window was the day that Sanherib had marched on Yerushalayim. And had Sanherib attacked on that day, he would have been successful against Yerushalayim. Says the Gemara. So we'll say the day that he marched was the last day in which God was willing to exact retribution for Klal Yisrael for the Nob massacre. And therefore, had Sanherib attacked that day, he would have been victorious, as he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for Klal Yisrael for the city of Nob. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says, I'm also the Shem Rabbi Shalom. I'm relate. Kaldoi. So, interestingly enough, so on the day that Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim, outside of the walls, of the city, his astrologers tell the king, if we march now, we will be successful. So what happens? But ultimately, again, if we wait till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So Sanherib responds, so Gemara says, I'm sorry, furthermore, when coming to Yerushalayim, Sanherib had the journey was short. The journey that would normally take 10 days took 1 day. Kivat Yerushalayim. So we'll say the idea over here is that there's the perfect storm. The recipe is perfect for Sanherib to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And number 2, this is the last day of no retribution. Kivat Yerushalayim. When he came to Yerushalayim, suddenly he had the Salak Yasin Meilu Yeshua. Ad Hazul Kol Yerushalayim. So we'll say what happens. So Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps piling rugs, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim. Get ready for this. He looks over the walls. Essentially, when he goes in, he sees the city. He says, it looks tiny in his eyes. The Amar, Halo Dod, he carries it to Yerushalayim. He says, is this it? Is this the mighty Jerusalem? Is this Yerushalayim? The Allah Aishes Kol Misharsi, that for this I went ahead and I moved my whole army. The Allah Kavshes Kol Medinda, and for this I went ahead and I conquered all of the countries until now. Hello, using Europe Haloshim Kol Karchi Alamaya, the Kavshes Pitakov Ladim. So he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I've conquered. So he says, Allah become Umani Durishay, both of Umay Sibia, they Altor Beis Hamikdash Sion. So what happens? He waves his hand dismissively across Yerushalayim Paradise. So Sanherib is exceptionally unimpressed. Exceptionally unimpressed. They have to understand something. It's just that Sanherib no time for this. But so Rav Kook is excited to Rav. tried very hard to attract wealthy businessmen from Europe to relocate their businesses to Eretz Yisrael. So it's a story that's told that one time there was a particular leader from Poland who had come to Eretz Yisrael to check it out, to see the land. And so he goes on his whole tour, he's about to leave, he meets with the cook. The cook says, you know what you think about Eretz Yisrael? So that's his can I ask you about it? So, whenever somebody says, it's kind of, you guys look it up. He says, of course. He says, the truth is, not so beautiful. Not so beautiful. It's garbage on the street. It's this, it's that. It's not so beautiful. So, he said, yes, the ability to see the beauty from Eretz Yisrael is directly proportional to the amount of personal spiritual beauty you possess. If you possess much spiritual beauty, you'll see the beauty of the land. If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you see garbage. That is absolutely the nature of Eretz Yisrael. You just have to see Eretz Yisrael with conditioning eyes. Those Eretz Yisrael conditioning eyes. Is it the most beautiful life? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But when you see Eretz Yisrael, with not your eyes, but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent than that in your entire universe. So the Bukhara, excuse me, you say the Bukhara, something you see it. When you see it, the Gentiles, see it, that's it. And that's his whole campaign. His soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. This is it. It's like one shawarma study. This is the whole thing. So she says, like, there's a, and by the way, couple this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous guy. He was ridiculously arrogant. So he said, like, this is ridiculous. This is what I want for. He goes on, he says the following. Okay, Mishtei Beyada Ha'ika. So those things, so everyone knows this God doesn't know. Where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The scholars will say, go down. Siberia is saying, this is nothing, this is a cake. That is a cake. So the soldiers say, okay, let's go down. We're ready, let's go down. I'm alone. Tell me soon. I'm a bit tired. I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. We'll go to ice. We call it the Kabinetu Gomo. Tomorrow, each of you will bring me at least something more. So, one of the guys, and I want to understand here the downfall. Right? What's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his witness. That day was his witness. That day was the last day for the retribution for the city of Nob. That day was his witness. Had he marched, he would have been of Yerushalayim. As most things in life, Geico gets in the way. So what's happening? What happens? You know, rest tonight, relax tonight, tomorrow. What happened that night? You're in the rest. That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000 soldiers. Yeah, that night they will be confident of their victory. The next day, the Malach comes out and kills Meah Shmona Chamisha Aleph. Last year, when we woke out, we need to clean up the garbage. We wake up in the morning when there were two survivors and we'll discuss. They find 185,000 folks. How you coming? What's that? Papa says, this gives us a very important lesson.
What up, Miss Aquarius?
I'm just waking up for a minute.
All right, you go back to sleep. You need your beauty rest.
The message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The issue, even though I want to get ready for this, this is a phase of myself. The issue, even though Hashem Yulidi Arfa, so let's say now, the Navi of your listening to a race speaks about a man of Ishti Ino, who was of the descendants of Arfa. Arfa is Arfa. We're going to see in just a moment the sister of us. Mishka Mishka Chazer Chadasha, Vayamar Lahakum says David. So says the
If I was a boss
Ish
somewhere else,
was the brother
I
of
had a
Goliath, the brother of
with other
Goliath.
trucks at night,
After David kills Goliath,
I would
so
treat you with
Ish
respect
has what he calls
and
it
give
a
you a
blood
lot of
feud.
love. So
Right?
there was
I have blood feud with David, and again, he's a big man himself. His armor, sharp spear, everything. And he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, might be issue. Like, what does that mean? The issue of the hate. So the Gemara says, Ish Sheva al Mitzvah. We'll say, get ready to this. The Rashi said, he was a man who killed the David Amalek. So first of all, he had to sell his gold. And what did David Amalek have to do with gold? Get ready for this. Only if we're talking with David. I must say, he says, David says, David, how long are you going to fight this thing of gold? Ayotva nerga no kirakoha. Wow. Through you, the city of gold was wiped out. Ayotva, because of you, we trust going to Adonai. Going to Adonai. Remember, again, going to Adonai was the best because the best is the city of gold. Ayotva, nergu shoulders those in front of you. Because of you, Shaul and his three sons died. Remember again, how did Shaul and his three sons die? The guy who worked in Lishman, right? The guy who worked in Lishman. So the problem is not the result of all of this stuff. Listen, what does this mean? So the guy who this is something of this. He says, exactly responsible for negative things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions were not yours. So at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain of action that resulted in the massacre. No, now David Amalek was trying to do his best, ultimately shield the people of Noah. He was doing his best to try to come out there, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So let's say this is a dramatic idea, because then you understand that sometimes in life, we go ahead and I do something, and as there's a negative repercussion, I want to find attention. And again, I actually in good shape, I do. But understand that if as a result of my actions, someone else encounters this, someone else suffers, even though again that was not my intention, and I'm acting in an appropriate way. If it happens to be a byproduct of my action, if someone else is being suffering, there's respect. There's responsibility to that. Now, obviously, like static, that's amplified football. So the Jewish says, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately resulted in that the death of Storage and ultimately the death of Shaul and his son. Remember again, the Klal loses the war against the Philistines. Klal loses the war against the Philistines. Why? Why did Klal lose the war against the Philistines? Remember, because there are extensive Bible studies. Right? Why did Klal lose the war against the Philistines? Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursue his God because he was reckless and irresponsible with his military resources. They're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Philistine has invaded. He thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David or should I go after this? That's how so messed up everything is. So that David on his fault. Self-fatality responsibility for the repercussions of his action. Shows a dramatic idea. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, so guys, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice. With so far, you come inside. I'm not open, so yeah, I go. But here's the choice. Listen to this choice. And you either wipe out all of your descendants, or you can suffer. Which one is it? Your children going to suffer, or again, are you going to suffer? Which suffer? So the children, Mutav Emsor beyond Oyevelo Kolin Zad. So David says, I would rather suffer than have the Shalom have my descendants of God. This is a situation. One day, not talking, this is where my story. So one day, David went out hunting. Let's say again, so he went, Rashi says, Sakar B'Shoy, Lush L'Harsi B'Dot Kam. So he went out to hunt, and again, hunting for food. Us says Sakar B'Idmi Lekitav. So what happens? So the southern came along and appeared to David as a deer. First a big deer, well, not shaped. So what happens? David shot an arrow, but he missed the deer. So he rushed, so had the Hamdil Arish. So this is what happened. David was running after the deer. He wanders into Philistine territory. David wanders into Philistine territory, and all by himself, without an army, and the Pashtos not to be armed to
At
him.
that point, he goes on one day, 3 days later, this kid's in trouble again.
So what happens? The Chazi Yishbi Bingo. Oh, who does he run into? Yishbi. Yishbi Golyas's brother is the first guy he happens to run into in the living territory. Amar. So Yishbi sees him. This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? Grabs David, ties him up. Mostly the Shajin to say a Pacha. He ties them up and he puts him in between the two stones of the college. So what does he tie him? He's going to sit up. So usually the big guy, he's going to sit on the section. He's copying himself, not the way I don't need to say. So miracle in front of what happened. Round and the side of the so in which he sat the press salt instead of crushing down and out. He says, how do you understand? How do you decide to not go in for the life of Christ? How are we all? What's this? Either way, so you should realize this, okay, these are for later. So we start out and we do this. How are we all? I'm trying to come out of shots. So that day was Erev Shabbos. Abishai ben Tzruya, Habakkuk Hayyifri, Sheikh Dalit Guy was a governor of one of his generals, a man by the name of Abishai ben Tzruya. So he's going ahead and washing his hair. Each time telling him, it says he used Dalit Guy 4 hours. Okay? Because it will constantly double. His son drugs of blood in the water. And he understood that he wasn't from him. So something is going on. Even the us the only picture coming understand that it's gone, landed in front of it, and started like clapping with spoons in a violent manner. Amar as Israel Yona on the slate, Shemar Kante Yona Kwame said, Shmami Nadav the mouse with himself is savage. So this is what happens. He sees the blood, he sees the dog flapping around, he realizes Klal Yisrael is the first to his right. He must become the dog himself. Now, Klal Yisrael is just caught. So the king is in trouble. Also, they say, what the palace? Like he's down in the battle. And it's Erev Shabbos. So Amar, he wrote them out to so. They Yoshua to so. They Mishkamshin Bishak. The Shais has something like what the halacha is. You cannot use the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne. And you cannot use the king's staff. So part of the covenant of mountain, you can't use the king's staff. The Shais has something like what about when the king is in the king of the king, so what Abishai is, the king has the fastest horse, the fastest mule. So can I ride the king's horse? That was the Shiloh. So let's say what happens. Also Shobin in Russia. Those guys are Shiloh in this message. Unrelated, the Shai says Sakana Shabi is ultimately again, time of Sakana, yes, you can go. You can use it. So let's say first of all, can't leave always has to know what happened. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the Shiloh. I shall Sakana this, I'm putting it on everything in our lives is governed by Allah. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So first of all, when we make the right decision, I have to ask myself, not what do I want to do, but this is not a Hakadosh say it. What's the rest of our voting? So sure enough, you get son, you guys are not in the party. Goes right and jumps on the mule. Come, Ba'azil, come, someone says to this. Come, Ba'azil, come to the Adon. So we'll say, yes, he has an incredible ability. Get the position is very quickly. So how did he come out? Kashgila Arka in a character. So this is like a, what do they call it? The star-studded cast of characters. So as he's riding, it's like the pushing area. Who does he see? Arka. Arka. Who's Arka? Arka was the mother of, now what does this mean actually? He sees Arka. She doesn't know very old. Right? Arka was the mother of Goliath and the mother of Gish. So what happens? So Chazki, Arba, she was sitting when she was leaving. So what happens? Chazki say, Nasakta the Filha, Shadai several of the Mikdash. So what happens? As Arba sees Abishai and so Arba must have known that he should be a captive. Arba now sees Abishai and Tzruya running, she realizes that without a rescue mission, she takes the spindle and she Obviously, excuse me, young man, I dropped my sandals. Would you mind getting it for me? So what happens? She does husky relational bubble cutter. He brings it back here, throws it on her head, and goes. Fine, Arp goes out. She says, Gemara, Had Kazi Yishbi Gino. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. David Amelech shows up, ultimately again. Now we'll say, remember, now we will say also the pasuk also Yishbi Gino. Because this is part of David Amelech's punishment for that which occurred in no. So the Gemara says, what happens is Yishbi Gino, over Hashta, ugly big tree, because what happens that Yishbi realized when it's Rabbi Shai coming, that it's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much for him. It's a bit too much for him. So what happens? He goes there, he says, now we'll be outnumbered. So what they say, get ready for this. So Paskin and David will be like, so it was, I'm a neighbor, I'll let you make this. He wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws someone else up in the air, which was an incredible display of strength. Puts his spear down in the ground, obviously picks him up, and figures that I'm just going to land on the spear and he's done. So what happens? He shows up just in time. I'm not Abishai Shem. Abishai calls right in midair. He says to Shem, I'm going to Shem Hashem. Ultimately, the David brings Shemayim Na'ara. So ultimately, again, he says to Shem on the Buddha and suspends David Amelech midair. Suspends David Amelech midair. What's it? Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So the name of the what is the same? Also say the name of God. So again, why did David say the name in order to suspend himself? Which was also found this way. Any Kavush Motzi after this but there was a incarcerated individual cannot extricate himself from his jail. It was an incredibly important story. Again, generally speaking, sometimes again, we go on this Shabbos. Sometimes when you're in a situation, you can't listen to the trees. Spoke about this. But that was Shabbos. I would get around to that red or red red. Like around to this with some of his sights in your life. Someone who can see your life and see you outside of you. Let them out of here. When you think of this, you cannot think clearly. You cannot act clearly. And therefore, even he went to the same shape and words Abishai Abishai. So it's a very good. By so the first thing Abishai said, what are you doing here? Right? What are you doing here? So he tells that he tells see listen, I chased over here and I just ended up here. I'm good enough to realize that this is some stuff about this. So he tells Abishai the whole story. What's the whole story? The story is God told me I'm getting punished. He asked me, do I want to get punished with my kids? So I said, I'd rather get punished than have my kids wiped out. I'm like, Apple said you safe. So Abishai said, the Rabbi changed around your tefillah. Ask that those prophets to punish the children and not you. So listen to this. He says, far break this month, but I will get down. So as people say, it's better for my grandson to sell wax, but I should not suffer. So it's what that means. What the answer that comes out of parents to have parents on their children. Well, because they will say, if the chapter is like this, what Abishai Ben Tzvi says, listen, all you can plan for is the present. Right now, the Torah is giving you the opportunity to check and show the side of your present. So take it. Allow the children to be down and do it. You have plenty of time. You have a lot of things that are talking about your children. You have plenty of time to stick and to write your relationship. And I'm probably giving the opportunity to change it. Now, grab it. Take it. Use it to change your circumstances going forward. Just swap your tefillah around. Switch it around. Amalei, he says, Marciovi, Saya Bahadam. Guy would sit by Azra Abishai and Shri. So we'll say, but Abishai, can you help me down? So the passage says that Abishai is really helping. Amra Yehuda, Amra Abishai David, with David to have zero in the verse. Amra Abishai, so Amra Abishai, Amra Abishai, but I'm saying, I was not in that side. So we'll say, so what happens? So Abishai is running around. So Yishbi is running after them. He must have been, when they come to this meeting, on a cool day, they had a thought for a second, let's just turn around and fight. He must have been straight, over to straight Korean, how cool the argument. So they said, then they had a second thought, they kept running. Then when they got to Beijing, they said, you know, two lion cubs, they're not going to teach the lion line. There were two, and Yishbi was one issue is much stronger. So he writes it. I'm like, see, so what happens? Moses, then they realized, however, it sounds like it's right, they couldn't do it. So this is the matter here. Amalek, so they turned around and they said to him, seal the stack up the arba kuwait the kibla. Why don't we go visit the grave of Elba, your mother? And what they just told him was what? Like, you killed your mother. You killed your mother. So listen to this. The Akira Le Shlei Bina, Kacha Shlei Le Kacha. The mentioning the name of his mother. The fact that she was dead, it would be given strength, and they were given recognition. Yeah, sometimes even the hardest of people, even the hardest of people, everybody has a self-conscious something. So for Yishbi, he was a mama's boy. He might have been a big warrior, but he was a mama's boy when his mother was killed. They heard him. They heard him, and at the end of the day, they gave him their able to take him, and he was behind him. Say, Jerusalem. So listen to this. This is the beginning of the passage. Nishbu Arshi David Lamar. Okay, so they said to David, after this event, they said, they swore, the men of David said, you are not going out anymore, you're not going to battle anymore, and ultimately, again, the night of the Zoshlan, the king of Israel is drowned. King of Israel is drowned. His soldiers say to him, you're not going to hunt anymore, you're not going to war anymore, Moshe saved us all this time, but then you're not shouting out of just to go ahead and give you guys myself. Because A, the story of the restaurant, there's so many incredible lessons just from this story. There are three fires. There are three people listening to the miracle but the miracle of having a long journey short. So were they Eliezer Ebedarog? Yaakov Avinu, Avishai ben Tzvi. Okay, so Avishai ben Tzvi, hold on. So Avishai ben Tzvi we just spoke about. Eliezer Ebedarog, Eliezer son of Avram ben Siv, but Abba Hayom Elahai. I came that day ultimately again to the Ayin Yehuda. But they wrote David Yomanach, so this is Eliezer in Parshas Chaisar. When it comes to Ishmael, like I came that day. I traveled from Canaan to Haran and I made it the same day. Yaakov, Yoav, Yaakov, Eliezer, and they said, I hate Yaakov, Shammai, and Haran, Yaakov, Haran, I get stuff from Haran, and I said, ultimately again, this is what faith and that's it. Because the sunset. The mother was around Yaakov. I think the power is Yaakov is running away from home. Running away from home. Going to Baba. Mother was in front. The mother ran against the power. But after I got the mother, she's following the wall outside. But I really love this follow. Is it possible that I passed my place, like my forefathers have in Rabbi? I passed the place where my forefathers found it. And I even stopped with that. So why would the mother? She decided to go back to Rabbi. So gave up the key of the diamond. All the cups to the Arab. So when he decided to understand, he already got the flower. He said, I can't believe I passed Rabbi and he wanted to go back. He looked at the miracle, and I get back to the Arab. The Arab is very quickly. So what happened? Yeah, but you can go back. No, no, no. 8th year and the year. What's the about the year? was trying to set you forced to sleep on Paradise. Also, after the episode of the Sun, Rose was the chapter of Venus has two miracles with the sun. One that is set Rose for the old together to sleep on Paradise. The second one is Rose for the aftermath is a struggle with the monotheism. So none of the cards that we developed social scenarios were not so then enough to the first confession. The first he said, God, I'm going to suffer with my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, God shall visit the punishment upon my children, the rest of me not suffer. So where do we see that other man's children did suffer? So he also said, Ba'atalya in Achazyo, Ra said to Israel, which I'll tell you, who was the guy in those she was a mother who was crazy. The son Achazyo was killed, so he stood up. But Elka Bachova is called Gerahana. So she decided she wanted to be queen. She wiped out all of the other male heirs to the throne. Baha Ishtayer the Gerash. One thing that shows us the she wiped out pretty much the remaining members of the family. So that was the mention for one of the children were wiped out. That's how the children were wiped out. The explain as well. So there was Josh. Also, one Ishtayer the Gerash. It's okay because in the city of Rome, there was also one survivor. Showing by the name of Justin. Sit by money, death, and for life. All of them are short of justice. So by version, there was one survivor from Rome, there was one survivor from the family of Diana. Other than that, one of the Shire of Justin after that, when the Stein is down, she'll never tell it. Therefore, again, there's never one survivor from Rome. Right? At Jassar, done enough to entire family to the right. Otherwise, ahora, now, the officers brought with them their princesses and their husbands. Again, they had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats of iron. And another 60,000 infantrymen. Rashad Russian, the big bow, but Rashad Russian, other Chinese people, we discussed the size of the army, the size of the army gets bigger. The big ball on one, it's also the same size force. It's marching against our people, it's about 4 warriors to fight. The U.S. even level of growth together. Over the enemies of this size would be even two like one because he's a kind of Boris Mahanev, our popular parts, was something that led us and Hades trying to catch was 4 parts of Mosaic. Rothschild'S Savage himself, the width right of the total length of the verses, are 40 parts, 40 parts. Sac Mahanev, the total number of people in Hades camp was Masai Shishin Riba Atai Basudai was 2,600,000,000 minus 1. They never saw such a large army. Over again, I was going to say this before. This is really, can you imagine the taxpayer dollars that are in this? But what's nice that again, another thing that just runs over here is an army size that no one has ever seen. So this is the formula. We are only the formula. Because vaya, what do you think that is what? One thing, we are Ocaso, God, Alpha, Ocaso, doesn't mean less than million, less than 100,000, less than 1,000, less than 100, less than 1. There's no resignation. But when anyone wants to take over, so doesn't matter. Like, we're not asking you to meet them. Right? I'm also like that's Rabbi. The point that we have to Gemara has is, listen, this is a huge part. You might go like that. We're showing all people chapters. Listen to this. You might have described this army passing through the Jordan River. That's at the passage of Jordan in order to get down to Israel. So the first group is passing Jordan for Shepherds. The first passage that's the Yarden, they have to skip through the Yarden, and son of the Homo, the second one is who died, and what was the second story? They have to stand direct while passing through it. Take water. You watch the water, the American would say that water systems are slow. So the first one has to slip. The second one has to go. Shenema, so the first group who came, they were kicking up dust with them. The third wave passed through, there was no water left in Jordan River.
Myself, and I give one to Lee. Now, the one I gave to Lee was so small for Lee in his lip. So that down was like a half.
So they had to bring water from elsewhere. Gave it to the family. I hope to see it. So what the Malach did was, the Malach right down the condition. Once you have out leadership, the everyone was, everyone else is doing it. Okay, that's what you have to say. But this one of those, the shade is literally again, she came from back, but the shade is the issue. The fact is, the also one of the podcasts that however, you can sit by yourself and come out and hate you, but you know, you tell how my other thing for a minute. We had saying that I'm shutting you coming off, so back to the issue was not correctly back and say, what did the Malach kill the soldiers with? Because it was our reality. The Malach killed the other 3,500 officers with his head. And I already talked about my Lola Shasi, very part of the fight so some great hand. The great hand of the respect of Jerusalem. So the Empress said, the Malach killed the other with his finger. So then, this is the finger of God. Yeah, this is the finger which will ultimately get you to so the drug is Gabriel is your model is your stick already. Gabriel will be dispatched to kill you. Stick already. Everybody else on the two shot. When Medic, so Gabriel says essentially I was born ready. Right? I was right. My signals were ready since the 6th day of creation. Yeah, right? So Gabriel had his checks on the group. Cascade line, take your sickle, take care of the Russian line. You get every step in terms of go to the local Gabriel, like that. They have saw him in school. We're at Mamba, he'll go to say, I'm the hurricane, about the golf in the shower. So what people say that in general, when you have an enemy, so make sure to say good morning. Right now, when you go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning, it's very disorienting. First again, when you're going out to shoot, you're checking on the food. So I'm watching all this stuff like this. Which was the Bible, incredibly so generous. About how to stay in conflict. The way you deal in conflict is also because the best way to deal with conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning. You say shalom aleichem. You say how are you? I'm not angry with conflict. Not to fight with you. And it can be only of what you have been especially if they're not enjoying their life. These are the books of Russia. Others say that Gabriel used to So at the end of the day, so the Malach points out the majority of the argument, how many souls is God says 10 souls for Shnei and Arv. Sha'ar is saying this by you, but now you have it now, what Asar, fine, let's see what time, Shmuel says 9, we don't get 9 from the Mishnah about all of those who know the science, why you should get garbage. I mean, out of the Hanisha, so that is out of the Hanisha, 4, 5, 9. Okay, so it's like a usual Omer, Arba, 14, Shnei Amar, Shnei, Shlosh, Arba, Hanisha. Was if you haven't told him on the bench, but Yochanan Amar Hanisha, but Yochanan says 5. Where the Bible was like, saying, Aaron was spared, Shnei Baruch, his 2 sons was spared, Chatzet, Zar, when it was Zar. Let's say, can you imagine this? 3 to 5 people are spared. So Aaron, 2 sons, with Chatzet, and with Zara. Zara, so the word was Zara, Kivara. So it's how you want to buy. So we have a tradition. Zara is the Kivara. It's like learning the tradition. There's a great story that the Zara was there. The Chatzet can say, the Rabbi, the Rabbi, Dama, the Mara, so what's it? Because remember, it's called the before. After Canaan, you show the giant to the Kishon. So the Chatzet says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does the Chatzet know what an angel looks like? We love the Chatzet, we know how it does. How does he know what an angel was like? Because the Chatzet saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out, and he was there. So he was in front of him, and he was in front of him. So there's an answer again, but you see Sefirah and his 2 sons. You see that Sefirah and his 2 sons are alive, they were out of the world of their days. So what's it? The fact that the 2 sons were assassinated, which takes place after this event, tells us that Sefirah and his 2 sons were spared from the whiteout of the entire Syria. Stop up here. The bathroom is going to pick up here tomorrow. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by taking all of our time for this morning's shiur to thank our Talmud sponsors for the abduction day and the Muslim Shbach dedicated all the shiur drushes in this year's discourse. For the solar studies to all of Israel and Kaishar sponsors for the month of Adar Haba eating the Tova and Harry and Tzin, loving memory of King's father, Dr. Harry Khan Hirsch, Banks USA McCoy, Zip Levin and Bernstein is memory of Mr. William Zip Ben Shmuel, Chef Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Rabbi Gavon sponsors meeting the Beth Antler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas and Lozer, Zipon, and Norbach Hamdora. All of them from the families in the all those who reach out to the local police, construction, messages, and not allow our holy soldiers to be successful in false Nazis. Was with that, let us begin with a lot of DJ Bar Hashem. Today's date is Shabbat 94. We are here on the days 93. Rabbi Amar DeborahLadwani. It is about 10 lines of the very good life. Rabbi Amar Deborah Ladwani. So he goes to this great passage. Rabbi says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Orach Hadai means the ability to smell and judge. Orach Hadai, still has the ability to smell and judge, is ultimately fit to go ahead and more specific, low and our inner control, the Shabbat is another Gokia Mishnah in his what does this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So the idea is that ultimately go ahead and Rashi says that we are right there, reading the more about that. So the real question is shortly, we are very high. Shema Loma, the real here is that there are people who possess such a sense of judgment, that which is right and that being able to know, but it's simply able to almost smell the MS. So the Gemara was like, the Gemara says, Dr. Ziva, Dr. Ziva, also man, Dr. Ziva. So Dr. Ziva, Rashi says over here, Malkin Hortus, he was one of the Herodian kings, like one of the descendants of Herod. So he was a king over Cloud Israel. So Dr. Ziva Malach Karkin Shtei Falcon. So Dr. Ziva ruled for 2.5 years. I'm a Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. But I don't know what to say to share the Mashiach. I'm related to the Mashiach. The Mordechai Magan. And the Mashiach, it says that he's able to go out and smell the judgment. Rather than able just to go out and a little smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, let's see, can you smell justice? Given because once they saw that he was telling them to smell justice, so he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. I will say this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of starting with exactly that Bar was killed by the Jews. Other accounts talk that Bar was killed by the Romans. So it's either way, Bar ultimately again leads to self justice to point out to remember again that Akiva, but the Bar was Mashiach. So Bar had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of his own, but as a potential Messianic figure as well. Okay, the one was like this. The Neil, Hanaim Yishlav Azai Yisibim, Asher Ibrahim Komu Eos, and Kobi Marat, who must kill the Chachma, Chachma, the Yodei dance from the Human Madam, Asher Kach, Bahim La'amo, the Hekal Hanala. The Lambam Sefer, the Lashon Tanzim. So once it's this pasuk highlighting the praises of Hanaim Yishlav Azai. We're not going to see it, but Daniel Hanaim Yishlav Azai. My Asher Ibrahim Komu, what is it that they have in the Polish? Like, come about Hanina, Akilu, Ripta, the Kusnisa, Mahabu. They didn't even have like the torture of a needle of blood. They never even needed blood money. He had the strength to stand in the palace of the king. Or in the time of Rabbi, it means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom and fall back to their knees if they ate us because of the righteous sort of manner. So as they ask themselves, they don't put shot like so what does it matter for us? So say on a very simple level, the idea is teaching us like this. We're able to do things from stable laughter, furious chatter, sleep, and even able to walk and scream and bodily needs. Because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of the king, then I'm not going to have any the ability to have the inside country. And the ability to have the actual agent of his activity because stand before the king at all times. However, it's so amazing. The Lord says that all of them, and you're very fun, we're all some shaded people. The Lord says, you have sure about the money of us. The other reason, so again, so the Shmuel Barakmani says that the real was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other shloms. The Bible says from your sons that will come from you. The king will take them as Swisim, my Swisim, what is Swisim? So Rabbi was Swisim, my Mission. Rabbi says the building is like a beginning. Like the king will often last for so we should not be distracted by anything, and we should get to the field. But if only she starts up on his ugly name, was castrated during their days, or when they had a successful ability to remove others of the children. That says that Abu Zara was so to be castrated during their day. We're going to be in that says that they were literally Swiss. What's the chapter of my sleep? Where it says, my vocabulary of the Sikahon, Kabla de Hira. It means the Lord will take in the Kabbalah. Higher annual factor. That's a reference to the Kishala age. Story of Usually my number should start on the AM. That says that all the weather was cut off during their days, and it said Palmer should have told them to issue a shot to sign. Element the other Swiss managed to strike down music. According to the opinion that says that they were managed so ultimately again with the concept that Hashem made reference of this level of degradation, which converted Abaha that literally became right but also to goes like this. Krishna managed Swiss managed as you can say they're managed Swiss the Bible says the basic of Yad Vashem told running through the dollars. The point is that the name that they established for themselves is even greater than the head of the philosophy. So it makes sense they had with the philosophy. Although the Amish starts off in Zarbi Mayhem, my told me to understand the others. That he's fucking one Shahayulan Bar. So he's better than the first good better than he had before they were being Swiss and by the king, they had children. They were doing nice shape for them at the Russia. What is no you can tell me what that's secret don't know that's called secret but then for secret king obviously again by four saying with the whereas that I know the secret is saying for the possession of the I believe the Ezra then Kakats community Ezra maybe the Kakaya so pretty much all of the words in our Tanakh, like we have as far as Ezra. In reality, it's really only one Sefer Ezra. It's part of that. It's more something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually so that is why it's called Ezra, not Ezra. Which might come along if you say to us, why we do not call it Sefer Ezra? Because those who have been Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Remember me, my gosh, because I did not down they were already. So free as shepherd, so that I came to share that. I got him out, also said to him as well. Remember me? He carried almost like he had a little bit of pregnancy marriage in order to go ahead and add this to the other graphic of the Rabbi was trying to keep it up for us. It was like actually the problem so every day, she seemed to be losing so it's incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have to see from Rabbi, because he spoke disparagingly about the Israelites. What is the Shnei about Pachos Harishon Hashem Tanai. Ikbidu ala Am Vayikhu Mehem B'Lechem Yisraelim B'Ashkaz V'Shkalim Harkar. So this is incredible that Ezra disparaged the beliefs of Nehemiah, disparaged the leaders of that came before him, ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Even though he may have been right, it might have been a factual can't align other Jews. Can't other Jews. Listen, so this is yesterday, that Hawaii John Natalia drowned in blood, right? Drowned in spirit. So Hashem said, what does that mean? Take the nations of the world to speak negatively about God Israel for their lives. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always hold it up to the same if you have to do, never has to show that was wrong. Therefore, again, come to Hamiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless, negatively spoke about God Israel. Therefore, he lost out having the sacred name. Or said, furthermore, the leadership of the ministry, he even spoke negatively about the Lord. We know one, because of the Lord. Now, by the way, I didn't know that she wasn't good. I don't know that it was crazy. Where it says, next slide. No, like we see any Daniel about me, as where it says, so how do you know that Daniel was created these other two people? But because of the first episode where there was a dramatic vision, Daniel had the vision and no one else saw. No one else saw but Daniel. In fact, Daniel saw no one else saw. He thought that Daniel was here. And the Gemara says, she might need these other people who are looking at the other division. Give me a video. Haggai Sechariah. The other prophets, Haggai Sechariah. So they were there with the other. They did not see division in those days. Most like Sadiq Kalam, Nancy Corey. You know what? You can imagine. The evil of the Hivites. So it's interesting enough to choose this fact. Haggai Sechariah was greater than themselves. But in other respects, the will was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, in what sort of the again day, Haggai's from up or getting the Neil, the Indian even though interestingly enough, so Haggai's a Kaya Malach, the Neil apparently is a lower grade of the evil of these guys, the evil of the evil but Daniel was greater than them. And they did not pass this vision. So there was a Medina African cousin might tell you that it was again quite the problem. If they didn't have the vision that they had, then why were they fighting? Are they fighting? What caused the fight? Was it strange? Rabuna, Shmani, I'm sorry. Hapagat the Inulo cousin reading as life. Hapagat the Inulo cousin as life. Even though they didn't see the machine, their Muslims saw. So they say, what is this mean? So it's often Muslim refers to like astrological signs. These countries have colors. Every person has color. Like every person has like a minister who advocates for them. So watch not watch the front, watch the church. Like a sign to me. So sometimes they're in that. So yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my mother. And therefore, the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't say something and my mother says something, so that has an impact on me. The Gemara says, "I man the Mabis, Apadat, Lo Chazi, Maz Mazlei Chazi." Because it's fascinating. Sometimes the Muslims, sometimes like a person can feel like here, you don't know what it says. That's just weird stuff. Could be illogical. But what if it's in a person who's picked up here but they don't know why? Whatever, I got my presence, saw some trouble, something, you know, as it's trouble, so and that's how you impact on me. Incredible. What's night that country? So what's the for that? Let's say a person is gifted by fright. They're not exactly sure what the fight is, but I know that I want to get out of this situation. Let's show you the day, Arbagan. What should you do? Jump away from your size and spot, Talamus. Jump away, Talamus. You know what I mean? If you Shema, or say Shema, the Ekai, the Mokum, you know best, and the ultimately, again, you're mistaken. You're standing in a place where, I'm not going to say again, it's dirty. So you can't say Shema. What should you say? Say the following. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than so perhaps you guys teaching us, or he is teaching us, three profound ideas. There are times in life that a person is fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. And I said, what's the type of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear is paralyzing. Jump out, which means move yourself forward. Number one, don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only paralyzed. Whatever you do, don't remember this. Because one thing is, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. But nothing. The first thing by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount. Move yourself forward. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. When you anchor yourself in a Shema, if you are good, I should hang myself in a Shema. Faith and the it's a relationship with the emotional. So you see, like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema, get yourself into a problem. That will give you the cost to move forward. And we'll say, lastly, what you should do, say the goal for the spirit house is better than just what is that? Sometimes it looks like fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this is not true. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is better than me. It's just like a statement like, how do you feel when you see that? What's the most reaction to that statement? You go a little bit, like a smile, like the idea of there's so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real, they're perceived. So sometimes we break the whole idea by saying something like super nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like changes the mood a little bit, and be able to use yourself forward. Like how I can hear move yourself forward, and get yourself down in front of and remind yourself that you do those three things, but even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even when it's the most incredible. So you the main rock. The main rock. So the Gemara says, the Martha I'm sure that Hashem increase. If the man Hashem should answer Riva, Asua, we get something general, say, in general, a man in the middle of a bus. Right? Is open. It's open. And only remember the end of the word is closed. Here in this word, mem in the middle is closed. Because the strong philosophy is your Mashiach. So it's incredible. Like his Kyo. His Kyo became a Yehuda. So like the front part to make his Kyo Mashiach, the Sanheriv go to Rabbi. Remember when Sanheriv, who comes out to be dying with his Kyo, Hashem wants to make him go to Rabbi. Remember again, this word go to Rabbi, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil. So someone to make his Kyo Mashiach and Sanheriv. Go to Rabbi. I'm going to read this at the end of the Rothschild'S. ומטה, ישראל, שומר כמה שעות ששומר ובנבש, לא עשיס המשיח, שבמידה סעדי, actually restrict justice in Rothschild, was a like a system of checks and balances, like the Hazard of Sharaful. Rothschild was ready to go and make his skill better. This is what? David was bigger than his skill, and he didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Allah says the Mashiach, his skill shasi spoke from Nisim. Right? So, she's going to also call me my mother. But what other shit of Hanafa? Say of Mashiach. So again, she's ultimately again, we did so many miracles for her. And yet, unfortunately, he didn't see Shira. David sings for Shira. David Dillon. He's showing you so many miracles. He didn't see Shira. You're going to make him Mashiach. The Kaf is stopping. Therefore, this man, therefore, the man, right, the man represents Mashiach. The man was closed. Because Hashem wanted to make this Mashiach. Then the man was closed because the leaders didn't shut it down. Because that took his skill from becoming Mashiach. I'm going to say, what do you see here? What prevented his skill from becoming Mashiach? The lack of Shiva. Receiving the power of gratitude for the divine Shalom. And the ability to greatness of God and Allah with knowledge of Shiva. And Shiva at all times. Shiva in times of good. Shiva in times of Shalom. Shiva in times of happiness. Shiva in times of tragedy. That is the ability of the invention of the Mashiach. The ability to sing Shiva to God, no matter what's happening in life. The Gemara was like, Yad, Kasma, Arsh, Rabbi, Rabbi, Shalom. This was it. The earth says Hashem, I know there's the Balak Mashiach, Vasto Mashiach. Vasto Mashiach. The earth says, please, make this go Mashiach. I didn't see Shira, I'll see Shira. I'll see Shira is bad. Gemara says, what's the other Shira? Neymar, declare for art, Shira, Shalom, Shira, Tiger. Our Sarah, Olam, Olam, is all Shalom, Shira, no, Asam, Shira, well, again, Sarah Olam, whatever this means. Apparently, he did like university, he's probably delegates to him. So Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamanu Tzilat Tzadik. Sarah Olam Shomer Asa Tzidyon Shal Tzadik. So the Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, it seems like the universe that never happened. It's actually left of us called Amra, Razi, Razi. So Razi said, the Sarah Olam said, big Tzidyon Mashiach. Now the person that said Shira on his behalf, like he didn't say Shira, he said Shira on his behalf. The gospel came out and said, Razi, the secrets of the world are right. He says, I changed my mind to Rabbi, and his skill is not going to be Mashiach. Amar Nabi, Oili, Ad Masai. So the Nabi says, woe to me, right? So how long? Now the Nabi now is lamenting, the Mashiach has not yet come. So I'm saying, when will Mashiach come? Yad is about to come, Amra, both him, both him, Moses in, until again, literally their enemies and enemies of enemies. God still has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Masa Doma like pouring the seer, Shomer Man, Delilah, Shomer Man, also Hamunah Rufos. Too much, like, one who's in charge of the winds, his name is Puma. So the next guy took on the most Puma. So all of the winds Puma. Amrulo Shomer Ma Lila Shomer Ma Nidal. So essentially, again, also if you look at Rashi says over here, Sarah Rufos, Shan Shamos Kados Aslo, Bahinu Masa Puma Kak, our Puma like. So it's still a Rashi understands that Ruach over here is not moving, but instead Ruach is Shabbos. Shabbos. It's the Malach who's in charge of all the Shabbos. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Mani Lel, not Davar, Masai Kitzak, Lula Malel, and Himel Tzak. When is Lula going to come? It's incredible, by the way, it was highlighting over here. So we often think that we are the only ones, mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. Which begins to see something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. The universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So the word says, Omer Shomer, Asa Boker Begam Lailo, Intibayun Bayun Shul Asai. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker Begam Lailo, Intibayun Bayun. So ultimately, again, it's going to be, the Boker will come. The joy will come, but at the end of the day, only after everything. Like Rashi says, Asa Boker Begam. This one will cost us a little bit of Sar Kamp or Shomer Kashmabu. Asa Boker Bula Tavo, Begam Lailo. About the Bula Tieko, morning will come. Morning will come, but before morning there will be a great incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer Asa Boker Begam Lailo, Intibayun Bayun Shubu Asai. So two things. So morning will come. Morning will come. So when will morning will come? Number one, Intibayun. It's yearn for it. You have to yearn for it. The Prophet is not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shubu Asai. Ultimately, again, you have to do Shubu. So it's like two elements. This next season, many elements to think about. But here, the Malach who's in charge of the Shabbos says, what is the Prophet waiting for? Number one, he wants us to want.
What up, Jay?
Yo, Rabbi.
Yo, what up, Pep? How are you?
Yo, Rabbi, bro.
How you living, big dog? Jay, can you hear me?
Rabbi, why do you like sit in a bed all day?
Why not, baby? I do it for world peace.
Do it for world peace?
Yeah, dog. I stream my life 24 hours a day.
Oh, but dude, like, isn't that kind of sad?
No, not at all. I mean, tons of people. I have 2,000 people in my Discord. How many do you have in yours?
I have 3K.
That's really good, dude. How'd you get 3K?
Invited people to TikTok.
Oh, okay, well, that's really good, man. How'd you find out about me, Jay?
Well, someone told me that there's like this guy living on Discord, so I was like, oh, cool.
Absolutely. Okay, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, Jay, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I have not seen that movie.
Okay, that's cool. It's basically a story of a person whose entire life is on camera, as is mine. If you didn't know, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. So, Jay, that may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I want to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
So, you want to become a president or something?
No, I don't want to be president. I actually try to stay apolitical.
So, how is world peace working by you streaming all day?
Absolutely. So, firstly, it shows the world that we're all not that different. No matter what your race, gender, creed, we're all basically the same. 99.9% of all people have the same shared DNA. And we do basically the same things, and we enjoy the same things. We enjoy laughing, we enjoy making friends, we enjoy traveling, we enjoy learning, education. These are all things that human beings have that we have in common. Now, additionally, I talked about things to change the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, and most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. All of these ideas will change the world when people find out about them.
Dude, but so how is this cannot end world hunger though? Like I don't think this is really. No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, we've already built wells in developing nations, so that's something that we've done to actually help end world thirst.
But what is the point of you streaming though? How is that ending? That's not ending world hunger though. That's just you streaming.
Well, the types of technology that I just mentioned, most of them you probably haven't heard of, and most of them the world hasn't heard of. But there are opportunities for the world to be able to utilize technology to solve its own problems. I talk about other things that are very interesting to people, things like anti-gravity, antimatter faster than light, travel faster than light, communication. All right, Jay, peace out, Girl Scout.
Anshefas Arza Mashiach was the first white line that began the whitest line. It was embarrassing. Embarrassing to see how the he pronounced the Shiva to the earth came along and said Shiva. Shene'emar, the Knaf Arz Miro Shabbat Tzvila Tzaddik. Jotam Nerat Omer. The Yomer Yisrael is one of other examples of situations where God Yisrael began to say Shiva for someone else providing us to do it. The Yomer Yisrael, Baruch Hashem Shalitzah Yisrael says, blessed is God who saved you, Cloud Yisrael. The verse of time is Shabbat, Rabbi Papis, Yankel, the Moshe, Shisha, Ribo, Shabbat, Amru, Baruch, Ad Sheba, Yisrael, Allah, Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing to Moshe and Cloud Yisrael. The Moshe and Cloud Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem, but to Yisrael, to all of them. Now again, remember, Moshe and Cloud Yisrael said Shira, as Yashem, Moshe and Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisrael. Every time Yisrael, but the innovator of this is that God Israel. Vayichat Yisrael, so it's interesting, Vayichat, what does that mean? Rav Shmuel, Rav Amar, Shehever Cherev Chada Al B'Sareh. He circumcised himself. Yisrael was so impressed with all my colleagues, all the generates of life, so he gave him some first meal. Shmuel says, Shirasa Chadudim Kol B'Sareh. He got goosebumps. Why? So when it says, Rav, so it's like, interesting that Yisrael's are understood. These sorts overwhelmed by a kind of Mitzrayim. Never to Mitzrayim. Again, as much as he was born he was a member of the Most Holy. He was a member of the nation. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nation of Egypt. So there's Abraham was even more than you are as a Sarah Dara is the Aramaic. So we're very important to know that in front of the conquerors, do not disparage Gentiles of the third generation. It's such a fascinating idea. And I wonder when someone converts what he's saying, Gershon is guy, that Shmuel Dami, it's a dirty person. It's true that he's a new person. Those average is fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Doesn't mean I don't have a past, which is a sense completely contradictory. The only people who are going to go to contradictions. The Lord says, you stand for the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel like he's Israel. Remember again, Israel left that region. American Israel. He's again, he circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. Where it says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. The Gemara says, "Hey, Shalach Adon Hashem Tzvakos V'Nishman Hazon, Ma'im B'Shem Hazon, B'Shem Devos Yizkiel, Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos." Yet, when we said here, sheesh, like this guy will say, remember, there's a lot of illusions. We're going to see one over here. this battle between Sanhedrin and Hiskiel. So let Hiskiel, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer, or actually overcome, before exact punishment from Sanhedrin, who has 8 names. So we're just Hiskiel could say, Yalet Yulat Ranu, Ben Udrin Ranu, Rati, Hamishra Al Shekmo, Vaiku, Vershmo, Eliyoetz, El Gibor, Abihad, Sashalom, I Vaika Hiskiel. Okay, what about his actual name Hiskiel? First one is interestingly enough, Hiskiel may not have been his real name, might have been his given name, Shekhastu Ka. Hiskiel really just constructed the name of the 12 Hebrew scroll. Never right? Hiskiel Shma, Hiskiel, Shechizek is Israel introduction. We'll say other possibilities. Once again, Hiskiel is not a real name, his given name. I Wise of Hiskiel, ultimately because he strengthened the bond between God and Israel and the Prophet. We'll see more about that. Sanhedrin, one of all Sanhedrin's name. It's the day, Tiglas, Pileser, Laneser, Shalmaneser, Ul, Sargon, Hasanbar, Rava, Yeshua. Okay, I agree. What about Sanhedrin? Like, what was that? That's it. Where I said, no, also that's descriptive. You want to see hustles in. So we're very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Sanhedrin, we're going to see spoken of quarrelsome times as well. Just talk the need to have part of talking. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defining with his words to have those powerful. Very incredible. So much of your famous, also much of the growth of Asanta Rabbi Akira. So Sanhedrin, if you look at some of these names, Sanhedrin is actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanta Rabbi Akira. So leaving aside Asanta Rabbi Akira means great and precious. How would Sanhedrin give the definition of Sita the use of Shari is wild? Because Sanhedrin, right now, remember Sanhedrin caused much destruction, and yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. So I'll say this is incredible. So Herod, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he said a land like your land. He's careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel, will say, so one says that the Herod was very wise, and one says that he was very foolish. Also, the one that according to the one who said that he was a smart king, so ultimately, one of them was a smart king. So Herod, if you would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, they would dismiss his marriage as just being foolish. Like Mandarma Ibeshaya, so therefore go to show taking to a land like your land. Mandarma Ibeshaya, the opinion that says this was a foolish king. I'm sorry, Mandarma Ibeshaya, it came to mind what he said. One says that he was foolish, apparently he said that he was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews. So you're going to get their bifurcation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land. Why would they buy into that? You should have told them it was better, and they would have more readily thought. Okay, the Gemara says, where did he suppose they still find out how credible this is? Right, so Sanhedrin is so compared as being by why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kill Jews, exile Jews. Shabbat said that he never spoke negatively about
Hello.
such an incredible idea. So the more like the exile
Yo, are you gonna talk? Yo, can you hear me? What up? How are you? What are you talking about? How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. What's new?
What's what?
What's new, Jay? You're the same person who was in here earlier.
Maybe.
Okay, cool, man.
Unfortunately, as much as Sanhedrin never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, probably so did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael.
Dog, I gave you an opportunity. You left. That's on you. I gave you an opportunity. You left. That's on you. To be able to talk with me.
He said, this is twice as good as ours. So unfortunately, I'll say, we find ourselves in new lands, and we deceive ourselves into thinking that we're better than others. They're not that it's okay, not that maybe just the nice, but they think that you can concentrate on someone else is even better than theirs. So again, something to learn from everyone who does something. They were always careful about how we spoke about the same thing, or how we spoke just about the land. It's incredible. The Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, what the Sakos people go, code Takas to go get to vanish. That's the word. Takas become Mamish Shabbos, kindly Shabbos. It's like, this is talking about again going to Sanhedrin's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So of course, Takas to go vanish. Sanhedrin's army, you have to see their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, there's a lining of here. It's not the size. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that kick the honor. Those are actually very reminiscent of what we already saw yesterday. That even in this time of Sakana, a person can express like the Moses language on the people are going to the furnace, they make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. The clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. How you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the spirit that you ascribe to that particular household. So as I said, your clothing is what gives you honor. The most of our happens to go to Irish, the state of the honor. Mala no save us the Shabbat of Chaim, Afghan save us the Shabbat of Chaim. Because if you think about the death of Aaron's son, the death of Aaron's son, remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their Shabbat, but the bodies were attacked. So too, when Sanhedrin's army was killed, then the Shabbat were destroyed, but their bodies remained intact. So there's punishment of the Shabbat. Aaron, Shahidek Bats, no, the fact was probably going to be on the spot. Because it's very Aaron, who will be against blasphemy. Hashem and stuff like this. Pharaoh says, yeah, Hashem and Hashem not the so on. So Pharaoh himself, to blaspheme, is punishment from directly from Pharaoh. So Erev, Shechir, we'll say on the days, so Erev, Shechir, Ayideh, Shabbat, but then Erev ultimately again, kind of blaspheme through a Shabbat, HaKadosh Baruch Hu brought in many, so ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exactly punishment from him. And it's also I don't see that. Yes, I'm sure. Was Hashem? So I directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to? In fact, the Baruch Hu going to be answered. So he has punishment from him himself. It's it. Hashem himself stirred the water. So ultimately again, so ultimately again, Sanhedrin says in the hand of kings is the degradation of Allah. So Rifrak still again, Sanhedrin doesn't say straight words. It's a statement of blasphemy. So Sanhedrin says so therefore again, as the Gemara says, Rifrak will be going to Ayideh Shabbat. The trial of Rifrak is punishment for him. Shabbat has got the sin. Vayetze Malach Hashem, Vayach, Vayach Hashem, Shoni, so remember again, this would be just, this is like an incredible story where Ezekiel essentially said, like, there was no way for Christ that would upset him. So the thing is, Ezekiel was to sleep, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do what you imagine. And miraculously, that night, 5,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that you notice the Lashon over here is Yetzi Malach Hashem. Wasn't that the Shmuel himself, but ultimately again, this was Malach. The Shmuel said to Malach, why direct? Last directly, therefore the Shmuel exactly read about how tomorrow, so say the tomorrow. So that's very interesting. Tomorrow, so which is the heavy, and then it's tomorrow. Tomorrow would be like the balance of it, right? Rashi says over here, tomorrow keeps up Ishaya. Say tomorrow keeps up in the Masha. Tomorrow keeps the Masha, but here shut off. So the Quran talks about the it says first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in this world. Literally, 9 to 6 Abdal. Abdallah Dan said, I'll be see, I don't know what that. Last Yisrael. Shed Amar Eli. Allah 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 doesn't do so it says, this is very interesting. Felt that he received divine instructions to go and spread himself. He felt that this was a very important process. So again, according to Rashi, so here it says, when I march against Yerushalayim, that explicit instructions from God, Hashem Adonai, Hashem accepted me, pretty wild. So Sanhedrin is essentially saying by the word of God. The main reason what are you talking about? We just said Sanhedrin is very self-revealing. Instead, they have gone ahead and taken to Rothschild'S measures on that. So we'll see what all these
Changing.
Right, we have no idea what it's talking about. What is this? Themselves like that. So, so this nation has forsaken right? This nation has forsaken mountains based on it. They are going to never just that are confident speaking softly the way the Shiloh mirrors, right? The Shiloh was like so this nation was fighting about mountains based on it, govern them and look after them in such a strong and beautiful way. And they do that all that. I think that station, right? It was like walking inside this mountain. And instead of looking again, we go ahead and they go ahead and essentially I'm going to go for the mighty team. Mara is such a film. So Sanhedrin, here is nothing like so fast. It was also nothing like obviously, we're going to the whole place. And they go, all right, so what do you have to say? Mara is such a big structure. The love is something Mara is such a big structure. What is it again? And hopefully, the place that shows you the that Tekak-Pirulai was the king of Marcus Israel. How do you know Marcus Israel? He was Russian. See, how does he judge
Is that a website?
No, I don't.
What is type of lifestyle? But it was like, well, what is all of it? In general, whenever you see it, it's all of it. You see it
Put it in the.
the perception of others, God in that's Hashem is make myself in God. What is
Indochino.
But
What is Indochino?
even times of worship of Zara,
Damn,
not like
these
these
are
stop
nice.
worshiping Hashem. Very often, we're still worshiping Hashem, they're about Zara. Worshiping Hashem, why do we have Zara? How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? Hashem worship, right? You know someone needs this information. You want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is, right there, all the stuff you want to do in life. Right? All the stuff you really want to do. Then make a new system of theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly you're getting into the regular, but it's a mitzvah. So the mitzvah, and then all the stuff that you really don't get right, make that all the wrong stuff. Right? So all the stuff you really want to know. You want the rights, you want perfect, you want that, because all of the mitzvahs. Right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So wherever you see Avodah Zarah, you see heavy almost humanistic. It's actually not about the theology. It's really not about the theology. It's about that Ishmael was very high expectations of us. And everybody tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? You hold us to a high standard. Avodah Zarah is for that important that stuff. So if you're in the system of theology, you want to allow all of that to occur. So it's like that for eating all these different issues. Why? Because you only have Avodah Zarah. I only have Avodah Zarah. They started to go, just gonna open the trigger. Incredible. What was this girl's meal? This girl, you gotta look at the vegetables and you go, what's it? You can anything you want. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that. So it also said that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in the sugar, that will mean that our relationship is right now. Remember, all of us have a void. We're always trying to fill it. The issue just is have a relationship with that person powerful, or bringing it with the right things. I don't relationship is powerful, so the market is like you must not pay. Give me a share now, and say, I know so again, because of conscious now.
Dog, I had this dream of a selling fruit. Everybody came in, every fruit had like a different thing. Like all these milks would come in and they'd be like, I want a pineapple. I'd be like, okay. And then you can like fuck them in the parking lot. It was a wild dream. I was like, I remember how I got the job. This person who used to work for me, or I was a manager, they're like, yeah, you just work here, man. And like, basically, like, most come up and they'll just have fruit, and you can just like check them out, and then like they'll give you their number, and you fuck them after. And it's like, this is the greatest job ever. So I never got to fuck any of them because I was every time I tried to sell, every time I sold shit, I'd be like, okay, here's a pineapple or whatever. Then these bitches, then the fucking owner of the business would be like, if you leave the stand, you lose the job. Oh, that's the best job in the world. Anyway, and then there's this one lady who kept coming back in, and it's like, you can just work here. Well, I'll lose my job. There's a very loyal employee. So free.
Cannot go ahead with the anti-hiding. So the tired nations, those that use the tired nations, which is obviously with the tired nations. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering, tired because we toil and toil, tired because we're constantly building a relationship with that powerful. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of the enemy. Where it says, "My case, I be sure to kill artisans. With artisans, I'm calling the akron in the Hayam. Everything go Hayam. Look at Rishonim." So ultimately, again, we are not like the earlier one. This reference to Malchus Israel, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah.
Boring.
So it's fascinating. So Sanheriv, you can have control over Malchus Israel.
Morning inspection.
But Malchus Israel threw off the yoke of Torah.
These bitches
and when you
can
throw
get
off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection. But you have no control ultimately
They're gonna cause it to Piggly Wiggly.
And they were
When they're
just serving
fucking
up
kids.
miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yamsuf and the splitting of the Yarden. So Gemara says, "Choser b'mutav ve'imlav ani aso lo golu ba'golu." So Sanhedrin, if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, it will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Right? Rashi says over here, you'll become a source of degradation, right? The laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sanhedrin. So it's interesting enough, Sanhedrin did have a divine mission on the 10 tribes of Malchus Israel. But his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the Beis Hamikdash, going after Yerushalayim. So you know like that. So Achari had Dorim, Vayavon Yehuda, Vayichad ala Orim HaMitzuros, Vayomer L'Ka'am Elav. So ultimately, again, Sanhedrin makes the mistake. Everybody at hand, he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, "Hi, Rishma, la'aychar nashot." Rashi says over here, "V'hiyukim daron kazer la'adon kazer, v'hiyum nesha emes v'Chizkiyahu v'asam herim." So
Man, that bitch.
Why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? Right after again, Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? In other words, we'll say, as much as Chizkiyahu
Yo, what up,
successful,
Chewy?
there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of
Chewy.
difficulty. So Chizkiyahu was such a
Can you hear me, big dog? How you living, Pip? How'd you find out about me, Chewy? Yeah, I figured that. I think I remember you. But how did you find out about me? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, very well. All right, what's new with those servers? Okay, yeah. I'm in agreement with you on that. That FAG one, I met the owner of it, and he said I could stream in there all I wanted, which he was absolutely right. I could. But the people in there were so toxic that like I didn't really want to interact with them. Yeah, I did my best to be as nice to them as possible, and I did talk with them. All right, well, should we go pound sand, dog? That's just how it goes, baby.
decided why did he deserve to have this fear of
I'm so pissed over this fucking Esther Janty trade. Of course he gets fucking 33 points. Fuck this shit. And then Lamar Jackson gets injured in the same fucking week. I should never sleep. Worst stream ever. I'm still pissed about last year. I looked and I'm like 33 points.
That I'm bringing Sanhedrin against you. But don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say?
Taylor Nation. Why don't you go fuck yourself? That's not a country. Want to know what is a country?
By bringing Sanhedrin against Chizkiyahu, and then by delivering
Is Trinidad alone a country, or does it need Tobago?
wiped out the entire army of Sanhedrin.
Hotel Tobago.
It was a
Trinidad.
massive, wave on it. But Chizkiyahu would have said, you know what, God, it's okay. Let's call it even.
I honestly don't like countries that have like an end. It sucks. Larger than the two major islands that make They should be independent. Dog, are you gonna fucking relax, man? Dude, I fucking love the Carl Globetrotters. Best shit ever. Okay, real quick. This basketball that I got there was like legendary. I wanted a basketball. All these kids had basketballs. My parents took me to the Harlem Globetrotters. I was so fucking excited. So excited. They're doing the thing. You got Metal Lark Lemon there, who I thought was better than Michael Jordan, but maybe. And I'm like, oh, Dad, can I get a basketball? He's like, no. Why? Because we never, ever, ever, really ever got shit at stuff. Why? Because it's expensive. And I'm like, fuck. And these motherfuckers are spinning the balls. I'm like, man, I want a fucking basketball. All these kids, they got basketballs, they're bouncing them all around and having a good time. Man, and I don't know, as the game is ending, my dad goes to the bathroom or something, and I'm just sitting there watching these motherfuckers spin the basketballs, and he sits back down, and then I see him reach under his chair and plants a fucking basketball in my chest. And I used this basketball for years. I used it so that all the rubber had like worn off of it. It was a good basketball, a very good basketball. I used this basketball and it was so exciting. I was so happy to have this basketball. Anyway, shout out to Harlem Globetrotters. Sick! Look at this athleticism.
After she had like fucking 6 months pregnant, and the female Sam where we killed him. So he could fucking get the mom and get the first stab. So for some reason, I used to go out outside a lot in those days. It was 2007. And I was doing camp on karate with these dudes. And then they would open the two forums. And I was 380. And they said to me, listen, man, forget about it. I want you to do this during the week. Just stretch out your joints and get your legs thinner. And I was doing these Tai Chi things, these stretches. So I would go outside and they'd all be there. And I'd watch them. And, at one point there was 6, 8 weeks. I don't know. I'm not a fucking doctor. I'm not a veterinarian. But I could see that the restroom would stay like we had a barbecue back then. It was a community barbecue. It was real clean and shit. It was 20 feet.
Look at this. I thought this was.
Where they were living. And that's as far as they would stray. Not super bad. You go on the fucking roof. You get on the roof of the building. You get on the roof of the building. He was always like way ahead of the other 3 fucking kids. And there was a boy. And he was crazy. But not as crazy as fucking super bad. So it got to the point where I would go upstairs and worry about the 3 kids. They go super bad. They're going to be there in the morning. Because he's so fucking crazy. He's going to fight with a possum. He's going to fight with a raccoon or a skunk. There was raccoons back there. I would hear them back there at night. And I'd fucking run down with a fucking stick and a shovel. It was that type of stuff towards the end. Something happened one day. I got home. And my wife was telling me that the cats were sick outside. That they weren't the same as they were. She was especially that fucking super bad. I know for a fact something's wrong with her. Because that motherfucker hasn't moved in 2 days. So she hunted those cats down and tried to save their lives and give them vitamins and stuff. It was surreal. The only cat she had saved back there was her and a Japanese lady. They were back there every day feeding them the cats with milk from a bottle. And it was just surreal. It was like, and then it died down and we had those last 4. And then we brought up the 2 boys and the 1 boy died. And I kept super bad. And then we gave the sisters away. The sisters were gone. The 3 were in school and even more they were gone. Just the fucking principle.
Jesus Christ.
She'll come home and she'll let me pat her head and rub her dick, call her beautiful, and then I pick her up a little bit, and I'm her own junior dick hard. That's it.
I think this is why cats like get a bad name. Because this is like I don't have a cat. Like besides the allergies, this is my only experience with cats. Either they hate or they were mean. So like your cats are like the first cats that are like actually enjoyable to be around.
Oh, they're very enjoyable to be around because that's the love I've given. You follow me, you get what you give, and with anything, with anything, and I don't know. At the point when I met Terry, that cat was what I needed. It's the dumbest fucking thing to talk about, but it really is. It was like I needed something
To take care of.
Fill that void. I don't know, because we hit it off right away, and it got to the point where it slowed me down a little bit. I would come home in the afternoon, just stay out to dinner, just to play with him, just to brush him, and check his teeth, and the whole fucking thing. I liked him, but I would still do the same with a dog. When I had Hercules, I gave that dog all the love in the world. I set it up in a way that, like, okay, you're saying something that's factually inaccurate. My fucking narrative. Now let's be real clear. I don't necessarily think they know what's going on yet. There's a lot of weird shit going on. First of all, there was that one guy who was the alright, so you got this guy with an older dog who starts yelling out, did he take his pants down? This guy was at 9/11. He was at the Boston bombings. He called in a fake bomb at another show. And then he did this at this thing. Right after somehow this guy has the state of mind that the moment someone gets shot, he yells out and says, I did it, takes his pants down, something like that. I don't know exactly what he did. Then, ready for this, he gets arrested. Right away. So it was all the time. It was all right time. So what jail came to me was that I was so I was on tour by the 26th to ask them with me. All these different things. So the whole time I stayed in Aspen, I just had TPD. One day there was nothing with Jordan Burton. So I was different events and be involved. And I didn't know what to do. I really didn't know what to do. I didn't know what that argument was. I'm not saying this guy's in that state. This guy is nice partner. He's professional. In the backyard, I enjoyed my time with him. Sorry, game. Jordan back. Sorry, this guy George Gonzalez. Greek. The guy came in his dog. He was a German Shepherd. He was probably his anything's whole thing. So he just looked at all of that. People look like that and have to keep it. So when he gave it to me, it was the overseas. My wife went back to the girls. So I went back there. 200 yards from this 4 weeks. So I had that dog for 4 weeks. So you said this, Rabbi, you said you're 0 to 200 years old. So you tell him how great you should do it for a money. Is back home. You should see the family now. The stores are open there. You need to talk about the difference. They never shot it. The last place I want to go is Jersey. First thing. Fucking Australia used to make double them shakes. It's like people going all day and then let the snow. Shovel snow and it was just like this 4 or 5 week party. Everyone else came back and we took the dog. We had the dog. The dog was ours. Whatever he said. I lost him to divorce like before. It seems to. We still have other dogs, but then one day one shot I don't have a sight. I think it was sure I don't I want to talk about the whole thing. It's here. It's just the girls and race all day. I don't think we do that. You're lining up. So you have those two things in the back. You know what to say. That you have right now. You're a couple years away from it. And that's the big place. And if that makes you attack your career, you might just be a little less than the podcast market is growing. Companies are popping up. Companies are approaching us. You see all the approaches we're getting now. What takes finally people making podcasts. So you never know where you might end up. Might wind up somewhere. You got to Nazi Germany. Fucking give them some rest and watch them go. Just watch them go. My mom used to do something about the fingers and hands. Essentially, when they leave, once they get still, there's a little bit of fire. You can't control them like they probably will. It's crazy. It's crazy how intelligent we all pick up. It really is. How little they know. You know a lot of things. They all have a point. So some of them might chug away, some of them might chug away out. Some of them might all have their own point. One of which is the person that parts that was in church. That was also just trying to go. That's this man. It's been interesting. But by now, technology has changed now. Those fucking dogs that was something that shot them and give them a bird. Something like that. So it's all to do with like you're really skin sound. Like I had a dog. It was like 7th grade. I think he passed away. I don't say I paid a bit of money. I don't know. Part of me is like, I don't know. Like my mom, she is out there. I don't make it literally. I don't want to makes no sense. It's still all over weird. It's not true. And then this is just a narrative, right? Like, okay, it's like 10 or 15 happy years. And then I can see my supposedly friends from a percentage. So it might be not I don't think so. No, I shot him. What the fuck did you your wife gets arrested for child pornography. You better be fucking sad. You know, you ain't out. That's how fucking way to live. Fuck you. You might laugh like it. If you're a fucking over something that you don't know last month, you said you makes you a little stressed out. You're telling me I was a little upset about the wife saying she keeps reading but the wife of that was the call like that. Like it was like last week, like it was like a little upsetting. I don't know why I would never bother coming in because it's the elevator company. So when he goes, what's up? I go, I'm having a hard time with my wife. She was rolling with me terms of progress. So for some reason, I broke down and said, yeah, I didn't play it on much as far. So this guy, whoever it is, jumps off the roof and lands whether or not he's even the guy who shot him. Maybe he thought he was going to shoot him. Maybe he's not. Right? He did. But we all no matter how crazy it is, for some people, it takes a long time. But as it turned out, my wife and I were having a conversation. That fucking alley really misses the house. She goes, my wife is like, I know sometimes. She changed as soon as we got done. She got really sad because we brought Allie in. She was fucking kids. She fucking said this. Sometimes even cat kids do a little cat though. She follows the dog thing.
were giving ham. And I even forgot what the first one, the first like man flavor old we did. You had Finny, and you like making a meow, like you would talk to when you make a meow, like, Finny, what are you doing? A meow, and then you run away. Oh my gosh,
the best. Really fucking run out of that room. They come back and it's like, wow.
It's yeah, I had my dog, and that was the only time I've ever cried in front of Paula. To be honest, we were in the car, so I don't even know if she saw it.
You know how many times people on Saturdays go somewhere and just rent a horse? They own a horse. They have a fucking horse that don't run races. Why would I want a fucking horse? When I was 30, I figured out that people like me smoke a fucking dope, put that fucking hard hat on and those little horse boots. And they go for a fucking ride. They know how to ride a horse professionally, like doing shows or whatever. But they know exactly where to go and they take a fucking 3 or 4 hour horse ride. Can you imagine what that feels like? On your horse, while he shit, he stops, he jumps up and does that fucking low range thing.
Horse people take a lot of pride in it because they go in with clean clothes.
This is all about it. When you look at those guys on paper, like, look at that fucking woman brushing his horse. You should hire somebody. No, you don't hire nobody for that. You can't hire somebody for that. You need to fucking put the law. If you hire somebody, it's when you brush them. You know how much I love brushing my cats.
You do it like every day, not even.
I have to. I brush every day. They have a system to do. In their mind, as they get older, they manipulate it and they function. So there's a way you brush and then you paddle with your hand and then both. You know, they give them love with their hand to control them. Then I give them the brush, do it again with their hand and both. You know, it's really interesting. I didn't read this. I fucking learned it by doing it. By seeing what it did, how it calmed them down. It made them feel more whatever that is. So these little things you just fucking learn by seeing. I'm a fucking cat pro just because I watch my wife. You know, I watch that and I watch, you know, if he's growing up, I was a dog pro. I had dogs all along. All along. To the minute my mom fucking grew, I had a fucking dog. I started with Champion and then I died with fucking Crystal. Who I would break into Nina's house from time to time into the yard. I was in the doghouse with Crystal after my mother died. That was the saddest thing ever. I think about that fucking dog all the time and how bad I felt and the life that dog lived. That dog died like me. He went from fucking living in a house with an air conditioner. We were giving him left to live in a fucking yard with Nina. I couldn't take the dog. There was nothing I could do with the fucking dog. That's terrible. I was living in somebody's house.
You can't walk up with the dog.
So no, I've had my horrible experiences with dogs and cat heartbreaks, and I've had to justify it. So this is why I have this, because it's a completely different universe. And sometimes you fuck up in that universe and you get a cat or a dog and make it right this time. And give that dog, and I've always given my animals tons of love. I've never microfaked my dogs or cat names. I've always given them tons of fucking love. That's why those cats act the way they do. Always, always. You know, you feed them personally, you see them, they watch, they appreciate all those things also. It's really fucking interesting, you know.
Do you think you're misunderstood?
I don't know.
No, because I was thinking like cats have that negative connotation, and sometimes when people, and so I'm like, I'm thinking about you and your special one, just because I got to go to Oz, and it was great, and I was like, because you have this reputation, but then you go and you want we open this the podcast with a song by a gay black group, and we're talking about how much you love your cats, and I feel like sometimes some people's personal impressions of you might not be that you love that stuff, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe you don't feel that, but
Oh, but that's the beauty of it. You gotta look a little deeper. You know, that's the beauty that we all have when we do that fuck up. That's why the Matt Flavors world. Listen, I can come on here and make a list of the things people want to talk about. I can come on here and I know the music that play for people that don't jump up and down to. Right, that's not what I want to do. That they hear all the time. That's cool. That's not what they want to do. I do from time to time. In the mornings, play that type of music to get people riled up.
I don't want to see this fucking Sharpie commercial ever again.
Harry's the one that'll do it the most. He'll make it look. Harry is so ballet in love. You can't have fear in your hands.
Right, yeah, that's what I have.
You
Offensive
cannot have
to
fear
me.
in your hands. And that's a complete other thing you have to learn over the years. I got bit so much by dogs that I got rid of that fear. I
I hate this one.
got rid of that fear. Don't get me wrong, when I was coming up here before, the black fucking fighter was outside with that pit bull. It looks like a fucking one of those devil dogs that protects the devil. You ever see those dogs that protect Satan? That's what that dog looks like. That dog gets a hold of my fat little fucking thigh. That's all. It's like a Chinese buffet. You want to go to Austin, Texas. You'll get everything. You'll have fucking oyster bowls, my thigh, but you can't walk in front of him when you're scared. I went right up to the owner and said, how you doing, man? The whole time walking over, I'm shitting my pants. In just a little area of my body. Not old school. When I was 8, I shit my pants when I saw a dog,
Yeah, those kind of dogs can get scared.
Yeah, so you have to control your fear around those motherfuckers. The same way I control my fear before I go on stage. It's what you do, what time, you say to yourself, how the fuck do I do that? And then you go, okay, now I got trained when I was finally like 18. My friend, Stinky, had that motherfucking Coco dog, the German Shepherd. And every time you walked in there, the guy was like fucking Liberace. He'd suck your dick, he'd light your cigarettes. But as soon as you told Coco, you gotta go, he'd take a chunk out of your ass.
Really? The lead.
Oh my god.
I've never experienced
You
that.
gotta get the dog, put him in the bathroom, you gotta run out of the fucking house. Or he'd bite you in the man leg, or he'd take the bottom of your leg jean.
Jesus
He never
Christ.
really beat you hard, it was just to scare you, knock you out.
Did you have a dog when you were homeless? Do you have?
No. I was not gonna be one of those guys that was gonna take a fucking dog down a bad street like that,
I didn't know Hercules. I've never seen divorced. Right.
Yeah, no, Hercules, took me all the way, before I went to the university. I left Hercules with Danny, my ex-wife called Danny and said, Joey, call you to come over and get a dog. I said, don't want to play that. She went home and the Hercules man was so Hercules again. It was all rolled up in one fucking fuck you. You fucking dissect it. But no, I like my pets. The next couple of days when I go home, I'll miss them. I'll miss them so much. Like, I swear I just saw one.
Oh, in the hotel room or
The
something?
hotel room, late night, like 12, watching TV, relaxing, I got glasses on. I could feel one when I see one when I walk by. What the fuck am I thinking about?
I know you never wanted this with your cat, but you had a cat that wasn't like attached to the room when you bring a cat on the road. So they like,
Because I don't want to lose weight. I think that's cool, dude. People look at the fucking point and doing that. That fucking plane drone.
oh yeah.
If I fly 2 hours with a cat, what I hear when that cat hears is 2 different noises. Because he's going to fucking die. Here's the problem with that plane. That plane is going over.
Yeah.
Think of being at the edge of that plane, being in the middle. In 3 hours of fucking off. And in the meanwhile, they listen to another fucking animal meowing and crying and shit. So I can't, for me, I know people do it. And I see dogs on the other side when people are there, the dogs fly out and they hug the fucking owner. And they go, it's great to see you. Don't ever fucking do that to me again.
Yeah. Well, they're letting some on the plane, like, I don't know, for like the servicing the whole thing, but they also don't say just like, oh, like in the carriers, I don't know, it's servicing.
cop. I gotta walk to another plane. But the whole time was from the fucking what's it called? Like, everything with the ticket. Right, it's right there. What's that smell? Like, oh my god, this is started walking down. And the dog had gone in right where you turn to get on the plane. He shit goes right fucking there. So the plane smelled that way, said that way. Oh no. So the two of them picked it up, put it away, but the dog was brutal. It was fucking brutal.
Yeah, one in the dog doesn't know what's going on.
The fucking person who walked that fucking dog on a fucking plane. Yeah, but really, you're gonna have another breakdown today, motherfucker. When you outside, you're talking on the phone, jumping up and down, talking about the Yankees, not gonna have a fucking nervous breakdown. That just pisses me off. You know, that really, just the fucking think about it with everybody else. You know, you're not gonna be a star, you're not gonna go nothing. You won't have any emotion. The only emotion you have is how you read it as you pass out. You don't wake up in Philadelphia, where the fuck you going there with Jesus Christ, you know, these guys all the time. All these guys who have that fear. They don't get his hands, you know, they would pass out just go to sleep. I have the same fear, but I can't go to sleep. I fall asleep on the plane from Boston. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't check the
I'm saying,
Oh, it's almost like
we have the same spooky things of people, so the fucking people who really were.
oh yeah, he was like the most successful person I've ever seen. His mom was there, his son was there. So, yeah.
Parents are fucking love. We Texas. I think they know a lot about Texas. People, that's I need to start going to Texas. I'm excited. I was definitely going to Houston. I go to Dallas, we go to fucking Dallas and go to Church Drive. Fucking Gumbo and Jambalaya and shit. Fuck yeah, there used to be a record store there too. And you go in there and any record you needed was right there, man. They also had a fucking ice cream place. They got a Japanese steakhouse. It's a fun fucking place there.
No.
We might have to take it to the Kennedy Suite. The suite where you slept the night before you got shot and shit.
Like at the Grady one now. I don't really care. Yeah, he was in his 20s, yeah. It was like,
Or way before you.
oh yeah, way before me. He has tacos named after him in the place, and they had like matzo balls. It was like a joke taco. But he was like on the radio, so they like named him tacos.
Dallas is a good city also. Dallas is good. Like I said the other day, there's a lot of great fucking cities in Texas, and I went to all of them. I cut my comedy teeth in Texas, man, and they didn't give a fuck. They didn't move me. They didn't throw shit at me. You know, it's, I don't know if it's back pain, it's been stress, or you know, something that's been on my mind, that's been bothering me the last couple of weeks, which I've had a couple of things that have been eating away at me lately, but nothing serious, just, you know, different situations I have to get into. If the situation goes down, I really want it, that type of shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm really happy one way just sitting there doing a podcast. But nowadays, all for you this, do I really want to fucking drive to Gower Studios and fucking spoil them? And I don't think I can be told what to do anymore. I really can't. I did it for a long time, guys. I did those movies and those TV shows. And I gotta tell you something, I was never one to kiss ass and take pictures or whatever. I talked because you have to be sociable, so I talked to different people, and there's people I really like. And there's people I saw right through, but you're listening to me going, Joey, you fucking retarded.
Exactly. Well, here's the thing.
Guys, it's a complete different thing than selling the show and owning your own show and having your own show. Doing somebody else's show or somebody else's fucking movie. And, you know, man, when you have the freedom of being a stand-up, you know, like I have the freedom of, I love to shoot a movie or a TV show for 3 weeks, you know, just to get me to love stand-up that much more. And I do stand-up for 6 months, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta write my material. Hey, you wanna do a movie for 6 weeks? Fuck me, it gives me a chance to write the fucking material. And not really give a fuck. That's the system I wanted. But with all the fucking union angles and the insurance
Some rabbits and be like, do it, do it, do it. Be like, what is that from? Do it, do it. It's from fucking Cosby Show. Fuck Sharpie. I can't believe Action Gantry just. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so what are we doing?
It was so nice, they giggled about it. They thought I was just playing like a goof. I wasn't playing a goof. I really didn't know what the fuck was going on. And once I got nailed there, I went back to acting class, and I kind of fucking picked it up a little bit. Then you go along the way, and all those experiences were good along the way. I had some shit I wanted to polish you, but it didn't matter. It was something I wanted to do. It was something I thought would take me to the next level. The longest shot, I was happy as shit.
What is it?
But the longest shot, I pissed off a lot of people because I took matters into my own hands. I just went straight to Adam.
Tell the story.
I didn't fuck around with the rest of the mafia. I just went straight to the fucking Godfather.
There was this fucking.
Why we ever fuck with all these messages?
Rabbi, tell us story. Alright, there was this fucking episode of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where they were singing this slave song. Can we say slave? I think you could still say slave. Anyway. And this is a really like powerful episode. Let me see if I can find it. Even. It's really powerful.
But I wasn't that good at that time. My mind didn't think that way. I thought about it while I was there. I saw the locker room.
Yeah, here it is.
I didn't see it.
So the mom on the show, who is the superior mom of the show, no offense to the other lady, she's like teaching class, and she teaches.
Listen, as a stand-up, I can't go up there and fuck around.
What do they call these things?
When I got serious about this, it was because I became dangerous.
They were called back in my day Negro spirituals, but I guess like African American spirituals. And she talks about like well, one of them was Wade in the Water, and I'd never heard the song. But and the show wasn't like a show about it, it was kind of topic. But anyway, she teaches them this song, and apparently the song, like basically the dogs that would try to find them would not be able to find them as well. When they were hiding in the water. So there you go. What is this bullshit? It's got a good leg. In water, children, in water, God don't trouble around. Yo, dog. Okay, so I was doing this. I fucking was an only child, and I'd play with my little toys, that which I had, and I was playing on the kitchen floor, and I had like in my mind that I created this whole world, and I made this. Is anyone watching this? Anyway, there's like this. So we had like it wasn't a tile floor, but it like. It's the most impossible floor to ever keep clean. I don't know why my mother chose this floor. It was so difficult to keep clean. It was just the most difficult fucking kitchen floor to keep clean. No doubt. It was pure white. Oh, fuck. And it had like these little indentations in it that were. It was just the hardest floor to keep clean. But there were like these lines in the tile. It wasn't even like a tile. It was like, I don't know, some kind of like thing that you put down. But it was the hardest floor in the world to keep. Really small white grout. It was like, wasn't even grout. It was just like a vinyl. Worst floor ever. You're gonna get it in the future, black and white tile. That's the way to go for your kitchen. But this one was the most difficult fucking tile in the world. I don't know why I'm anyway. So a white fucking floor is so hard to keep clean. Anyway. So my thing was I was sitting on the floor. Fucking gosh, cool. And I remember, fuck, they like went out at the same time. I was, when I hear about fucking NFL, it sucks. They're like these tiles. They weren't even tiles, but like, I guess they were like laminate tiles or something anyway. Most difficult fucking floor to ever keep clean. So I was pretending that my guys were like on a boat on a river. And and they were just like, I don't know. I was thinking they were like on like the Mississippi River, and they were just like very much like Huck Finn in it. I don't know, just like living their lives. And I would like have them like get off on the side and then jump back on the boat. Like I remember like I was pretending like two of these tiles were the river, and then there was the riverbank. And I'm doing my thing. I don't know how old I am, but I'm just playing with my little army men and like wrestling guys and everything. And my mom is watching, not even watching, she's watching television. And uh, I say, what? How did it? It's like the phrasing, because I took a little bit of a lie, but maybe not because I'm perfect. But it was like I don't know, maybe it came on TV, but I think it was Creedence Clearwater Revival, CCR's Rolling Down the River was playing on the TV or something. Something like that happened. And well, maybe I was singing it. And sometimes I would just make shit up, like just as a little kid because it was boring. And I say to my mother, "Did you know that that's a Negro spiritual?" My mother's, what? And I said, "That's a Negro spiritual." And she's like, "No, it's not." It's clear on the revival. Sang that song in the 60s. And I was like, "Wade in the water?" And she's like, "Wait, what?" And I was like, "Wade in the water. It's a Negro spiritual." And she's like, "Oh, I thought you were saying rolling down the river." And I remember being like, "No, Wade in the Water. I saw it on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It was a Negro spiritual." My mom's like, "Oh, okay, maybe that is, but rolling down the river is from a band, Creedence Clearwater Revival." So I don't know, it had to do with water or rivers or something. And I just kind of was like, well, Tina Turner, when she sang it, she kind of sounded like she's just belting it. Anyway, I'm so pissed about this fucking fantasy football team. I like fell asleep on like even in bed. I'm like, fuck. Ashton Gentry had 33 fucking points. Are you fucking serious? Do you regret it? Fuck yeah, I regret it. What the fuck was I thinking? But then again, I'm like, well, I probably would have done it again. That motherfucker had 3 touchdowns and they still lost. Anyway, so then earlier on this stream, the back pages or whatever you want to call them, I did this thing. It was very funny. I remember being so tired. I would fucking drive all over LA, and I like fell asleep at the wheel one time. And fortunately, because of Honda's like auto driving system, though it wasn't a self driving car or anything like that, it did not kill me. But I fell asleep on camera, and while driving 60 miles an hour, 4 or 5 at least, and I could not keep my eyes open. I was so tired. Anyway, it was like around that time, way early. This is like more than 4 years ago. I can't believe I've been doing this stream that long. Anyway, I go. I would always try to start the song. I would be like, Israel, the Rebetzion, listen to me. If anybody asks you what it was like watching Rabbi's live streams, first you have to know it's a worse stream. But then you have to ask them, have you ever heard Tina Turner sing Proud Mary? Have you ever heard the beginning of that song? Because it's just like that. And if you don't understand that, there's the fucking door. Get out of here. Are you fucking serious? This is the worst shit ever. What is this bullshit? You know, every now and then, people never hear something but nice. Easy. No, this isn't it. This isn't it. There's like a certain version that they would play on the radio that would be like, oh yeah, that's it. But that ain't it, baby. No. No, it's not this. That's not it. I can tell, like in her voice. What? No, no. That's not it either. That's not it. Dog, there is one fucking version of this song. No, that's the one that I fucking would say. You know, every now and then, you might like to hear something from us. Nice and easy. But there's nothing. No after. Do nothing. Nice. Please do it nice and rough. So we're gonna take the beginning of the song and do it easy. But then we're gonna finish rough. This is what we do the ordinary. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. Never lost 1 minute of sleep. And I was worrying about the way things might have been. The big wheels will keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on burning. And we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river. We cleaned a lot of plates in Memphis. And I pumped a lot of pain down in New Orleans. But I never saw the good side of the city until I reached the ride off the riverboat queen. We will keep on turning. Proud Mary keeps on burning. And we're rolling, 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 rolling on the river. We're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. But I never lost 1 minute of sleep, never worried about the way the things might have been. Big wheel keep on turning, keep on burning, and we're rolling, 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 rolling on the river. We're rolling, 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 rolling on the river. Do 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 a lot of place in a mecca. Pumped a lot of tame down in New Orleans. But never when I thought it was this side of the city till I hit the ride on the riverboat queen. Big wheel keep on turning, 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 baby keep on burning, burning and rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Do 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 da 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 ba 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 ba. Need to come down to the river. I bet you're gonna find some people who live. You don't have to worry if you have no money. People on the river are happy to give. Big wheel keep on turning, turning. Proud never keep on burning. We're rolling, rolling, we're rolling on the river. Yeah, rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Yeah, na, 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 na. That was live in Europe in 1988. Is that the version? I really think it's a little different. I mean, maybe. Hey now, man. You want to do something come up? Nice. Easy. And so again, sit in, let it have it, do nothing. Nice. Easy. Very good. Nice. Yeah. And you can do it from this song and do it easy. And then you're going to finish it. And then you do Caribbean. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Okay. Left up the job and built the city, working for the man every night and day. Never lost a minute of sleep, and I was worrying about the way I think might have been. No, I think we'll keep on turning. Proud Mary, keep on burning. And we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Seen a lot of places in Memphis, and I pumped a lot of tang down in New Orleans. No, I never saw the good side of the city until I hitched a ride on the riverboat queen. Oh, it will keep on turning. Primary keep on burning, and we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the river, rolling, 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 yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Anyway. How do you say you're spiritual now? That's what it was known as when I was a kid. And not a bad way. It was just like spirituals, also known as Negro spirituals, African American spirituals, Black spirituals, or spiritual music. Okay, so it's known about as that. It's still known as that. It's not seen pejoratively. Anyway, in our house, Roland Proud Mary is a spiritual. Is it not traditional? Raining water is. So the waiting. Welcome. How are you, Mark? Mark, can you hear me? Mark, do you know English? Can you hear me, big dog? Mark, do you remember that time I asked you how you were doing? Mark, 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 do you know Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch? Well, you should. Fuck you. No one gives a shit about you. You're the worst. No one likes your shit. Market. Oh, it's Market. What about Merkin? What is a Merkin? Oh, it's like a fucking toupee for your pubes. Anyways. We're in water children. We in water. In water. Wade in water. Hey, wade in water, children. Wade in water. Constant trouble, water. Constant trouble, water. Hey, wade in water. Wade in water, children. Wade in water. Constant trouble, water. No, it's water. Wade in water. Wade in water, children. Wade in water. God's gonna trouble the water. It's water. Wade in water. Wade in water, children. Wade in water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, it's water. Wade in water. Wade in water, children. Wade in water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, it's water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in water. Wade in water, children. Wade in water. God's gonna trouble the water. It's water. Wade in water. Wade in water, children. Wade in water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, why do you end it so awkward? Wade in water. Wade in water, children. Wade in water. God's gonna trouble the water. In water. Wade in water. Wade in water. God's gonna trouble the water. Anyway, that's just, it was very much like the, what is that Disney cartoon, The Adventures or some shit? That lady with the pink hat with the mouse. And if Bible goes west, that's the thing. Mouse goes. God's gonna trouble water. Alright, how many fucking impressions do you think this bitch got? 120. If I have more than 120, that'd be great. 148. Shit. According to the account. Alright. Worst stream ever. Waiting for. Waiting for. God's got trouble. Water. Waiting for. Waiting water. Children. Waiting water. God's got trouble. Water. Anyway. Do you know that that's a Negro spiritual? That's a song by Creedence Clearwater Revival from the 1960s. No, I mean, Wade in the Water. Oh, well, that might be. Proud Mary. 1960s. You know that big wheel keep on turning, round and keep on rolling, and we're rolling, rolling, yeah, rolling down the river, rolling down, and we're rolling, rolling, yeah, rolling down the river, rolling down. Not a good job of saying, working hard every night and then sleep like worrying on the way things might have been a little bit as you call it. My baby's a bummer. And we're rolling, 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 What's that? What would be the theme? Back? Is it called back porch music? What's that one song? See if we can get ChatGPT to find this out. Um, if I find, yo, what's that song? It's from like the 1970s. About there's a lyric in it where it's like a father telling the boyfriend of his daughter, like, don't catch me finding you around my back porch. It was very popular. Sundown, like Gordon Lightfoot. That's it. Sundown, you better take me. It's my mind, you better take my back. If they show me a fucking advertisement, I'm gonna be pissed. Back porch music. Let me see you lying back in her satin dress in a room where you do what you don't confess. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping around my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping around my back stairs. She's been looking like a queen in a sailor's dream. and she don't always say what she really means. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. They should never move that a man can make. Getting lost in her loving is your first mistake. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning when I'm losing again. I can see her looking fast in her faded jeans. She's a hard-loving woman, got me feeling mean. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes I think it's a sin. And I feel like I'm getting back, losing my pain. Nice, except for lyrics and correct at the end. Yeah, that's right, guys. Get that shit right. Fix it. Yeah. Look at this athleticism. Mr. Crypto Whale followed you. That's a mistake. Look at that athleticism. Did you see anybody? Have you ever seen anybody sneeze like that? It's really unprecedented. I am so pissed at this fucking fantasy football team. I'm so pissed. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. It's terrible. It's a real fucking shame. We got Bridget Wilson. Ponytail. Why? Because she had shorter hair, not like real short, but like all her friends had long ponytails. This girl had short ponytail. It was always like, she's really good at soccer though. Remember that? All right, so what do we do? You can get your lazy ass up and press those fucking buttons. I'm so pissed with this fantasy football team. They can't even get 100 fucking points. How did Michael Pittman do? Sucks. Pittman did well. David Montgomery sucks. Debo. Dude, if I would have made two moves, kept Ashton Gantry and played David Montgomery last week, I'd be undefeated. Sucks. Dude. What if he gets injured? You would have won in fucking. Oh, look at this move. Hey, why can't they just build shit that doesn't crash? I like my fetish is thimble milks and software that doesn't crash. Those are my fetishes. Anybody wants to know how to get to me, maybe through my stomach, but also that. And chachanis, that's my line.
So brought to you by MeUndies. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey to check out all their men's and women's underwear and all their
So pissed.
sweatpants, shirts, t-shirts, socks, all their amazing products. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey to get 20% off of your first order or save $8 a pair with your MeUndies subscription. And shipping is always free in the US and Canada. MeUndies.com/Joey. I'm slipping.
Definitely. I'm taking this thing for commercial once. Of three fucking black gay guys that send us phones. I love that. Here we go, cocksuckers. If you ever saw the movie Effect, this is the closing fucking jam. Who gives a fuck about movies? Not that you're
W-U-N-C, W-UNC.
Oh shit. We haven't heard this in years, have you? I've never heard it.
God. Look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork. Look at this move. Look at this move. Sundown, we're gonna take care. Sometimes I think everything, and I guess
What's happening? You're back on the phone. There's no joking here. I got a long week in New York City, so this podcast, you keep me going for the second half of the motherfucking week. Last night, tonight just a mile like 1,300 miles. And then 25 pockets, you know. The other night I'm sitting there with the dogs on the couch. And at night,
Yo, dog, you know you've been doing this for 4 fucking years, and you have 0 motherfuckers who watch you? Sometimes. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. It's really impressive, man. It's got to take a whiz. The whiz kid. Look at this foot.
shit.
What's that one song? J. Cole.
Where they were living. And that's as far as they were straight. Not super bad. You go on the fucking roof. You get on the roof of the building. You get on the roof of the building. And there's always like way down the other three fucking kids. And there was a boy. And he was crazy. But not as crazy as fucking super bad. So it got to the point where I would go upstairs and worry about the three kids. And I go, super bad ain't gonna be here no more. Because he's so fucking crazy. He's gonna fight with a possum.
No role
He's gonna
models.
fight with a raccoon. Or a skunk. That was raccoon back then.
I love this fucking. I love this song. It's like, sorry. Yo, what's up, baby? How you living? What up, Think? Think, can you hear me? Think you can go fuck yourself and nobody gives a shit about you. Worst person ever. First things first. Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. You're the only one who ever knew. Look at this move. Bitcoin cold. How many people followed? Let's see. 175,000. Oh, no. 175. Account suspended. 179. First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. That's 4 followers. Cheesehead Club. Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. Yeah. Shout out. Damn girl.
And my wife was telling me that the cats were sick outside. That they weren't the same as they were in June, especially that fucking super bad. I know for a fact something's wrong with them. Because that motherfucker hasn't moved in 2 days. So she hunted those cats down and tried to save their lives and give them vitamins and stuff. You know, it was surreal. The cat she had saved back there was her and a Japanese lady. They were back there every day feeding them. The cats were building for a while. It was just surreal. It was like it died down. And we had those last 4. And then we brought up the 2 boys and the 1 boy died. And that kept super bad. And then we gave the sisters away. Sisters were gone for 3 weeks. Even more were gone. The girl called. She goes, I can't take them. They're going to kill my cat. They were kids, but they were, that blood was in them. The cat was giving them shit. And one day I'm sitting in my fucking house, and the door knocks at the church circle, killing Rabbi. And we had all lived together for a while. He had this dog, Sarge. He was an Austrian Shepherd. Sarge was fucking the goods. Sarge was the goods. He was just one of those dogs that you lived in Colorado. So George said, "Would you take this job? Take Sarge. Can you take the phone?" I said, "Absolutely." So from maybe October of '85 to maybe January. No, it was a little longer. I had about a year and a half. So it was a long time. I'm off all the time. So what he gave to me when I came back from San Francisco. So it was October of '96, and I took him to Aspen with me. So the whole time I stayed in Aspen, I had him. And one day there was a knock on my door at the joint room. Never called because I needed to go back. And I didn't know what to do. I really didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I had to argue with him, or I was going to keep the dog. My girlfriend at the time was heartbroken. And I was kind of heartbroken because I had this nice apartment. With her. We had a backyard. I enjoyed my time with fucking Sarge. So I gave Jordan back Sarge within a week. This guy George Gonzalez, he's a Greek, gave me this dog. Hercules. He was a German Shepherd. He was probably 8 weeks old, 9 weeks old, just a little ball of fat. So when he gave it to me, it was the off season. I went back to the girlfriend I was dating at the time. Went back to be with her family for like 3 or 4 weeks. So I had that dog for 4 weeks with no work. There's no work. No one is not knowing. Yeah, this was the end of the season. Everybody goes back to when they're from. They go back home and see their family now. The stores are all very limited. Very limited. You didn't want to go back to Jersey? No, I had no life in Jersey at that time. The last place I wanted to go was Jersey. I had nothing in Jersey. My state was fucking puppy I used to make vanilla milkshakes. I used to play Pink Floyd with him all day, and then when it was snow, he would shovel snow with me. I mean, it was just like this 4 or 5 week puppy. Then my girlfriend came back, and we took the dog. We had the dog. The dog was ours in like fucking, whatever, 87. I lost him in a divorce like the night before. Paula really likes dogs. She really likes them. I love dogs, but that's one thing I'm worried about is I take it really seriously. We talked about it before, but the pee pens here, people who sleep their dogs in crazy all day. I don't think we do that. At this age that you have right now, you're a couple years away from getting a bigger place. And at that place, you attack your career, your life will be a lot clearer. The podcast market is growing. Companies are popping up. Well, companies are approaching us. You see how many approaches we're getting now. Finally, people are taking podcasts seriously. Right? So you never know where you might end up. Once you end up somewhere, you got a crib, you got a yard, a fucking tent. But you know what? What's your future? You're not like living where you live with a dog.
What the fuck? Here's that song again.
Go to mandy's.com/Joey and check out all their men's and women's underwear.
It's gonna get stuck in your head.
This was the elevator company. And he goes, "What's up?" I go, "I'm having a hard time with Carmine's that you come over and we're do breakfast." And for some reason I broke down right there. I didn't complain to him, I just cried on my own. I held up and I cried all and turned up all that. They came up with that. We all move on. That's no matter how horrific it is. For some people it takes longer than others. But listen, my wife and I had a conversation again, and now fucking Howie really misses Fidel. She goes, my wife is like, I know for a fact. She changed as soon as Fidel got she got really sad because we brought Allie in and she was a fucking kid. And she took to the tail. Like, sometimes a big cat takes to a little cat down. She followed and tell everyone. In fact, we took to the vet one time. And the vet was like, what's going on, Allie? Like, he was looking for her and trying to make it. My wife was, she's gonna cry something. No, it's too big for you. That was a fucking animal at the time. It was 20 fucking pounds. She's like, 9-1 kid. But she would follow Fidel everywhere. So she, when Fidel died, she's, you know, that is weird. That was weird. And some people, my friend Paul, he got me, what, maybe 4 weeks ago. He told me how my cat died. I haven't been the same for 2 months. She was too much for me for the last fucking 15 years, you know. It's like a kid, but I'd rather have loved than not loved at all. The thing, I love my animals. I fucking love them. I love my cats. I love coming home at night, the feeling of coming home and momming. Or some fucking asshole says something at the store. You just get in your car, you drive a Polo King and pissed off, and you fucking
204 already? This shit's blowing up, baby.
there's only one of those motherfuckers waiting for me. He is me. Park in the car. Anyway, you slow down, couple minutes, I come out here, man, wait 5 minutes, that's what I do. I go in, I check it off, I make some notes, whatever. I smoke a little bit, I go right back in the living room video, and I put the TV on, I hug him, I kiss him, and they disappear. Sometimes they hang all night, sometimes they hang for fucking 10 minutes. But it's fucking something, and then you cannot describe it, whether it's a cat, a parrot, a snake, how you look at your pet. You know, I make fun of it, because sometimes I don't understand it, but I do understand the service pet industry. I just don't understand bringing a motherfucker away and fucking up my world. But I do understand the comfort that an animal gives a human being, and vice versa. I really understand it. I've seen it. I believe in it. I know there's times with me when I'm having a rough day, and without even knowing, they jump on me, and I'm on the phone, and somebody wants me to email them. Because I go to get up, I'm about to push the cow, and I go, whoa, look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker knows what I'm going through today.
Haven't they like stopped you from passing out before?
They stop me from passing out. They stop me from cursing out a motherfucker. You know, they really do. They're calming it. There's tests. There's some research. And I don't want people to think there's research that states if you own a pet, you live a couple of years longer.
I can see it.
I don't know what the 3 years for dogs or 7 years for dogs or 3 years longer for cats. People who have pets throughout their lives. And I get it. I get that little connection. I get that the feeling of buying your cat a $200 fucking hanging post. And going, you deserve this. When I come in, whatever. Sometimes you cook and they come home and fuck with your world. And you're like, you're not getting none of this, but they're like, you know what, we're not leaving until we get a piece. So you better fucking get your head together. And once you know that, you're like, okay, let me just get a fucking piece of cheese, don't disappear. And that's a lot. Whatever the fuck I'm making, with cream, ice cream, whatever the fuck deal, there's always one of those motherfuckers that wants a fucking action of what I got.
I was going through the old man Liverpool videos, and we had some where you were giving Vinny ham, and I even forgot what the first one, the first like man Liverpool we did. You had Vinny, and he was just give me hell, like you would talk to him, and you make a meal, like, Vinny, what are you doing? Bam, and he run away. Oh my gosh,
You're pissed. You fucking run out of that room, and they come back and it's like, wow.
It's yeah, I had my dog, and that was the only time I've ever cried in front of her, to be honest. We were in the car, so I don't even know if she saw it.
You know how many times people on Saturdays go somewhere and just ride a horse? They own a horse. You like a fucking horse that don't run races. Why would I want a fucking horse? When I was 30, I figured out that people like me smoke a fucking dope, put that fucking hard hat on, those little horsemen, and they go for a fucking, they know how to ride a horse professionally, not professionally, like doing shows or whatever, but they know exactly where to go, and they take a fucking 3 or 4 hour horse ride. Can you imagine what that you know, in the years growing up, I was a dog bro. I had dogs all along. All along. To the minute my mom fucking broke, I had a fucking dog. I started with Champion, and then I died with fucking Bristol. Oh, I would break into Nina's house from time to time into the yard, go in the doghouse with Bristol after my mother died. That was the saddest thing ever. I think about that fucking dog all the time and how bad I felt to the life that dog lived. That dog died like me, fucking living in the house with an air conditioner, people giving me a lift to live in the fucking yard with Nina. I couldn't take the dog, nothing I could do with the fucking dog. It's terrible. I was living in somebody's house. They can't walk up with the dog. So no, I've had quite horrible experiences with dogs and cat heartbreaks, and I've had to justify it. So this is why I have this, because it's a complete different universe. And sometimes you fuck up in that universe, you give the cat or a dog and make it right this time. And give that dog that. I always give my animals tons of love. I've never microwaved my dogs or cat names. I've always given them tons of fucking love. That's why those cats act the way they do. Always, always. You know, you feed them personally, you see them, they watch, they appreciate all those things also. It's really fucking interesting, you know.
Do you think you're misunderstood? No, because I was thinking like cats have a negative connotation, and sometimes when people are that's I'm like I'm thinking about you special a lot, just because I got to go to Oslo, it was great, and I was like, because you have this reputation, but then you go and you want to like you go on this the podcast with somebody that gay black group, and we're talking about like other cats, and I feel like sometimes some people's first impressions of you might not be that you love that stuff, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe you don't feel that, but
No, but that's the beauty of it. They gotta look a little deeper. You know, that's the beauty that we all have when we do that fuck up. That's why this is Red Flavors World. Listen, I can come on here and make a list of the things people want to talk about. I can come on here and I know the music that play for people that don't jump up and down to. Right, that's not what I want to do. That they hear all the time. That's cool. That's not what they want to do. I do it from time to time. In the mornings, play the type of music to get people riled up. I can be a fucking yes man. You know what I like about cats? The reason people hate cats, they don't come to you when you call them. They have their own world. They live the fucking life by their rules again.
What's this bullshit?
He jumps on your lap. You know the whole thing. He licks you in the face. The cat.
He's Professor follows me.
When I'm ready, some people can't deal with that disconnection. I can't because I'm
No,
the
they're
same
gonna fall
motherfucker.
back though.
Don't tell me to do something. Let me do it.
It's not my style.
That's my specialty. You don't have to tell me. I don't want you to fucking tell me. I'll do it on my own. I don't ever want you to say, hey, you gotta pay the rent on me. Don't tell me that. I'll do it on my own.
and that's what you love about cats.
That's what I love about cats. That mental freedom, that attitude. Which some people don't like or respect. They want to command their animal and tell them whatever. Cats are completely on their own fucking realm. You think I wasn't really, when I liked dogs, I wasn't really a fan of the cat. I didn't hate the cat. I wouldn't light the cat on fire or throw a rock at that motherfucker. Thank goodness. But I didn't own a cat. If I went into your house and you had a cat, I avoided that motherfucker. And I It's like the Chinese buffet. You want to go to Austin, Texas. You'll eat everything. You have fucking oyster balls, my thigh, but you can't walk in front of them like you're scared. I went right up to the owner and said, how you doing, man? The whole time walking over them shitting my pants. It's just a little area of my body. Not old school. When I was 8, I shit my pants when I saw a dog,
Yeah, those kind of dogs can get scary.
Yeah, so you have to control your fear around those motherfuckers. The same way I gotta control my fear before I go on stage. It's what you do, what kind of, you say to yourself, how the fuck do I do that? And then you go, okay, now I got trained when I was fucking like 18. My friend, Stinky, had that motherfucking Coco dog, the German Shepherd. And every time you walked in there, the guy was like fucking Liberace. He'd suck your dick, like your cigarettes. As soon as you told Coco you let me go, he'd take a chunk out of your ass.
Really? Didn't believe.
Oh my god.
I've never experienced
You
that.
gotta get the dog, put him in the bathroom, you gotta run out of the fucking house. Put him right in the man leg, or you take the bottle of your illegal gene.
Jesus
You gotta
Christ.
really beat your heart, it was just to scare you to not get up.
Did you ever have a dog when you were homeless? Did you have
No,
none of that?
I was not gonna be one of those guys that was gonna take a fucking dog down a bad street like that,
I didn't know Hercules.
No,
I've never seen the worst. Right.
Yeah, no, Hercules lived with me all the way till before I went to New York City. I left Hercules with Danny, and my ex-wife called Danny and said that Joey called you and said, you need to come home and pick up the dog. I never told my wife that. And she went over and picked up Hercules, and I never saw Hercules again. Didn't bother me. It was all rolled up in one fucking big ball of fuck you,
Right, yes. You can't dissect.
I really can't fucking dissect it. But no, I like my pets. And the next couple of days when I go home, I'll miss them. I'll miss them so much. Like, I swear I just saw them.
On the hotel room or
In the
something?
hotel room, late night, like 12, I'm watching TV, I'm relaxing, I'm writing, I got glasses on. I can feel one, I can see one when I walk by, like, what the fuck am I thinking of?
I know you never wanted this with your cat, but if you had a cat that wasn't like attached to the group, would you bring a cat on the road and be like,
Because I don't want them on the plane. I think that's cruelty to animals. If they come onto the fucking plane doing that, they don't recover from that fucking brain trauma.
oh yeah,
If I fly 2 hours with a cat, what I hear, what talking on the phone, jumping up and down, talking about the Yankees. I gotta have a fucking nervous breakdown. That's what pisses me off. You know, that really, you know, the fucking think about it. Like everybody else, I'll give you a star at that. You won't know nothing. You won't have any emotion. The only emotion you have out is how hard to breathe as you pass out. You're gonna wake up in Philadelphia, where the fuck you going? You go, Jesus Christ, you have emails all the time. All these guys that have that fear, they don't take Xanax. You know, they can pass out just go to sleep. I have the same fear, but I can't go to sleep until I fall asleep with a play for Boston the other day.
Really? Oh, yeah, you didn't sleep the
I'm
night
happy you went to Boston.
Oh, it's so much fun.
We got to see who you spoke to. You got to meet some people, some new fucking people. People knew who you were.
Oh, yeah, we spoke. You was like the most excited person I've ever seen. Her mom was there, her son was there. Her whole family was there.
Character of fucking love. We Texas. I've been thinking a lot about Texas since we came home. That's I need to start going to Texas more often. I think I'm definitely going to Houston. I'm from Dallas today. I'm going to go to fucking Dallas and go to Chuck and Jive. I need some fucking gumbo and some jambalaya and shit. Fuck yeah, there used to be a record store there too. And you go in there and any record you needed was right there, man. They also had a fucking ice cream place. They got a Japanese steakhouse. It's a fun fucking 3 days. Like,
In Dallas?
we back to take it to the Kennedy Suite. The suite where you slept the night before you got shot and shit.
My dad did radio in Dallas. I don't know. He was in his 20s, yeah.
Way before you.
Oh, yeah, way before me. He has tacos named after him at the place, and they had like monster balls. It was like a joke taco, but he was like on the radio, so they like named the taco.
Dallas is a good city also. Dallas is good. Like I said the other day, there's a lot of great fucking cities in Texas that I went to. I cut my time in deep in Texas, man. And they didn't give a fuck anymore. No shit. You know, it's, I don't know, it's back pain, it's been stress. You know, something on my mind that's been bothering me the last couple of weeks, which I've had a couple of things. The way of me, like, it's nothing serious, just, you know, different situations happening. And the situation goes down, I really want it, that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm really happy when we just sit there and do a podcast. But now, they all this, where they're gonna fucking drive me down, so, you know, it's all of them. I don't think I know what they're doing. I really can't. I did it almost good, guys. I did those movies and those TV shows. And I would say sometimes never want to get sad, you know, whatever. I talk because you have to be sociable, so I talk to different people, and there's people I really like, and there's people I saw right through me, and you listen to me, you enjoy it, you fucking retarded.
Exactly, but here's the thing.
Guys, it's a completely different thing than selling a show and owning your own show and having your own show than doing somebody else's show or somebody else's fucking movie. And, you know, man, when you have the freedom of being a stand-up, you know, like I have the freedom of, I love to shoot a movie or a TV show for 3 weeks, you know, just to get me to love stand-up that much more. And I like to stand up for 6 months and I'm like, fuck, I gotta write my material. Hey, you wanna do a movie for 6 weeks? Fuck yeah, give me a chance to write the fucking material. And not really give a fuck. That's the system I wanted. But with all the fucking union things and the insurance and all the differences, it's like, you know what, man? They're not paying me to be unhappy. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like a fucking whiny thing to say. But we've discussed this 1,000 times on this podcast of being happy. That's the most important fucking thing that I'm scared to sign on to something and after 4 days I want to shoot myself in the mouth.
Well, I think
That's what I'm fucking scared of leaving, to be honest with you.
doesn't that happen to everyone when they start a new job? I mean, I think that's, and I think what the difference is going to be is when you started 20 years ago.
If you call me tomorrow and go, Joey, I want you to work on something for 1 day, you're going to be rich with it. So it's just by the way, like, like down there, and I can have this time, this time, go down this way. Yeah, I'm listening to it, just like, man, it's reaching into the right, just don't say it all out, it's not like it's like, you gotta be, you know, I'm the boss, I can't read that no more, I can't read this fucking thing, it's all butchers, it is why I can't read something, oh, what I was gonna say, it's actually the last fucking know it, besides Baron, I had the really, it's humiliating, I can't hear it, and I shouldn't have to put it on, what's the difference between being a little fine, during when you're fine, I didn't know about Connie. I didn't know nothing. I went back to class and I got it. That show must be seen from some form of voice. And I got plenty justified. I was so big about it. I was telling me to get the black mark. I didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. That's the line where you stand for the camera. Like, I'm not a hero. I know what. I know nothing. And those people.
What the fuck? Folks, look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork. Look at this man. So, Cash Monday. It's always Cash Monday. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Well, dude. The dude. He's that guy. What's his name? Positive. Brody. Positive.
What's up, Lisa? I would fuck you, but what's the question? The gym, the little Mexican chick kidnapped you all. Something they're good, aren't they? Those chili cheese ones are delicious.
I didn't know what's a Christmas thing for my family. So I like our friend brought you some too.
So, wow.
Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna go brought you some too. And
They use them as presents. It's fucking delicious.
well, they make 80 of them for probably like 100.
What are you saying?
Yeah, oh yeah,
How many did you eat?
like 5. I think.
That's it.
I wonder. It was Christmas Eve. We had those for dinner, and I had like a couple, and that's it. And I have 4 in my house.
It's a nice time.
Yeah.
Different cultures. They fucking really work on
Have you ever seen End of Watch?
it.
The cop movie with Jake Gyllenhaal and they're talking about how it's just in like for Jewish people, family is important, but it's like the holidays. Not at least for my family, I wasn't with them at all times. There's always someone in the car. There's always a cousin or something, and it's if you like them, it's great. Like when I have some cousins who I'm not always fans of, but then it's not that fun. But when it's people who you like, and enjoy spending time with them.
Was it a traditional Jewish dinner every year for Hanukkah?
Yeah, brisket, latkes, and then Passover. It was great. I love my family.
Was it left the
Oh yeah, cookies. The freezer, mommy up a bunch.
I love latkes.
Yeah, we still got latkes in the freezer. Yeah, fuck yeah.
What's happening, Brody Stevens? Great to be. Stephen Brody Stevens. You got an 818 representative this month.
Till I die. Hey, Rabbi, have you ever had an 818 number? Fuck yeah, baby. Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented, folks.
Like, where'd you model in? Beirut. I've done some in Serbia. I had a photo shoot with ISIS on Friday. They're in town. Portfolios.
It's kind of funny. There's a lot of people going to ISIS like in 80s, British people.
I want to get that fucking headshot. They'll come crying to me. Oh, let me see a fucking pathetic marriage crying. We knew he was weird. He always liked hummus. Fuck you. That's what you get. I mean, why would you go over there? I mean, I understand that there's health workers and aid workers, but it's just always the guys are getting the head chopped off. They're very, open-minded, which is great, but it's kind of what maybe got Got that head shot off. Yeah. They've been stupid and mind their fucking business. They still would have had a head, Now they're walking around with no fucking head. The parents are crying because they gotta be fucking, They're not walking. Maybe they are. Maybe they're actually not walking. Like zombie stuff. Yeah, like zombie stuff. I mean, they're still living. People are desensitized. I hate to get. I saw Walking Dead, and it's over the top. I guess, right? Is that the fun about it? It's over the, or is it the story? I don't know. It's that shit. That shit scares the fuck out of me.
Yeah, but you
Oh, it's scary as the fuck. I don't want to see that craziness. When I was a kid, listen, first of all, when I was about 13, I think I hit a window pane acid. Not a window pane, like a lot of acid. What's the code word for gorilla? Something? It's not as, people. Oh, okay. I don't know what kind of podcast this is. My friend and I, the usual jet that I'm giving out samples, went to the Starbucks where we talked about, my doctor. The interview was such a great movie. Was it a good film? Did you hear?
it wasn't that bad.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Joe. So, we used to talk about it. My guy goes on the helicopter, chops his head off, and he's still alive. You can't go for an hour, that's it. Fight fast for a week. I've never seen, I forget the guy's name. The heads. When I was growing up. That was kind of weird. I liked it. But I don't know. TV show every fucking week. He's on boats walking around and people shooting and stuff. I don't. That stuff is it's just so much content on TV. You have to keep up. You have to binge watch. And you have to talk about it. But there's just so much content. I don't know how I started getting stressed 10 years ago when you would go to the video store and there's DVDs everywhere in your face. Now it's just, it's too much almost. And I'm away. I become a hermit. You have Netflix. Yeah, I'm Netflix. It's great. It is. Let's be honest. You can get locked in, but I've been bad recently not watching films, not reading books. I'm trying to actually appreciate things. It's like I go on the internet, but it's like Yahoo, Drudge, UK Mail, Yahoo, UK Mail, even barely I'm just like wasting time, and I feel like I need to take action more than a C movie. I saw Nightcrawler.
How was that?
Which is I loved it. Actually, it looks good. Oh yeah.
But the thing is, say what you want about the interview, it'll be interesting to see how much money it makes.
It made a ton of money already. They yanked Republican yanked it. They got Cosby together. That's what it's called, getting Cosby. You get lullaby. You get put in a sleeping pill. Whether it's the iPhone standing on line or whether it's something you get Swami. And now they're getting more obvious. I mean, we're talking to a nation that believed that some of the black musicians that they shot them all over shit. Didn't they? Listen, these are American people. We fucking show people our fish. We go fishing, we catch a fish. We show people our fish. We come from a society. And when we kill a fish, we take pictures of that fish. So they do. So you're not going to send a picture of an Arab that blew up the World Trade Center.
But yeah,
I don't know. I don't think they wanted to cause problems. No, let's just do it and get it over. Get the fuck out of here. I never saw that guy. I never saw that guy walking around. I never saw him in the state. Fidel, I saw in the documentary. This guy, I never saw this fucking guy. This guy could have been made up. As far as we know, this guy could have been made the fuck up. This could have been a whole made up fucking thing with some picture of some little Arab guy walking around. He's still alive. And now people come up to him, you look like Osama bin Laden. He's like, no, that wasn't Osama bin Laden with his eyeball falling out. The man accused of Mexican killing fucking people like they fucking cut their heads off on YouTube.
Yeah.
Listen, we should have seen.
I don't think they did because they didn't want to inflame any, they didn't want to inflame the Muslim community or the terrorists.
So let's inflame Americans and show these fucking, let me slip my word, motherfuckers. I don't think pulling our heads back and slicing our heads back. What hurts an American more? Seeing these guys in orange suits on television get humiliated with their parents begging for their lives, or miss Americans awful. Showing American getting this showing a picture of Osama bin Laden fucking dying.
Well, that would fire people up. They would get excited.
Sure. You know what? When you think about it, they saw a video. What's it? Remember his name? With the old guy in Iraq.
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, they showed Hussein. And then they showed that Gaddafi guy getting stabbed in the asshole.
But that was viral on YouTube.
Yeah.
Still went viral. No, it's not the one. My point.
All right. So he could be around.
Cosby. We're getting Cosby by everything. We're getting Cosby by.
What does that mean exactly?
Getting put to sleep and fucked in the ass.
Whoa!
We're getting lullabied and put to sleep and fucked in the ass
By
society.
I agree.
No, okay. So now you're putting body armor on the cops. You're putting cameras on the cops. You're putting cameras on the cops. Didn't we see the film of the black guy putting his hands up saying, I can't breathe? Yeah, I mean, the camera before. We already got the proof that they choked him and they killed him.
Right.
And he still got let loose.
Yeah, what do you mean he got let loose?
They got innocent. They were innocent. They were put out.
They didn't even get to that part. They weren't charged.
They weren't charged.
The cops are just turning their back on the man.
I don't know what the prosecutor did. I don't get it.
I do. All I do is read the news. So why I'm talking about like how I'm not going to movies or reading books. I'm addicted to the news.
I mean, you pay attention to most important thing you should be paying attention to.
News and comedy.
Because I'm going to be you pay attention to comedy. You know what's important to you. When I wake up in the morning at 6 and I go on the news, they're talking about a family got shot to death in Glendale. That's because of I feel bad for the families. That's not what I want to wake up to at 6 o'clock. I want to wake up to the first page stories. A car accident with 6 kids in the car. 3 kids got drunk and a mom and grandfather got shot. 2 Mexicans got shot in the building. Somewhere could be black people. I don't want to hear about it.
You sent me the link.
So
All those great stories.
So what we're trying to do is you want to get news that works for you. I want to hear so I put CNN and they tell me all this shit again, but I don't want to hear. So all the news outlets are telling me I want to hear 10% of the 100% bullshit.
Well, you're gonna go on the internet for that. You're gonna get the real deal. I mean, unless it's uncensored, but you know what I'm saying? Like the regular news, it's kind of, I'm not saying it's down the middle. It's not down the middle. No, you have Fox, and then I guess you have everybody else. You go on the internet and you get to read the comments.
So the beautiful thing about the internet is, here's how it's going to be in control of now it controls everything. It controls everything. It's not a slide away. When they tell you the news, you need to know what that black man that got shot right away.
Right, there's a lot of that.
That's the first one.
Yeah, it pulls me in. I'm there.
I'm a white guy who got shot by a black suspect in Arizona. I'm clicking. So it's like now you don't hear about school shootings. No more school shootings. This time last year, 2 years ago, school shootings were huge. The Batman, the fucking idiot got shot in Batman. Yeah. It's so weird when they want you to hear what they don't find.
So you're saying that kind of stuff is still going on? Those kind of shootings? Like a mass shooting?
I don't know. We don't hear about it. I don't think they say we don't hear about it fast enough. It's like some news is 1960, some news is 2015. They determine what comes up to the top first.
You go ahead.
Oh, no, it's good because you have that at your fingertips, but the issue is you don't really know what to believe a lot of times. There are right-leaning, there's left-leaning, and then a lot of websites have these fake news stories.
Are you serious?
Like, not even just
it's called The Onion. No.
They have The Onion, which is hysterical. They said they were going to patch for all Pittsburgh quarterbacks, like, to know what's real and stuff.
I don't look at all that shit. Those things that come on Facebook.
Right.
It's all those things.
I go to, honestly, I go to Drudge, ESPN, UK Mail, Yahoo is like cheese balling. Some of their stories aren't very good. And I do look at comments. You go straight to comments and you see it. I'm not going to say it's a racist country. I guess it is, but it's like every comment is kind of conservative. On most news stories that are involving, like culture stuff. It's always blame Obama, always blame Obama. It's just a bunch of that. And I love reading it. You got it, thumbs up. Yes, anonymous. Kidding. Yeah, I'm good. It's like, I think working's important for me. And you would say that even actors, they go up and down, they always talk about that. I also think being a comedian, you kind of wake up for those down times, and also podcasting. Things happen. I could do this in 24 hours. Like just writing. Some days you get something, some days you write all day.
Shema
It's such a process. It's just not. Yeah, but I will say the remote.
Well, like Troy Carr.
Yeah, shit like that.
When was the last time you called that one of Troy Carr? When was the last time you saw Troy Carr? You had it. That's what I'm looking for, okay? So all these people that give you books are written by people that you don't even see do fucking comedy.
Well, Judy is very busy right now.
Doing what? Show. Open up. Now leave her alone. What fucking club Judy's at this fucking weekend?
Leave Judy alone. She doesn't deserve this.
Judy hasn't worked in 90 fucking years, so things change. Every year in a comic, things change.
Yes, I agree.
When I got here as a comic, you did a co-star on a TV show. Recurring. People went to see you on the weekend. That's it. Okay. People signed you. The agent signed you. Manager signed you. They went to the comic strip and tell them now people on the subject thing. Boy, is it not like that.
It's the internet now.
And it changes every year. When we got
That was a big thing.
when we got it, it
became cable, and then it became.
you and I got it in 98. A lot of it I understand.
Yeah. 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 1,000 shows you were on there.
You know all these things. That's how serious.
Yeah, I mean, like Kobe Bryant, I called him.
There's so many different aspects that go into it. A good time or a great time, a mediocre. I knew when I was a mediocre. Now I'm a little better. I know the follow so much. It's like MMA training. You just don't box. You got to do jiu-jitsu 2 days a week and conditioning.
So that's a place.
Karate 2 days a week. You got to fucking box 2 days. You got to put it all together. Get wrestling and get your dicks up. Radio, do promo.
What happened to JoJo Siwa?
It's just not getting laundry. It's just not getting.
I hate that. I know who that person is. It's fuck. Hate it.
When I first started, I was still not good at it, and I've gotten better. But now that I work a full-time job from the time I was 16 now, and I went to school, so I always had something to do during the day. And when I first started doing this full-time, part of it was I was being kind of lazy. I was just watching TV. But now, even when I'm working a lot, I'll feel like I'm
because I just wrote Joe. It's funny how we have a right next to where it was. Jersey, have a conversation, you know, burglarized houses. I'm working hard now, no burglarized houses, whatever. You want to get shocking development. But it's so weird how I work. You know, I get up at 5, I quit Facebook for an hour, and I go right for an hour in the morning. Day I'm going to have a baby, and my wife takes a shower, she comes out and I do something with the baby. I do something for an hour, and she comes back and I have the baby, you know. There's writing involved, there's email involved, there's phone pages involved. There's just so much in a day. And I don't know, it's just very simple. It's just crazy in terms of, you know, the internet was a game. For me, it was like cable was a game changer, and then like internet satellite TV just it turned into TV. It was like turned into 60 channels to 200 channels. And then the internet came on, that blew everything out of the box. So you have that, and then you know, but I also think that we only still have 24 hours in the day, and now you get that 2 hours. That was when we were in Seattle. That 2 hours of social media wasn't there. It wasn't there.
When a lot of people listen to that, like, social media doesn't work. It's fun. It's Twitter, it's Facebook. Both of you guys are amazing at social media, and I say that from seeing comments because now comments are hard. Comments are Twitter. But in reality, Twitter shouldn't be that hard to do. But to stick to it and be good at it, with both of you, I think are amazing. And it's a skill at this point. You guys can be social media. Think about it.
You got to be in the game for the most part. I mean, it's fun to do. I like doing it. I just sometimes don't like to hate tweets. I think Twitter's great because in podcasting, that was another game changer. It was like, which is, I don't think there's any negative in podcasting. It's probably better for a comedian. I mean, what comedian doesn't like talking shit, right? I work in this every week. I sit down, I go to this people and get really out. When else comes up, you know, I never learned some of these issues. It's just fun. They're talking about that, they're talking about their lives, and how this affects them. That's why they want to be topic of comedy. So you make fun of somebody. I like coming on here and talking about shortcomings. Better, you know, better to me. You know, I fear for my life.
My day is my day. I live my fucking life. I can't be on there all day doing cheeseburgers and fucking grilled cheese sandwiches. Pictures of white people with handcuffs on. I can't do that. Whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not making fun of nobody staying in. I don't have time for that. You know what's on my mind in the morning? What eliminates my fear in the morning? What I'm thinking for waking up in the morning, you know? I think social media is very important. I know I always ask myself. Richard Pryor going home from the store and doing what are you doing?
Probably not.
It's 2000. Probably not. You understand? You have to.
You think so?
You have to. We have guests on the show. A friend of mine. He used to come right now. Big fan. He's a big fan. He's great guy. Inside my family. I just can't. Inside my saying, guys, TV is changing. I'm watching my kids. They watch shit on demand when they watch on Netflix and all this shit. You people are missing the boat. They kept saying, no, you need to do all. Let's face it. 5 years ago, the same boat didn't have much going on. Well, they would all wait for the next movie. You had all the successes. I want to ask you something. I'm ready to ask you something. Nobody really knew the next movie. These things. Podcast. You leave here, you go south, 3 blocks, 40 meters. I had to find it that was so good. Maybe 6 months after I had a decision. The decision was going to down the road. And I ran down all my friends. We rolled. I'll be done with that. If I stayed that old man, I would have been self-caused. If I didn't take his advice, when he kept bugging me, I'd write the police podcast. Do the police podcast. But you gotta do something in the morning. You do it, then you got these fucking people on there listening to music and saying to suck my dick. God's gonna help me tell you whatever the fuck. So we did the podcast. You know, so I started thinking like a young man. I had to. That's the only way you can stay in this game. When you got to the school, you lose a bunch of working friends. So, what? Because they didn't grow. They didn't. They followed through. Comedy's involved in it. I wasn't making fun of Judy Garland. I love Judy Garland. He goes to my fucking house. Judy Garland's comedy book. And I'm like, Judy Garland. With the fucking cat ripped off. That's how long I have. How many times I've watched the Judy Garland book? 5 or 6 times. I've got that book. Gene Perot. Yeah, on writing. That's what I got him. Gene Perot must have had 16 fucking workbooks. He could do 3 of them. I would get this book at Gene Perot. If I was doing those workbooks, that was at Gene Perot on Facebook. Going over his book against the first 3 cocksuckers. I could do those exercises. I couldn't figure out. He used to write the phone books. Oh, yeah. I'm coming to Gene Perot workshop. Well, it's back then. It's what like people found out. So you follow us. Now, there's probably, I don't know, comedy podcasts. How to do comedy podcasts. Or how to do comedy. It's just the way it is. It is that way. But you get these guys, you know, stand-up is about doing it. You know, I don't want to compete against these YouTubers. But I feel like comedy is the real deal. YouTubers say Comedy Central's never going to give me a 1 hour. HBO is never going to give me a 1 hour. Right. So I got no options now. No. Even Netflix gives me a 1 hour. Why not shoot my 1 hour? Apple, Amazon, or mainly shoot 10 minutes a month. Post every 2 months. And I got my own special on YouTube, which will give me more hits than you'll get on Comedy Central because Comedy Central going to play your special on Friday nights and I'd say Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights, and then they go on for DVDs and sales. So if I don't DVR it or whatever, your thing is fucking gone forever. On YouTube, I can publicize it. 10 minutes every and it's your Brody Stevens YouTube page. You edit Brody Stevens YouTube page. And every 60 days, there's a new 10 minutes by Brody Stevens premiere. Look, I don't have any problem disagreeing with that. But also the other problem
ends. They're more, and there's just something about TV that makes it, I feel like it's more official. But what I'm gonna say, I'm completely unlearning, but I question how high did I can Spider-Man go? Sure. Somebody once told me something that's a little sure he's a little so it's that sometimes we don't think we're gonna get out of it. Right along, right back, something else. For me, I need 3 more weeks. 3 more weeks to recommend. Oh, that's what I was getting at. So that's the one sense of it. But you get as big as the movie was. Big as the movie was something $100 million. Okay, I had some decent ones early on, and once in a while I get it, but it's part of my act. It does feel good with a little bit of validation, or just absolutely. It's a cool little crush. I don't even grudge, but something that we saw in Spider-Man 2, it was fucking cool. One line, even I felt cool. I can't lie to you, I do shit all the time. I don't feel cool, but Spider-Man 2, I felt fucking cool. Come to me, I'm not at 10 times. It was a cool movie. My question, shut the hell up. Back in the time, becomes how it brings the one of the stuff that great confirmed it, but then it really pushes what you want to know. After I did the whole show, it was like great. I already had a plan to succeed. I had a plan to fail. For me, it was just all bonus. It was all like my house money. Because I never thought I would be in a movie. I just didn't think so. And even when I shot it, I felt like, okay, I've been in a couple of little things. I could tell it was a big movie, and I did it. I stayed professional. But I didn't think it was going to change my career. I just wasn't. I come from a baseball background, college, and very structured, so I just kind of play things close to the vest. Even when I do my TV show that I had on Comedy Central, which is kind of hard to say that, but I did. There's no denying. I felt like that would give me that would have given me a boost to help me push through, and I think it kind of has with the combination of these other things that kind of like push through to a new level, but I also feel like I'm at the opportunity right now to go even one more level, and then I can quote unquote chill. And I think some of it, honestly, is just getting out of war mode. Like, the thing is, I get mic time, I'm getting paid, I get to perform every day for Comedy Central executives and Funny or Die executives, audiences, the comedians appreciate it. When I did it at Best Damn Sports Show, I never auditioned. I mean, I obviously auditioned for I did for the Hangover, but pretty much I gave up auditioning because I wanted to ingrain myself in Fox Sports, where I would know every executive, everybody involved. That was the best job I could do. I ended up doing 1,000 shows, and guys who were like, segment producers like Eric Shanks, he runs the whole network now. George Rinder, executive producer, he runs it. I mean, all these guys are there. So it is relationships, and, I went for that. But I feel like now I got to I just got to ride the wave. It's just warm up takes a lot of this particular one for me.
Every day for me.
For me, I do 4 shows a week. I'm on the clock for 2 hours straight. The minute I get out of my car and I walk across the street, it's boom, I'm on. I have the audience is there, I hit them there, and I have to see, had her books coming out. It was a lot of these young girls from, San Diego and Arizona, and it shot over by the beach. And she just had a ton of fans. And it was just basically it started out with a paid audience, but then she just blew up. And then it was just kind of keep the audience under control. Warm up, keep them under control. And it was hard, but I wasn't beat up after. I'd hang out. It's I felt good. Whereas this show, I'm trying to do the same thing, but I'm not known for different reasons. It's an adult show. It's hard to get adults there at 3:30. You can't get the college groups like I would get at Best Ham. There's just a lot of. So at the end of the day, it takes a lot out of me, and I appreciate it. I like doing it. It feels good. But I'm also saying that, you know what? I should be podcasting. Imagine if I podcasted and took that chance. Podcasted. People, that's all they ask me to do. Podcast, build up my audience. I will go out on the road. I will do that. And I don't hate warm up. I'll do it. But it's, I think I'm good at the moment. I'm good at it. Really good at it. I don't know. It's like I've never seen me wrong. Yeah. My girlfriend and I went and saw you in Irvine at the audience. And I've been very lucky that I've worked in TV, and I've been able to, in Los Angeles, been able to go to a bunch of TV things. And they're fun. But everyone in this room knows how bad can make laughter on TV shows sound. There's really bad warm-ups. And if the warm-up's bad, they're not going to laugh. They're not going to be a good audience for the show. It's super important. I've seen it there. I've seen it at the comedy show a bunch of times. There's a warm-up there. But it's kind of like how the internet kind of gets looked down upon. So you can enjoy doing live TV better. I think you can warm-up gets looked down upon, but it really should.
Sure. No, it's a skill. It's definitely a skill. When I see him on stage,
yeah, like anything. But here's the deal. It's kind of like maybe we've been talking about this before. Yeah, you do the warm up. You're in front of 115 people. 3, you can be like Key and Peele, and the guys from 911 or whatever. Chris Hardwick. You get all that, but that's 2 seasons. You do a podcast, thousands are hearing, hopefully. So I'm not saying it's wasted in there, but I feel right now I'm at the point where maybe I could put that energy and go for it. But I also know that I'm good at it. I don't not like warm up. I just can't be beat up. I just feel getting beat up a little bit. I appreciate it. Sure. Yeah. Danny Vermont, did he do it there? Was it Danny? Oh my God. Long hair. Yeah, I know what Danny is. Was it Danny or what's his name? Robert Longblade or old guy or maybe Chunky Bean?
a bunch of shows people ask. So that, I mean, that's the best kind of job. I mean, people asking to do jobs.
Yeah, what was your first warm-up? Was the best sport show? Yeah,
You had second.
I did. Yeah, I did Zach's show. I got fired. The guy thought that I worked like half the shows. Thought I scared the audience, and it was like Fred Graver ran the show. When he said I scared the audience, but the thing was the whole audience. It was the same audience for Best Damn Sports Show. You know what I mean? It was like them sitting there. So what upset me was I didn't get a note. It just got fired. It's like I'm working with the same guys. I know the audience. How can I scare an audience that knows me? So you could have just given me a note. So then Zach, and this is a long ago, Zach, it was a long time ago. But Zach did, they tried to get me back, and I did come back. And then I worked with some of the shows. The show got canceled. Sorry, Best Damn Sports Show. I got in trouble a couple times there. For the most part, I stayed with it. 1,000 shows. Chelsea, 400 shows. They left me alone. 7-year run. Ridiculousness leaves me. It's like leave me alone. Wanda Sykes, they got rid of me. They got rid of her. So the Wanda Sykes show. Yeah, I did like 10 shows. Here's the deal. I take care of comedians. It's like I'm focused on taking, like when at Chelsea, I want to take care of these comedians. And at the end of the day, what does it do for you? It's like, but I know that Kevin Hart knows me. I know that Jeff Dunham from Best Damn Sports Show knows me. I know that if I really need something, I took care of these guys. And I have Whitney Cummings. This is before they had everything. So I didn't do it for that, but that's what drives me. That's why I feel like I like having the respect of the comedians. But I had this view when the crowd isn't good. It just boils my blood. And it's like not healthy sometimes. But I'm like a coach, like, let's go. It just, it's not easy. But you have to, I'm good at it. But to get, you can just, I have to prepare my day. I don't audition. I have to lead. It's like preparation. I have to get up, do the same stuff. That's how hard warm-up is. And then I'm done. And I'm just like wiped out after. Not wiped out, but kind of grinded out for this particular show. I'm that good. I created something. So I'm not hating on warm-up. Don't get me wrong, but I definitely need to be podcasting more. And I know that would be a big difference. And I think I should have a YouTube channel. And that's it. But here's the other thing. Back to my mind, I'm doing other stuff. I did do MLB Network. I was on a Fox Sports, fantasy football show all year. So it's not like those things aren't happening. So I kind of put my energy into that warm-up in TV. I went from doing warm-up in the road. I did everything about my show, and then warm-up came, and then warm-up, and then do the road for my show. And when the road stopped, still doing warm-up, and I focused on, the Fox Sports and doing the NFL stuff, and then getting the cartoon, my energy into that. But I think for 2015, I just need to be, I'd like to figure some things out. There's just, I don't want to get too right behind the scenes, but I'm just not, I know I can be, because I've done the show. I was on a TV show, so I know what it's like to feel good, to work half the time, to put in half of the stress, and make twice as much, and be seen by thousands. That's what I'm saying. Warm up, 150 people see me. It's a steady paycheck. But I've been on the other side where it's like, wow, they're taking a dressing room, and, they're doing makeup for me. I feel accepted. It's like, I can do this. And so I put my energy to that. And my mind is doing so many different things. But have you ever got these are good problems? I'm not complaining.
Have you ever got somebody at a show saying I saw you walk up to the show? Have you seen them around the country?
You mean like
audience members who saw you come up from Minnesota when you saw you when you were in Minnesota?
It happened. Yeah, not so much though. Here in LA, I get kids who come up to me that remember me from high school. Like their high school best damn sports show. Every community college. So living here in LA, kids will come up to me and go, hey, I remember you, best damn sports show. I think so. I do. That's the best thing. So it's like, so man, I think that fine time. It's like a show that is fine time. You were great on the show, by the way. I remember. They were great. Joe at first was kind of hard. That was my first TV. So I never started. You did a lot, like maybe four, maybe. But you knocked it out. Joey would come in. This is a live tape. Taping. It's live, basically. Joey, every time. I'm not just saying it. You knocked it out. The toilet. This guy's good. Rich Williams, where I went to Redhead, and still around. I still see him around. He's right along. I was the non-whatever sports analyst. I was the non-committal sports analyst. You were great at that. Lonnie Love was the other one. She was a little, it was like you two and then the Farley one. That was about it. It was like those were the guys who knew what's up. And you know what? When you're doing warm-up, that's another thing. I never, and I think it comes from my baseball background or just kind of being a team sport guy. Sorry, Mitchell Ryan. You know, talking about these pushing guys. What does that mean? Like, they have so, like, discombobulated. It could be because I took a beta blocker. That's the thing. I'm taking my meds. But the minute you want to, like, you don't, like a Klonopin, which is an anti-anxiety, you take as needed. Like, it's like if I don't take just a little bit after a day, my mind is a little absent-minded. And plus, I smoke pot. You got it. You know what? You don't have addictions. And, you know, I'm other people. I'm a fucking Robert. Listen, I don't know about this. I don't know. I think it's called Judaism. Being a Jewish guy, that's what happened. For me, you know, I'm still I'll give it to it in a nutshell. Like, I grew up in the Valley, typical divorced, Jewish, 80s, single mother, all right? Being a Jewish kid. So my story wasn't really all that different than other kids that had the same sex situations. And I know what I'm saying it wasn't that uncommon. So I did that, but I was still like, you know, I was playing sports, whereas maybe I should have been playing drums, or I should have been maybe doing comedy. I don't know. I did sports because I had a good arm and it was an outlet for me. But looking back on it, maybe I should have done. So you're doing sports, and, you know, it's a job world. There's a reason why a lot of Jews don't play sports. They're sensitive. So you're in that job world, big nose, hairy, goofy, gay. And it's like, got to me. Now here's the thing, you know, and I'm blaming, you know, parents being divorced. My dad was around, and he was an active member in my life. But there is something about having that strong, you know, male presence in your life. So again, my mind is wandering on some, but my life wasn't all that different. And I would fight with my sister. I like, you know, I had a Jewish mother. So all the symptoms that make comedians probably great comedians, they come from effed up backgrounds. Mine was, yeah, typical, but a little more. My sister, me playing sports. And then I went to college, same thing, getting picked on. And then I went to Seattle, started doing comedy. And I was just like, I just needed something to relax. I didn't like always, like, I just wanted to slow my mind down and not be so sensitive. And I took the bed, like, antidepressant up there. And it just kind of like, it gave me confidence. It gave me like a little buffer. I felt like to be myself more. Like to be myself and not be so, let things hurt me. And then I also felt like it's comedy. It's good to be hurt. That's when I started reading those Jimmy Carter books and all that. So I felt like and then early on, the guys up there, you know, the comedians, don't want to name them all, but hurt me. So when Facebook started coming. So I was feeling pretty good, and then now you're getting inundated with Facebook. You're in LA. I gotta make it. That's where I said I gotta get back on like an antidepressant. So, and it took the edge off. And then at that point, I just kind of like went for it. And that's when my comedy started taking off again. And it's just hard to get off the meds. It's not like I would like to be clean, but or whatever you want to call it. But it's just hard to get off it. So people don't want to get off it. I don't want to feel like the meds made me. Well, yeah, I'm still who I am. They don't make me high. But I'm not on a lot of stuff. I take like 10 milligrams of Lexapro. I take Lamictal, take L2 as a backup. And that's it. I take Klonopin just in case. Like, it seems like sometimes I'll get like a little, you feel me racing a little bit. And that's probably just the addiction. It's not like I'm nervous about something. It's like, oh, I'm doing Joyce podcast. I'm nervous. Or I'm doing this podcast. It's like my body physically wanted it. So that's not, it's like I was telling you earlier. It's like, I don't want to be relying on this. These situations aren't making me nervous. But sometimes they are. There is a reason why I am taking it. It's like, getting those opportunities, I feel like when I'm on TV, if I'm going to be on, like when I was doing Chelsea, I was taking my meds and I felt like it was more relaxed and it was a stressful show. But I don't need it for warm up. Sometimes I would take it on the Fox Sports show. But I think there's certain times I guess they do mark a beta blocker, but I always just, and there's no shame in it. There's no shame.
I'd rather you had your problem last year or 18 months ago.
Yeah.
And you stopped taking the meds.
Well, kind of, yeah. It's like I was out of warm up, and I was working at Chelsea, and I left kind of on bad terms. I left on bad terms because everything was so great for a while, and I was just shocked when this moment happened. Quite shocked where I left. But I also knew in the back of my mind that I had an opportunity with HBO and all that. So me leaving wasn't like it was leaving. Not that I knew I had somebody, but it wasn't like this is going to make me a millionaire. I knew I had to make it my own. So anyway, when I left, it just, it hurt. I went from like being in to being out right away. So that hurt. Stayed on my meds. And then I started doing the HBO stuff. And it felt like I just wanted to like, it felt like I drank. I couldn't like enjoy myself. It felt like you were on like some pro. You drink a beer, you get nauseous. You get up in the middle of the night, I didn't want to do that anymore. And I go feeling good. So then I went to London, Scotland to perform. And I know I've got the HBO show. I've been doing TMZ. I'm over there. I come back. I crash on my meds a little bit, and I'm feeling fine. Drinking, feeling good. I felt like open. And it just kind of spiraled. And then when I went straight to Montreal, and I got super sick, and they gave me an antibiotic, and I stopped taking my meds. I just couldn't even swallow, but I got the antibiotic. 24 hours, I felt better, and my mind was clear and super open. I was happy, and I remember, people tell me, Brody, celebrate, take a victory lap. You're on you got to end the show. They think I'm picked up. Aren't you excited? You're getting to host TMZ. You're on the Laugh Factory thing. They love it. So I was hearing all that, take a victory, and I was feeling good. I wasn't feeling bad. I was feeling good. And then I came back, and it was just I just kept spiraling up. I was not taking my meds. But I came back full of confidence because I did Montreal well. I did well over in Scotland. I'd never been, or Ireland, never been there. So those are two big things. Hosting TMZ coming up when I'd already been on every week for the last month, and they asked me to host. Had that, had the HBO stuff happening, telling, you're great, take a victory lap. So I came back and I was like all excited. And I think like Zach or my friends were just not, I was out of character. And I agree, it was out of character. And I was irritable. And I was, but I was also happy. I was having a typical manic episode. All the markings were there. Check, delusional, check, not sleeping, check, cursing, check. I had it. So I was just, I went on Twitter. That's their social media, the whole social media thing. yourself to stand up now. So during the ball, F. Jim Gavin again was like not cool to me one time or whatever. Not that I said something. He wasn't not cool, but maybe I took the throw away. It's always good when we've known each other for a while. So I kind of lashed out at him. Lashed at Jeff Ross. I was just on a roll, like Charlie Sheen, and the people liked it. I was like saying funny stuff. Again, I wasn't like I was like wide open. It was like I was on cocaine. And again, it felt good, but I knew it was on a bender. I knew that I needed some kind of intervention or a vacation. But I was just on a roll. Things were happening, but it was too much. And so I got, took me away. I laugh now. It's like when I got taken away, it was like, once I was in the hospital, like recuperating, it like became like funny to me, kind of that it's rock and roll. That's what happens. I goofed up. It wasn't like this is something that happens all the time, like you're here again, or I didn't do drugs. I did have a drug, I stopped. But I had something that it's just rock. It's almost kind of funny, but not funny. I did not expect it. Nobody ever made jokes that, Rudy, you're going to flip out. Once in a while, but that, shoot somebody. I'm like, not you. You hear about those guys, but, I'm out. I'm good. So I don't know. He's talking about it. You can't tell me that I can't do something too well. I can make it here for San Diego now with I was smart though. I can leave San Diego very scared, and I get here one night before the kick off and the contest. He kept telling me I couldn't get the kick off at a certain amount of time. Especially getting the back of the ball. So you should wagon. I had all the chicken teriyaki in the 1990s. Yeah, number one teriyaki next door. She would cut it with scissors. Yeah. It was great. Chicken teriyaki, number one. Teriyaki next to the comedy underground Swanies. Get it to go, and then we'll start. Go down to do the comedy. Get it. That's what you thought about. We gave you money at 6. No, I want to go there at 8. Josh, sometimes you call Josh and say, I'm on my way. Right to it. Cut downstairs and go. Upstairs and pick it up. They were good. Oh my God. So I went to chicken teriyaki. It was good. The sauce. The sauce was everything. Much nothing here. Nothing. The one that we go to, the expensive one, is okay, but it's just chicken teriyaki. Like chicken with damn chicken. And it was no fucking salad. The salad. Salad. Thank you. Oh my God. Salad crispy. I can taste it now. Yeah, it's gone. I can taste it now. It had it was like a blue cheese ranch. Oh my God. It was great. Lettuce was crispy. Yeah. Clean. White rice. Clean, Bobby. Bobby Kennedy. It was good. She would cut it with scissors. And that, actual, scissors from, Office Depot. And put sriracha on it, motherfucker. Rice and the chicken. Mix that motherfucker with that salad. There was no frills. There was no chicken. It was just a table and chair. It was filthy in there. Filthy. The Japs were filthy. Some of this Chinese food I've had is going to be right. Yeah, hopefully also got mad at you. I went on the video.
We went to war with him. Don't talk to me the way I can't get there. He went to war with Alphonse. Like, God, I'm sweating like Alphonse in the disco. Because he couldn't walk. He had like,
I have to have it on video where you're like yelling at him. This one was in the back. We have it in the the comedian set in the back there. That's where it happened. Comedy Underground was that's where I got my start doing stand up. That was the spot where I just learned everything about the fundamentals of a 3-man comedy show. You say joke, stage time, right down, not right down the middle, but good comedians came out. It was a smart and good spot to be, don't you think? No, your point, no, I got my yeah, no. Yeah, man. That's the first place that went. Just do things that night that I never saw Rick was able to do. And I went camping. I was supposed to go see Atlantis before the set. The next night on the other side of the gorge. And I said, I get $65 to go out of the house. I paid $15 for the wall. The man was from the one camp. And I just cried. So I'm not going to be as good as Doug's man. I'm not going to do it. I got like that. That's what I have to do. The shit I'm doing, whatever I'm doing up to now. Monday, when I go back, I don't know how big was Mondays and Tuesdays in our lives. Hey, it was it. Monday and Tuesday was Madison Square Garden with us. That's all. It was your open mic. And Fred was his name. What was his name? Yeah, Carl Morpho. One of the best men you ever meet in your life. More for me and Carl. He told me how to put there instead of this. Take that fucking world. Watch what happens. I got one teammate here, believe it. I went done. Every Monday, I'll look my car, watch me. Let me know what I'm doing. And I took it like a man. He's very love comedy. Loved it. Loved it like you. He loved it. And he knew it. He didn't do it, but he knew it. And I remember one night he told me, I just fucking going. He came down on one day and but you would know me. Sliz or something. He would be like, yes, my time. That's the first time. Follow me? If I would have known who Rick was, it would have gone into my head and I would have followed him. I can't follow Rick. And that's what it just fucking Rich was. All this time. Can't follow Rick. Great show. I'm Letterman. I'm going to follow Rick. But I did so well after Rick, I became friends with Rick. So Rick was my mentor when I came to LA. Rick was the one who got me to meet him with Kurt Mason. Rick called me and he just didn't say, no, Kurt Mason. That's how I was a friend I was from Carl Lawrence. But he's got it for him. No, he had a stroke when he broke down. He's alive as well. Him and Ron Reed, But that open mic, that's what you did. That's on you. We're there. And then Wednesdays was 65% of the door. All of us night. Walk with the show. Check. What are those deals? 70% of the door. Wednesdays would be Tacoma and Crossroads. It'll be a contest, and if you won it, you come back and do like Thursday or next Monday, something like that.
I don't even know yet, so I have to win. You have to follow Monday, so you pick up another Monday to follow Monday.
Kid ran it, the getting kid.
The chick.
Forget her name, Susan.
Susan, she's like
A big girl.
big girl. She's my friend on Facebook.
And like Seaman. Seattle was great for me.
Seattle was great for me.
Just first of all, coming from Phoenix to Seattle, those are two opposites. If you're coming from golf, conservative, to Seattle, rain, open-minded. I was in heaven as somebody, like, I wanted to jump into that culture. It was great. I have fantastic, vivid memories of doing shows and hanging out, being in the rain and the fresh air. I really enjoyed it. The minute I moved to New York, I never looked back. When I went to New York, it was like, that's it. Never thought about Seattle again. What happened? Maybe I'll go back to Seattle when I can relax and do like it's too crowded now. But you told me, Joey's the one guy who told me, said, Brody, you got to go to New York. He told me he was going to New York. I said, I get the green light. I said, you don't. You already were doing the show with Dana. Yeah, you had experience. You went to New York. I'm going to be in LA. Tennis. Come to my house with a nice tea. Get out on the street. Sunday. So, you stick out. You're Jewish. You literally was going to stick out. Because there was nobody as crazy. There was nothing to do. Sometimes I don't believe this story. They told me about 78183. Your mama in Beirut. I just kept at it. And you have these breakthroughs, and it's also, I always felt like I need money back east, okay? And I went to Seattle, I said, okay, I'm fine in Seattle. And then I was a tour guide at Radio City. I had every school from the Eastern Seaboard high schools. I was good with that, and I worked in the comedy center, and I was good. So I think that's what New York, it's tough. It's a tough town. I know it's changed now. It's not the same. But I had to go there, and I had to do Lower East Side comedy that went till 2:30 in the morning. Seattle, you're done at 11. New York, it's just something raw was there. And, opened me up. And if it's like, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. I did 3 years. And I felt like, and that was my plan, to do 3 years in New York, come back to LA when I'm in the year 2000. I bumped into you in 97. One of the coach was Chubby Blonde. Yeah, and you're one of the script. You're one of the, I remember. No, who else was there? Carol, me, one of the Chubby Blonde chick. It was hot too. I don't think I said it. We left you with this. She probably left. You gotta ask yourself, right? This is the thing with comedy, you just learn. You just adapt. Did I get something from those 6 months? I used to do it for myself on a great was. strippers and all in Toronto. We discussed last week. Sure, I got some. I built character. I built a certain confidence that you can't take away. You know, you keep talking about history. I feel it's time. Like, I'm a we all do this. Me meaning younger than other guys. I got things to back it. I got a spine to back it. I got a spine to back it. You can't take nothing away from me on stage. You can take away my MVP page. You can take that away. I can take away your HBO show. I can zap it. That it never even existed. I can't take away your stand-up. I can't take away the effort you put into this. That's always going to be there. The story of Hogan. I asked what's his name. I didn't say anything. Rothschild'S go crazy. Sometimes people can't. Digest lessons. Probably. They can't absorb the success. Whatever comes my way, I gotta absorb it because I did the work. And I'll tell you what, like I tell, and you tell comedians, you told me, is go away. You would say, like, leave LA for 6 months and come back, and they'll see that growth. You're gonna grow by doing the road or wherever you go, and then come back. If you're there too much, you know, you're at the Comedy Store too much. They don't see the growth. There probably isn't much, and if you hang around, they don't see it. Your eyes wide open. You can't do that. You have to come out of it. You have to become like they want to do business with you. Want to try to do all that ways. You have to make them see what you want to do business with. Stick everything else in the background. This is the major league. That's what I tell them. I feel like Joey says all the time. This is it. This is what's the number? I heard an expression the other day. It's a baseball term. It's a baseball term. Home run. Strikeout. Everything's real in the field. Oh, I haven't heard that. Oh my God. When I was a kid, that's everything's real in the field. Everything's real in the field. That's it. That's a baseball expression. Everything's real in the field. You know what I mean? And then I like it. This is it.
What you can't have now, ladies and gentlemen,
This is the
don't knock
major
niggas.
league.
Everything's real in the field, but don't knock people trying to face everything real, because you know anything. Nobody's here, but I want to be heard on your hot 9-7 every day. That's my boy. Women and women with their own kind of men. That's five foot down. We got women, and it's all about the dating. What?
I look at the positives. I mean, this is what I say. I tell these comedians. It's like you see a couple guys like living in the 80s. They come to the comedy store. Nobody knows them. They hang out. They may have done like a couple shows in North Carolina or in Houston, whatever. And then they come to LA. They hang out at the comedy store, and it's like I understand like going here and checking it out, but don't come to the comedy store until you're invited. I think is a good thing until you're like asked to come there, and then you gotta do the road. You gotta go to Chicago, go to New York. Don't come straight here. I don't think. Not that there isn't exceptions and things have changed.
You guys glad to get started?
Where do you go? I'm glad that I left. You can't grow in LA. You can't grow in LA. And you will listen. As soon as you walk into the airport, as soon as you walk into the lab factory or the county, they'll add to your hometown. You're going to grow. You're going to grow. You're going to grow. What's that? What's that? Comedy stores. What's that? Yeah. I mean, the comedy store originally was a tough road. It's the toughest road in the world. It's hard. Easiest road when you're flowing. It's a great road, but now those sliders are killing this road. Everybody wants to follow it. He's got a fucking problem. It's not like there was holes in it. Years ago, there was like a fucking hole here. They go like a fraud at 10, 15. Those days are done. There's not a weekend. August is the weakest thing on the fucking chain. And it's 9 to 9:15. What's 9:15? So that could be out. Because, no, you're right. You're in Atlanta. You I've seen this today. Still women. Louis C.K. Louis C.K. is a Rob, Dave Chappelle. These fucking lineups have one weigh-in, brother. God, oh, thank God. Also, no show. They had to be. Listen, bro, it's 8:30. So, on this day, you're always family. I want to be around, bro. It's Monday afternoon. Let's do a few more minutes. Do it. Shit, because, you know, when I say you can grow here in LA, I got more. I mean, hell, but maybe I got more. You know, I'm different. I'm even enabling. I'm an enabling. Pick up the pieces.
Somebody breaks your heart.
Is this Steve Martin?
Tony Bennett, cocksucker.
Is this a duet with Lady Gaga? Solo. He's him. Yeah, I was a little absent-minded early on, and then I got comfortable, and I'm happy with the podcast. It feels good. This is family.
Oh, word.
This is not like a podcast. Having a conversation. But when I say you could grow, I feel like here in LA, the crowds are pretty good. You know, they might be a little cheeseball in some places, but for the most part, they're supportive. They're, you know, like they go in New York, yeah, they are tough. You know, you're going to be cranking out jokes, stand up tight in New York, but you can also out here, you can grow. It's like a spirit. It's a care. I know it sounds corny, but there is something to like the energy here, wherever it is, the mountains, the sea, that allows for like, you know, those kind of freedoms that I take on stage and do these little energy things. There is something to it. When people talk about networking and yoga, there is something to that. And then you tie in a little bit of a baseball sports regimented, you know, spring training, take 500 swings, and everything's just over and over, like Kobe Bryant, over and over and over, like John Wood preparation. So you combine the two, you can work on stuff. Like I'm working on a lot of stuff, and that's the thing that I look at 2015, doing a lot of different things, and maybe I can tighten up and be smarter. But you know what? I got a great reputation. I'm happy. It's fun to go out, and I don't mind heading out 7 nights. Yeah, 4 to 5. 4 to 5. You know what I've been doing? I have been taking it easy and trying to get my naps in. When I do have off time, and I haven't much because I've done the road quite a bit for the last year, but I'll go down to my mom and I'll help her. And it's like, I guess that's off time, but it's not really. So, no, it's not. It's not. And, you know, when I unplug, I really try to unplug, just nap and get super lazy and just let my battery free. And that was fun. just like, I am on a roll right now, and I kind of, but maybe they're excuses. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not into that either. And it's okay if I'm not driven to do it, but there is something to getting it going and getting those endorphins. I feel like it's another thing. Like since I had my quote unquote breakdown, I've been careful not to take too much caffeine and be edgy, especially like a workout pill. You get like road rage at times. I do. No, I mean I can do a coffee or two a day, but when you take a workout pill, it helps you work out. You get the caffeine, the guarana. It's like 20 minutes later, put your kettlebells and all that in. You don't take that, you're gonna really push yourself. So, not really. Other than I'm just like slowly getting back into Red Bull or like into the 5 hour energy shot. It does clear my head. People have shot those things. But if I'm working out, I can pitch angry. I can lift weights. I can't do comedy. So sometimes there's residual effect, and I just got I just don't want to be edgy. I can lose my job, screaming at our audience, losing it. But it's just hard. It's like I stretch. Stretching doesn't take energy. I've been able to elongate my muscles. I mean, honestly, it does feel good every day. People go, "Oh, good." So I do enjoy going out and going to Starbucks. And do you fart all the time? Can you do the mic pick it up? Oh yeah. How can it not? You're replacing the chair for these days. You don't smell it. Yes, we do. No, we don't smell it. I haven't smelled it. No. It's an air fire. I've been in the car with you. It smells. You take fiber, Saliva? I do every day. Yeah. You work out a lot more. This working out making out shape. Ever since I've been working out, like I don't practice, but I have to take fiber.
What's going on here? Oh, they got me.
I don't think the word. I think taking fiber helps me, keeps me regular. I don't have to do that, but what? The shape of the what? He gave me huge edible. We gave it 35 milligrams of cheap. Well, cheap and choose my nine here. Are those popular? Yeah, they're the best. My friend is nice. I can't talk about it. What's his name? I haven't done edibles for a while. Should I do them? I don't know. Do some people do edibles every day? Like wake up and do a little bit every day? I do it for this fucking goes. Did you get paranoid at all? Sometimes. That's part of the fucking whole program. That's part of this thing. That's all. He gave it to me on Christmas Eve. I had to go to my in-laws' house. Yeah, I've only had one experience. I've done edibles and like only one time I felt like it did something for me. It was a brownie. I don't know what it was. I don't know.
This bitch is still going, baby.
I'm afraid to take it. Do I take it on a day off? Do I take it? Take it on a week off. When life is around, people in this fucking moves. I've been trying to tell you, you want to go live your life. Let's go. You have a fucking exercise bike and shit. You don't do it. Do you ever go out and like smoke pot and then let's say you take a hit or whatever. You go out or get coffee or whatever. Okay. And you take a hit and then bad things happen. You know what I mean? Like, just like a car cutting you off, or I always feel like sometimes when I'm high, it's like a yin yang. It's like, okay, you get to be high, but the drawback is you're going to pull in some negativity. I feel like sometimes, yeah, I don't know. But that's what happens. I'll smoke pot and I go, oh, it's a negative. I'm not saying because of the pot, but it pulls in some negativity, like it pulls in comedy. Oh, I don't disagree with that. bad stuff. Like this, you're not complaining, but you're like looking for the negative. It's like a negative energy. Joey, I gotta run over the hill. Okay, this is what I'm getting you guys. Lots of push. Anything's coming up? No, I've been single for a while. No, oh. You say that deal with? I will. I'm in town in LA. Usually do the comedy store, do the improv tonight as well. You can see me at midnight doing audience warm-up during the week, and then I'll be in Chicago for the Cubs convention in January. I'm also doing La Jolla in February. That's who knows what's going to pop up. But I got to tell you something. Over the last couple of years, I've come a long way. I think I go my life. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ask me to ask me. Jewish. Thank you very much. I'll see you at the store. I'll be there this weekend. Next week. Thank you for coming in. I got fun with you. Let me give some shout outs to some beautiful fucking people. The main man, Robbie Sharon, and his girlfriend, the official Chinaman from the fucking church.
The official Chinaman.
Kennedy, I love
So
this.
this Levitism. Anybody say anything to me? No, everybody.
Shane Mills,
Hey, Ash.
congratulations on the job. Great powers and lasers. We love you. We fucking love you. On the church.
Worst
My man, Jay
dream
Bennett, Lady
ever.
Ragborn, and Bill Swahili. I don't fucking know what your name is. What's up there, Lisa? How you feeling, Mr. I'm good too. I don't know what time I made my really sleeping. Glad we can do it. Periods done. Turn to what's happening now. It's fucking New Year's week, cocksuckers. Make your resolutions, set your goals for the new year, and what you want to do is how you do it. A man without a plan is not a fucking man. It all starts this week right now. You should be looking at that notebook. All the fucking CBS plans up on one subject notebook. Go to the back and write your goals out for the year. What you want, how you're going to get there. That's all we got to do. I don't really play that much online, but yeah. She got me the Christmas. I don't know. I bought UFC game. Her brother got me the whole Modern Warfare game. Oh shit. Yeah. I've only played the Grand Theft Auto. I played for like a week, and then I kind of I came bored a little bit. But I don't know. Man. Yeah, I gotta work out. Not much. I don't know another one of these. Like a Wednesday. What is Tuesday? I don't know. I'm really interested to see. We're talking about the I'm cutting cable for the next 2 weeks. Last today, and like it's just interesting to see all the new stuff that's going on. I can TV news. I'm kind of scared to cut cable. I was telling you this week that we had cats. Last Monday I come home some nights and I like staying up late. I take a film for me and I make some coffee and I smoke an 86 cigar and we go and basically stay up past midnight because the cats go. I watch the movie, especially Harry and so bad. They fucking Harry so bad. Always a fucking war. But Fidel's my oldest.
really pretty. Really pretty. So that happened one day. I said to him, now stop it. And he also this guy loves me out. He loves to fucking be out here. So I hopped in there and watched him, look at his eyes and I was like, my family, Christmas Eve, Christmas Eve. I'm like, fucking thing that fuck off. New Year's Eve is Wednesday. Christmas Eve, Wednesday morning. So I got out and I walked by the gate here. And I go, what the fuck is he down? Because it was like 5 a.m. Yeah, I'm like, with a baby. So I ran out.
What's that motherfucker's name? Roadie.
This show is sponsored by NatureBox. NatureBox ships great tasting healthy snacks right to your door. Forget the vending. This show is brought to you by Blue Apron. Go to blueapron.com and check out the weekly menus and get your first 2 meals for free with free shipping. That's right, your first 2 meals are free and you get free shipping when you go to blueapron.com/Joey. You'll love how meals will taste to create incredible home cooked meals with Blue Apron, so don't wait. That's blueapron.com/Joey. Blueapron.com/Joey. Show is also brought to you by Club W. Right now, Club W is offering our listeners $20 off of your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey and buy all of their great wines. And it gets even better. I know you hate paying for shipping, so Club W will actually pay for your shipping on orders of 4 bottles or more. So go to clubw.com/Joey right now to get $20 off of your first order with free shipping if you buy 4 bottles or more. And go to onnit.com and use code CHURCH to save 10% on all of the great authorization products like Alpha Brain, New Mood, Showtech Immunets, and Tech Support.
Oh shit. Lee's about to see the devil. It's Wednesday, June 8th. It's a beautiful motherfucking day to be alive. Lee Sayat, Curly Stevens.
And the West Side Pimp. Uncle Joey's.
Church, what's happening now, bitches? That weapon boy for 80 fucking 3. People were smoking for zombies with this fucking song right here. I was wrong.
Yeah, old school leper.
I still remember waking up and the drum had the RX songs. That's all. I still remember waking up to MTV. That was the song on MTV that breaking song.
They lost his arm, yeah.
Lost his arm. I think it was January 1st, 1985.
In a car wreck in Europe or somewhere. But he came back.
I'm sure he came back. He's still alive there, isn't he?
One-armed drummer.
Fucking give it up. What's happening, Brother Stevens?
Yeah, Joey, great to be here, Joey. I'm excited. I'm thankful. It's in the neighborhood. It's nice. Summer's coming out. I'm exercising. I'm happy. I'm very happy.
I'm happy that you're fucking happy. I was happy when I saw you a few weeks ago. I could see the happiness flowing out of your fucking voice.
Well, I was with Chase.
Lisa, I was going on with you.
I'm feeling great. Having a good day. Yes, kettlebell this morning. I did 200 swings this morning. I couldn't believe it. It was crazy. We did 20 swings. No, we did 10 swings for 20 minutes. And that was on the middle of 24 kilograms, which isn't super heavy, but
24 grams is 48 pounds.
I felt 15, a little bit more. That's not bad. Like, oh my God.
Wow, that's a lot. It's form matters, correct?
Oh,
It's not
yeah.
about weight.
Well, that's what they say. They always say, like the guy said, like, I don't know, I get competitive with myself. So that, not every class, but I try to go up in weight. But he's the guy I go with is really big on. He wants it to be perfect form because you're doing 3,000 shitty form. It doesn't matter.
So you try to get a number of swings, and it's a numbers game.
Well, no, it's a class, so he tells us like we don't always do swings. But so like for today we did 5 presses on each side and 5 squats, and we did that 4 times. And then from there we went to swing, so every class is different. So it's sometimes it's swing for 30 seconds and just see what you get. Usually it's every minute off for like 10 or 15 swings.
Yeah, these kettlebell workouts you do, they get your heart rate up. This high intensity training. And I've been grinding them today also, but I just don't want to get carried away. You start feeling good and you overdo it. That's been my problem, but that's why I'm keeping my weights down, like just at 25. So
Kettlebell for a few years now. You know, kettlebell.
well, they were just fun. They were fun to do. It was good for once I can get that. You know, you get a great cardio workout and flexibility. So it was all for lining you up. You know, kettlebells. Once you do them, you like them.
But you've always been a proponent of a workout. Everybody was here.
No, I much caffeine. That's my problem too. You know, so like, yeah, coffee, 2 or 3 cups a day. But I'll take a 5-hour energy. I need a kick sometimes to get me going, to get a workout. But it's, I'm not saying I have an addictive personality, but that could be my problem. But I do like working out. I like kettlebells because I feel like it's just something outside in the sun. You know, back in the day, I went to my old apartment. I'd go out in the alley. I'll stretch, swings, I'll just clean, I'll just sit up, I'll walk around. Yeah, exactly. You fucking get sore the next day, Jack. You're like, damn, I didn't do nothing. It's an underrated park, by the way, North Hollywood. There's a little bit of an edge to it. I like it. I'll go there. I'll take a lap there. And the kettlebells, yeah, you just drag them, throw them around. My thing is I'm playing baseball also. I like throwing the baseball, so I sometimes can't overdo it when playing baseball because my arm can be tender, my elbow. That's why form is so important with the kettlebells. But because I've been building up slowly and my pitching mechanics are better, I've been able to avoid injury. I'm wiser now. I'm wiser and I'm able to avoid injury. And I'm actually doing rehab exercises to strengthen the tendons around my elbows. I'm just I've been sleeping great. I do urinate 5 nights a time. 5 nights a time. 5 times a night. Here's the cleaner. Yeah, you ready? Sure. Dr. Bono. That's what's killing me. That's what's killing me. What kills me is you're gonna fucking beat me. The older you get, yeah, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. And so for about a year, my big thing was to stop at the comedy store, beat the clock, and get a Starbucks. I think a fucking flat white event. You like to do a fucking event. Okay, yeah. For the 30 years of ball, I broke that. Gotcha. Yeah, you know, caffeine don't work a lot. Gotcha. I can drink a whole thing of Starbucks and be in bed 30 minutes. I can do that, yeah. So, what that does to you is, because coffee is a diuretic. Yeah, diuretic. So you drink coffee at night and you're off and running. You're having nightmares about people peeing on you. Yeah. That's how many times you gotta fucking pee. Nightmares about people peeing on you. Yeah. I'm trying to cut that out, but here's the secret. They say over a certain period of time, they're going to give you they want to take a rest at night before you go to bed with a glass of water. And I'm sitting there going, they drink a glass of water, and it's with the sleep apnea falls out the window. Here's what happened with me. My sleep apnea is fixed. Let's say I go to bed at 11 o'clock. I'll sleep solid. That's 6 hours. That's 5 hours, right? Yeah. I can 5 or 6 hours going to get a pee. So as I'm walking to the bathroom, I'm praying to God, this is the wrong fucking thing. If it's longer than a minute and a half, I'm done. Whatever fuck, you know, you're standing there, you have to sleep. I don't know if it's a minute, an hour, I don't know if it's I'm with that damn body. So when I walk back, what happens to me is I have a thought when it is water. And I let that thought get into my mind and walk back to the bed while I put my sleep back in. That's good. It grows in my head like a fucking weed. And I go, oh, really? So I got sick and tired of challenging my sleep. First of all, I did what you do if you're a comedian. You work on your legs. Because you do 5 spots in New York. You get home at night, your legs have fluid. So when you go home at night, the first thing I do is I wash my hands and shake all these fucking monkey's hands, right? Wash your hands, and then I get water, make a little bit like 8 ounces, and I sit down and watch TV on the line. I make notes of what I said. I go late. I return a call. I also use up late. But the whole time my legs are elevated. And you see that in that half hour period that you cool down, you'll start peeing. Because your legs are elevated. So all that, that's what happens when you go to bed at night, your legs are elevated. So now all that water that you had in your legs that you fluid and you're retaining, you gotta make it out. I think some of it's also medication. You're on a certain I noticed when I got blood pressure medication. Yeah, that's going to go into you all got all too. I'm just used to going to, I'm just conditioned now to getting up and going to pee 4 times a night, and I go right back to sleep. I'm able to. I'm going to cut 3 of those peas. If I can cut 3 of those fucking peas out, give me a jug. I used to pee in a jug. What you're going to do is you're going to put your feet up, okay, fucking on the way home, go hotel. Lahai was there, and it was in New York City. That's where I got in the habit of peeing into a jug because you had to share. You had to walk down the hallway to use the restroom. We go, you know what? I'm going to avoid the middleman. Give me that jug. Boom, started peeing out.
There you go.
Well, I did that for the first. Yeah, when I first moved to New York City, yeah, I stayed there for about, I don't know, a couple months while I was looking for an apartment, and I ended up finding a studio out in Brooklyn, out off the L train in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. So you told me to go to New York. You were the one who said, Brody, go to New York. You told me that in Seattle, go get you. Go to Surf Reality. Go downtown. Just be you. That alternative stuff or whatever.
It's crazy. I was in San Francisco. I was living in one of those hotels where people took the shower in the hallway. So I was robbing them in the shower. And we were doing the shower. The regular let people get robbed when they're in the shower. People were taking the rooms in the shower with them. It was like a fucking luggage thing. They were taking it.
But I would lock it. I'm for an apartment. You got it.
Yeah, it didn't matter. I had a security.
Oh, you did? Oh, yeah.
So, what's a novice? I'm like, going there. Oh, you open the door? That's a no-brainer. That's stupid.
Oh, you had the key?
I had Jesus.
Oh, man.
I knew ways. What I would do, I would practice on my own door. Because all the doors were the same. So I would just practice on my own door. So when I looked at it, how do you practice to give a key? Because you practice. Make believe you're fucking locked up. You ever do that? Make believe you're locked up.
No, I don't ever.
That's how you find out if your house is burglary-proof.
Oh, mine is. I've broken into my apartment here twice because I left my keys inside. And I have that window or something in that door for the window. But I've broken into my apartment twice. And I'm like, no one's in there. On the second floor. Third floor. Yeah, come on. There's a window onto the hallway. So I just pop it open and I let it slide through. But no, I don't do it just to see. I mean, I can still read it.
Okay, let's say you live in a complex. I live in a strong last name. It's an apartment complex. And that complex is A to K. So it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, 11 fucking buildings. So all the doors were the same. You follow me? So I would practice on my door. How to do it. They get right into those places. Like on the time. Who the fuck do you think you did? Some fucking asshole there. When I went deep, I went deep. So let's say your door has no ring in it with the fucking I practice how to go screwdriver. Pop it in, pop out that thing so I can set my fucking I used to get soft legs. And I would pick your fucking door. What happened when your neighbors would walk by? Nobody would walk by. I was shoveling snow. They thought I was down there shoveling snow.
Were you doing this for fun? Was this a hobby?
Was this I was burglarizing?
Yeah.
I was doing drug dealers. I would know who the drug dealers were. Even in snowmass, they would go skiing.
Right.
And as soon as they got on that hill, they can't take that time to go.
So you were going after the drug
dealers. And then
It's like a Pied Piper thing.
Myself, I knew it all.
So you were robbing from like regular people.
Rather than the hotel, they were kind of tourists. Travelers checks and shit like that.
Right, yeah, more tourists, no problem. But
they got insurance on travel.
yeah, don't leave home without them.
I never felt good about travel.
So yeah, drug deal, that's good. That's good. Breaking in there. You get a rush over there, right?
The other night I was watching with Ed Norton and Robin listening to the fucking Quad film. It's one of the worst movies of all time. I wandered all the way until basketball.
Dude, how you living, champ?
What's his name? Ed Norton.
Dude. Dude,
Yeah.
how did stand-up comedy go?
Yeah. Bone really hard.
Okay, that happened. What did you say?
No, I didn't bomb hard. I actually did film it. What happened was half the crowd left, and like I wasn't getting a great reaction. Like I was doing okay. I was getting reaction from some bits, but like the crowd reaction wasn't great. So I kind of choked towards the end. Started off strong, but choked towards the end, and then I got scouted where this guy came up to me and said, like, if you perform well next time, I'll give you a K gig role.
No fucking way, dude. Congratulations.
So I'm just editing. I'm gonna edit all this shit, fucking awkward moments that happen on stage.
recommend anything.
Certainly. Okay, so firstly, amazing. You had the courage to go up and do it again. Secondly, I was a little harsh on you previously when I was like, well, I don't find you funny because you said I don't find what you find funny. So I get that. I was just throwing mud. You have said some very funny things over the course of our friendship and over the course of you being a stand-up comedian. And that's amazing that you got scouted for a paid gig. Dude, that's amazing. Good job, Zoot.
Not yet. He said if I perform well next time.
That's still, man, that's like really good. Okay, so what joke did you use?
Oh, I said, he said when I went to the gangbang, there were no Amish people there.
And how did people react?
So I had a lot of people didn't realize that was a Trump reference, so I had to like bring it up again. That Trump said that there were no Amish people. He said that no Amish people had autism. Like people don't realize. Yeah, like I made the mistake thinking everyone knows that the joke is Amish people have no autism. People know that joke. I made the mistake of thinking everyone already knew. So I had to like I fucked up and stumbled there. So I had to be like, oh, Trump said that Amish people have no autism. So I had to be like, oh, by the way, there was no Amish people gangbang.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny. If you said it correctly. like that could be really cute. I'm not even busting balls, man. That's funny. So if you said something like, I don't know if y'all heard, but President Trump said that there are no cases of autism in the Amish community. Additionally, there weren't any Amish people at my most recent gangbang. That's very funny. That's very funny.
I said it. I watched the Bonnie Blue documentary and there was no Amish people in the documentary.
Okay.
As
And
well.
did people laugh at that?
Not really. Like the crowd wasn't great.
All right. Well, you can't win them all. Okay. So you go up there, you film yourself, which amazing confidence to be able to do that. And you,
Yeah, I just assumed with the crowd that they would have been more aware of like what Trump was saying about autism recently, his recent comments. And turns out that not many people in the crowd, besides like a woman who was a mental health worker, really knew what was going on.
Doug,
So there was just like a cultural difference where people aren't paying attention to what's going on in the news.
yeah, I mean, you are on American social media basically like maybe 16 hours a day. Not everybody is. I'm telling you, I'm American and I wouldn't have gotten that connection. And I don't think many people would have. So I wouldn't necessarily blame the crowd. If you, like, I think you could do that joke again and get a really good pop out of it if you just said, but what it was. So I don't know if you all heard, but President Trump stated recently that there were no documented cases of autism in the Amish community. And then, give it a pause. And then coincidentally, there weren't any Amish people at my most recent game bang either. That's fucking funny. That's a funny fucking joke. that's that's a that's a very funny joke. Like that's something that TikTok would really like.
I've never seen an Amish person at a gangbang before.
No,
Like when I watched the Bonnie Blue doc.
No. It's about economy of words. So that's too many words. Like there's a certain role to it. Just do like exactly the words that I said, coincidentally, I didn't see any Amish people at my most recent gangbang. It's your joke. It's your joke. We're just punching it up a little bit. But okay, so that's a really funny joke. I understand it didn't land the way that you wanted, which is fine. But and that's why I always say, dude, tell me your jokes because had I heard that joke in advance, we would have caught that right away. But that's all right. Okay, so then you said there weren't any. Then there weren't any Amish people at the Bonnie Blue in the Bonnie Blue documentary.
When I was, yes.
Okay, excellent. Did people laugh at that?
I feel like a lot of people didn't know who Bonnie Blue was.
That's another thing. You're like hyper sensual, like hyper focused on porn stars, and like nobody knows who that is if you're not like always on the internet and like obsessed with pornography.
Then I said autism is an STI, and the last time I got it before that gangbang was when I fucked Stormy Daniels, and no one got that joke.
What is this joke? You say it again. Autism is an
autism is an STI, and I called it a gangbang. I called it a gangbang, and then I said it. I cured it by fucking more people that went away, and then I called it again. The first time I got it was when I fucked Stormy Daniels.
Again,
no one got that.
Yeah, no, but not a lot of people are gonna know who Stormy Daniels is. It's kind of a dated reference.
I feel like everyone should know who Stormy Daniels is, though. Everyone in the US knows who Stormy Daniels.
That she's like, that whole story came out like 10 years ago, though.
Like, president, she fucked the president, and no one knows her name. Like, the fuck.
Yeah, no, I get that. Okay, so.
But everyone knows who. How does more people know who Monica Lewinsky is, but they don't know who Stormy Daniels is?
Well, that was giant.
Like, who the fuck is?
That was giant because we only had 4 channels at the time. There was no social media. 24/7 cable really didn't even. It existed, but like Fox News didn't exist then. CNN was the only real one. So everybody was really focused on it. Additionally, the president was impeached because of that. Trump was, I guess, maybe related to that or whatever. It was really had to do, I thought, with his tax disclosures of it, which is related certainly. But so Zoo.
I don't.
Zoo, you're really close. You just with those kinds of things, you need to say what the person's profession is, so it helps. So you would say something like porn star, or former porn star, or former porn star Stormy Daniels, something like that, or porn star Stormy. Okay, well, what? Okay, all right. I mean, dude, you've got your finger on the pulse of pornography, obviously. Like, but you have to understand, some of us in the real world don't like know all this shit. So you're gonna have to educate your audience a little bit. But that doesn't mean your first joke is very good. I know it didn't come off that well, but you could do that joke again, and you could do that joke for a long time. It's a very funny joke. But it's about the economy of words. So you have to use the right words, and there's a flow to it. And it's basically right there. I mean, it's a really good joke. I don't know if you all heard, but President Trump recently announced that there are no documented cases of autism within the Amish community. Coincidentally, there were no Amish people at my most recent gangbang either. Like, that's a fucking funny joke, man. But a key word in there is coincidentally, because it twists the joke into the punchline. Like, that's a big fucking word but it's really good. If you use so that's like your first joke. That is a really funny joke. Okay, your second joke, with Bonnie Blue, we could make this really funny. So you said, uh, like okay, so that's your first joke. Then your next joke was basically like there were no Amish people in the Bonnie Blue documentary. Is that the joke basically?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean it's kind of tagged off the previous joke, but you could punch that up by saying something like, um, I was watching the most recent Bonnie Blue documentary. I don't know if you all know who Bonnie Blue is, but she's the porn star who had sex with over 1,000 men in 24 hours. Yeah, believe it or not, there weren't any Amish people in that documentary either. Shocking, I know. Not a bad joke though, and we could definitely punch that up. But then you could have a killer joke at the end, which is like, so it led me on this journey to find out where I could find more instances of Amish people in popular culture. And I'm really stuck on whatever. And then you find something where that would be appropriate. But like then you've got like a nice little set. You'd have set up, punchline, and then closing. I mean, that gives you a solid 2 minutes of material, or maybe 1 minute of material, but that's all you really need. Um, okay, so your third joke was what was your third joke? Oh, Stormy Daniels. Okay, so all you have to do is educate the audience a little bit. So you you say something like, um, I don't know if you all know who Stormy Daniels is. She's the porn star who had a tryst with President Trump years ago. Well, believe it or not, I contracted autism from whatever. Like you can say whatever you want with that. I know you said like something like I contracted autism as an STI recently or something like that, and then I lost it, and then I got it back, and then I lost it, and then I got it back. Turns out the cure for my version of it is having sex with former Donald Trump lover, porn star Stormy Daniels, something along those lines. It's too many words, but you can work on it. The first joke is really good. Like I shit on you.
Let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
If autism was an STI, would you fucking autistic person?
Is there like, are there condoms?
Yeah, but they don't help.
No, I don't want fucking autism. That shit is ridiculous. Fuck no. It'd be like a monk.
You've got to build the next. You got three options. You're going to build the next AI, $1 billion AI startup. You're going to or you're going to be able to name every Pokemon that have no like use in the world, or you're going to just be like headbutting your head against things constantly. Like those are your three options.
Okay.
Like, I don't know.
So I get what you're saying. The whole thing about being able to name all the Pokemon, frankly, that's a joke for like 9-year-olds. Like adults don't really get that that's like a big accomplishment. You could say, I'm not saying that that's not an accomplishment or whatever, but it's a little specific. So you could say, like, now this is kind of a funny joke. Do you know what Russian roulette is, Zoot? Okay, so you say something along the lines of, imagine if autism were an STI. It would be your next sexual encounter would be like playing Russian roulette. You would either found the next great AI startup, be able to name all the Pokemon, or and then whatever your next punchline is, like that's a pretty good joke. Or what's the third part you were saying?
Hitting your head against the wall and just like self-harm and bleeding all the time.
Yeah, it's you see, there's a lot of words though, and it's also a gruesome scene. I like the second one that you have, which is like the Pokemon part. So then you could, but that could even be your punchline. Um, so or you could make it a joke about Elon Musk. Um, if you wanted, people say that. I don't know if it's true or whatever, but you say something along the lines of, well, no, actually, you just switch the order, and it's really funny. So you could be the person. So okay, let's do the joke. Imagine if autism was discovered as the newest SDI. Well, then having sex with someone would be a very challenging game of Russian roulette. You either would found the next multi-billion-dollar AI startup. You would perhaps start a world-changing space company, or you would memorize every Pokemon known to man. I mean, whatever that is. That's kind of a funny joke. Zoo, I'm telling you, you we're going to get you a really good minute, and we're going to be able to use your material, which is your autism material, and we're just going to work on the wording. So the first joke is really good. The second joke we're going to work on. Third joke we're going to work on. The fourth joke is really good, and that's all you need. So the fourth joke that you said is about autism being an STI. So you say something like, uh, "It's a good thing that autism isn't discovered as an STI because or STI because if it were, having sex would be like a game of Russian roulette. You'd either found the next big AI startup, you would be the CEO of a space company, or you would have memorized every type of Pokemon in the world. That's not a bad joke. We got to work on the Pokemon, or you would, or you'll have memorized every Pokemon, and yeah, okay, so that's something. Okay, so you could say you'd either start the world's next big AI startup, you would be CEO of a space company, or you'd be unemployed having memorized every Pokemon ever invented. Not a bad, not bad. Like the reason why I say the unemployed part is the first one is a good job, the second one's a good job, and then the third one's like, but you don't have to include that. Not a bad joke though. So, okay, first joke though, solid. I would memorize it nearly word for word, which is, um, okay, I don't know if you all saw recently in the headlines, but President Trump has stated that there are no documented cases of autism within the Amish community. Coincidentally, there weren't any Amish people at my most recent gangbang. That's a funny fucking joke. That is really fucking funny. Like, if you just bracket that, that's joke one. And the key word of that joke is the key word of that joke is coincidentally. That is the key. If you don't use that word, you're fucked.
Do you think that there's no autism whatsoever in Amish?
I don't know any Amish, so I can't really speak on that matter.
Because I feel like autism is more a personality trait than anything. That neurotype is more of a personality trait.
I get that. I get that. Okay, back to your jokes. Joke two. We're working with your material. So it would be, um, I don't know if you all saw recently the documentary with famed porn star Bonnie Blue. For those of you who don't know who this person is, she's the woman who had sex with 1,000 men within 24 hours. It turns out she didn't have any Amish people in her documentary either. Okay, next joke, not that strong. We'll work on the words. Third joke is something along the lines of I learned recently that I potentially contracted autism as an STI. It no need to worry though. I had sex with enough chicks to reverse it, and it turned out the cure was having sex with famed porn star Stormy Daniels. Not super funny, but I get it. Final joke. It's a good thing that autism is not a real STI because having sex would be like a game of Russian roulette. You either would found an AI startup, start the next big space company, or be unemployed having memorized all of the world's Pokemon. Not a bad joke. Not a bad joke. And then you've got four jokes. You've got a good, pretty solid minute, and you just have to memorize the words. I like it, Zook. I like it.
I'm on Reddit right
You're on Reddit right now. Okay.
I'm going on Reddit right
Why are you going on Reddit right
That's
now?
very cool.
Okay, Zook, you're
Sorry, cool.
you're obsessed. Like you are. You're beyond obsessed with this.
No, that's fucking
Okay. That's fine. But okay, so you did the stand up, and a bunch of people walked out. Why did they walk out?
Oh, no, they moved out.
Oh, okay? So they walked out before you performed. How many people were there while you performed?
Probably about 25.
That's really good. Were most of them open mic comics as well, or were they people who had paid to view comedy?
I'd say it'd be about 50-50.
Okay, that's good. So your first joke is really good if you use those words. The second and third jokes, not as strong. The fourth joke, stronger. So you work on the second and third jokes. And it's about a little bit of education for your audience. So let's work on the second joke. The second joke is I don't know if you all saw recently, but Bonnie Blue had sex with 1,000 men in 24 hours. I watched a recent documentary, and it turns out not a single one of them is Amish. Who knew? Okay. And then the third joke. Um, Went to my doctor recently, and tur- turned out I was diagnosed, or there was a potential of me being diagnosed and with autism. And he said that it could have been sexually contracted, but I was cured from it. It turns out you can have sex with dozens of people, but if the last person you had sex with also had sex with the president, you'll be cured from autism. And it turned out that Stormy Daniels.
I kind of did that, but what I was going for is you can't, if you want to cure your autism, you have to have sex with people that don't have autism.
Okay, I mean, what makes you think that? What makes you think that Stormy Daniels doesn't have autism?
there's no real.
It's like you just want to use certain words, and these words would be SBI, autism, Stormy Daniels, and like you have to make these work. But the joke, firstly, people don't know who that is. I know you do, but you also follow like United States politics far closer than most Australians do. And also, you follow porn far closer than most anyone does. So like those are two difficult things. Like Zoo, who's the most famous porn star in the world right now?
Funny book.
Okay. And people don't know who she is. And if they do, they don't always want to admit to it, even through a laugh. Like imagine you're on a date with a chick and they make a Bonnie Blue joke and she looks over at you like, who is that? And then you'd be like, oh, it's this famous porn star. Like you don't want to admit to that. Not saying you can't make that joke work. You just have to explain who it is. You just have to explain who it is.
Okay. Bonnie Blue, like Bonnie Blue is like famous in like she was. If you watch the documentary, British newspapers and the British media was like she was in she was like one of the top news headlines. She was being talked about all over radio.
Okay, most people most people in Australia did not watch those documentaries. So all you have to do is put a qualifier in there and just explain who she is. So you say famed porn star Bonnie Blue. That's all you have to say. Then people understand it. But you're basically like saying like, you know how I say, hey, Zoo, do you know who Malcolm Jamal Warner is? And you're like, no, who's that? And I'm like, oh, he died recently. He was on the Cosby Show. Everybody watched the Cosby Show in 1988. Yeah, I mean, but it's like not relevant for today. So if I were to say famed actor from the Cosby Show, Malcolm Jamal Warner died, then people understand what the fuck I'm talking about. And that's all you have to do. You just say famed porn star or infamous porn star, Bonnie Blue, the woman who had sex recently with 1,000 different men.
So it's like talking about crypto that's not Bitcoin to someone who doesn't know what crypto
is. Exactly, Sue. That's a perfect analogy. You just have to put a little qualifier in there. Because if not, if you don't do that, the chances of people not getting it are too great and can cause the joke to bomb. But if you put in there what the person is or why they're famous, then there's a much higher accuracy rate. So it's just a few words. It's not like anything crazy. So let's make that second joke work. The first joke is solid. I've memorized it. We've got it on camera. That's great. We'll be able to have you work that one. Second one is I don't know if any of you happen to see the most recent Bonnie Blue documentary. For those of you who don't know, and like all of we are just explaining it. For those of you who don't know, Bonnie Blue is the infamous porn star who had sex with more than 1,000 men in 24 hours. It turns out in that entire documentary, not one Amish person. Shocking, I know. Now, you're kind of like milking the same joke that you used previously. So it's not like people aren't expecting it, but it's okay. I mean, it's really just a separate joke that you could use. Okay, the third joke about Stormy Daniels doesn't make a lot of sense because Stormy Daniels isn't known for like making people not autistic. So you could, if you want to use that kind of a joke, oh, here's a fucking funny joke. Wait, is this? Let's see. How would you say it? Okay. So did you see recently in the United States, the president came out on Monday and said that uh, acetaminophen caused autism. Did you see this?
Is it Tylenol?
That's acetaminophen. Okay, so Tylenol. Did you see this? Okay,
Yeah,
so
we call it paracetamol.
okay, well, whatever you call it, paracetamol,
Paracetamol.
paracetamol.
Yeah, paracetamol. But it is what you're saying. It is that.
Okay, would people in Australia know what Tylenol is?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so then you can say, I don't know if anybody has seen in the news recently, but President Trump stated that Tylenol was the cause or the potential cause of autism. And then you can say, like, there's a joke there. I'm sure there are a lot of jokes there, but something along the lines of, um, so what could we say that's funny there? So in, uh, I mean, there's like a joke like a Viagra joke. Like, so instead of, so, so for those, so the next time you have sex, ensure that you take Viagra instead of Tylenol to avoid any undesired results, something like that. It's not perfect, but it's something. Okay, but that's not your joke. We want your joke. So your joke was Stormy Daniels, which is again a dated reference. And for people who don't follow American politics and don't follow porn stars, it's not that well known. Okay, so but you were using a
Yeah,
self-deprecating.
I feel like Stormy Daniels. Yeah, that was a shit joke.
That's
Like,
okay.
no one knows who the fuck Stormy Daniels.
That's okay. That's okay. But and it's just dated too. People don't really, even if they knew who she was, that's a 10-year-old joke.
I mean, if it was
You got
before he got before he got re-elected, like when it was all over the news, people would have got that.
exactly 10 years ago, people would have understood it, but now it's not so big. Okay, so you could use the Tylenol joke. So you say something along the lines of, "This was in the news recently."
Let me ask you something.
Go for it.
Do you think people know who Bonnie Blue? I feel like that like 75% of people online know who Bonnie Blue is.
That's online. That's not necessarily people. That's not necessarily people who are in your crowd.
I would say a lot of people that there was at least 3 or 4 people in the crowd that knew who Bonnie Blue was.
Okay, 3 or 4 out of 25. That sucks. So all you have to do is say famed porn actress Bonnie Blue, who had recent sex with 1,000 guys, and that's all you have to say. Then 25 people know. Why only allow 10% to know? Remember we talked about this. Why make 10% of the crowd laugh when you could make 100% of the crowd laugh? So you just have to explain who she is a little bit. It takes a few words. Like you're very secretive about it. You're like, well, everybody should know this. They don't. They don't. You're not talking about Queen Elizabeth II. You're talking about.
This is why I don't do sports jokes. I think people who do sports jokes not really funny because I don't get
Exactly. So you have to see it like that. Your porn is other people's sports jokes. So just recognize that. That's a perfect example. Okay. So you can now you also have to understand, Zoo. Now I don't know how it is in Australia, but all your jokes are American based, and I get that. That's where a lot of your media comes from. But there are going to be some people who are just like not into American anything. But I get it. It's kind of a global. These are global news events.
By the way, there's this guy who has really predictable jokes, and the whole audience were able to predict what he was saying because he just steals jokes from Kill Tony episodes. So like people were just predicting what he was doing, and he just fucking got absolutely roasted tonight.
Well, there
and
you go.
It was actually more funny that he was getting roasted for his like how shit he was because he was stealing the jokes. That was the funny part.
There you go, Zoo. All right. So we have an acetaminophen joke or a Tylenol joke, and you need a third joke. So we're going to replace the Stormy Daniels joke with uh, a okay. Well, this could. Well, hold on. So it was recently announced, or President Trump recently announced that Tylenol potentially could be the cause of autism. I don't think this is kind of funny though. Hold on. This is kind of funny. I don't know if this will be a self-deprecating joke, but you could use it. You could say, so President Trump recently stated that Tylenol could be the cause of autism. I asked my mom about this subject, and like you could hold on. Let's think about this. You could say, so that caused me to ask my mom if she ever took Tylenol before I was born, and she responded. So let me ask, Zoo, do you know what Tic Tacs are?
Yep.
Okay, good. So this is a self-deprecating joke, but you could say, so President Trump recently announced that Tylenol could be the cause of autism in children, which caused me to ask my mother, Mom, did you ever take Tylenol before you got pregnant? And she told me that she ate those things like Tic Tacs, which explains a lot now that you see me. Not a bad joke, it's self deprecating, but if you want to go up there and say that,
She did.
okay, I understand she didn't, but like, it's just a joke. Like, that doesn't whether she did or didn't. Okay, so if you don't want to use that type of self deprecating joke, um, you could make a joke about, uh, you could say something like, if you want, this isn't a bad joke. Uh, so President Trump recently announced that Tylenol could be the cause of autism, which led me to research exactly how many bottles of Tylenol did Elon Musk's mom eat before she gave birth. Crickets, but it's a funny joke. Because that's like a thing, like people talk about that. It's difficult because there aren't really any famous people with autism like that have talked about that. Um, okay, but if it has to be an autistic joke, um, you could say something like, um, I mean, look, Zoo, you don't even need that joke. You've got three good jokes if you just do what you have, which is President Trump recently. Hold on, what was the first joke? I remember it. Um, okay, it was President Trump recently announced that there were no documented cases of autism in Amish. Coincidentally, there were no Amish at my most recent gangbang. Second joke is I don't know if you all saw this recently. Bonnie Blue, for those of you who don't know, she's the infamous porn star who had sex with 1,000 men in 24 hours. Had a documentary. Turns out there were no Amish in that documentary. Third joke. I think it's an interesting premise to think that autism could be contracted like an STI, which means that in your next sexual encounter, The results could be that you start a giant tech startup, are the CEO of a space company, or end up memorizing every type of Pokemon ever created. Those are three. That's like a minute.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
it's 12 a.m. 12 a.m. People are trying to sleep in my house. So, I'll be back tomorrow.
All right, buddy. Well, good job. You've got some solid material.
I'll be back for the down line. Yeah, I'll be back. Back maybe 7 to 9 hours. Yeah, maybe a bit like that.
All right, big.
7 to 9 hours ish.
All right, big dog. Well, you've got some material, big man. What do you think of that material? It's too much on autism, which I don't think is very funny. But if you're gonna have to make it funny, you do it the way that I did it. My shit's hilarious. Coincidentally, is a big fucking word, but it's hilarious. Phil Z, Maya, GM.
passing.
My heart was beating a certain way, my knees were going a certain way.
You ever try to sneak into places like events? Just say, let me see if I can try it. So even though you can get a ticket or you have a ticket.
When I was a kid, I snuck into the car for everything. Because what you do is you go to one game a season, so you go right a game, right? And $15 you get the ticket stuff.
Yeah.
So then you take $20 and put on that stuff. Next time you go to the car, you stuff your way in. You got a small you stuff your way in, and basically you don't have a seat. So now you gotta go get a seat. And then you're in.
Wait, so for $20?
Yeah, for $10. I went to see that good and they see these for the $10 ticket.
Yeah.
I went to see the Sixers against the Knicks on Christmas Day one time. I bought a $10 ticket.
Gotcha. We used to sneak into the forum for Laker games.
Really?
Yeah. We would go in there. You can go into the forum. We did it this way. So if we would go in, and if you left, this way to basically to make it a long story short, if you left to go smoke or whatever, they would like put an X on your ticket. It would be perfectly X. So we took the ticket and we slipped it through the door, and our friend had the ticket stub. So now he had the ticket. We were it's just the door to inside the outside. He had the ticket stub. He wrote the X on it, went to where we walked in. See what I'm saying? Right. It was like real easy. So we snuck into like Laker Clipper game, Laker Celtic games back in the day.
They ever catch you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
What did you say?
This was like standing room only. All the guys were moving around. We had like I don't believe it. I want to see. I'm not one of those guys who's comfortable bouncing around. Like the form.
I think it was that scary back then. Like,
Was it? When the Lakers played, Maplewood was worse, guys.
Maplewood was alright, but no, it was like known as what it is now, kind of like a little edgy. But the form, I'm sure, would stay in the park. But I used to go to like 2 or 3 games a year, like when the Celtics would come to town. Saw the Nuggets, Trailblazers, but yeah, we would sneak in, and then also the LA King games. My friend worked there, so we would get in, and there's a lot of that stuff going on. But that was LA back in the day. That was a spot to be. The forum was just.
I was scared. Like, the only place I ever tried to sneak into were movies. And I still.
That's even scary.
I'd at least buy one ticket. I never really.
You buy one ticket, you go to 3 fucking movies.
Oh, they don't?
You know, you're doing it. You know, it's fun. That pimple face plastic motherfucker. At 16,
I know that kid.
that wants to be a cop for fucking 8 years.
I've seen him.
He's the one that comes up to you and tries to spray you with deodorant and shit. I was happy. But they even told me when you're high, you're not just visiting.
What about getting a refill? I got busted one time for getting a refill at a Circle K in Tempe. Hey, the lady like clamped down on me. She said you can't do that. I got the soda. It was like a 32-ounce thirst buster. She was Tempe. It's hot. I remember I'm drinking the soda. I'm like looking at the magazines, checking out the stuff. Now it's all halfway through. We go get some more. And she's like, hey, you can't do that. I remember.
Did she call the cops?
No, but she came down on me for it. You remember these incidents in your life when people came down on you for stuff. I remember the circus one. Have you heard of Circus Vargas? No. You heard of Circus Vargas is like a local circus, and it was over in like Hollywood and Highland. This when I was a kid, and some ladies and I snuck into the big top. I remember she grabbed my collar. I remember so whenever I think of Circus Vargas, it's still around. I see it. I have flashbacks of that lady grabbing me, sneaking in, and I wasn't sneaking in. I'm a good kid. I'm so upset now. No, but I remember I got busted for some lady thought I was shoplifting. Some people I've been accused of a lot of stuff that I didn't do. I don't know why.
I got busted for cheating. So,
were you cheating?
Yeah, it was in 4th
There
grade.
you go.
I had to listen how stupid I was. I had this book under my shirt. My teacher knew it, and he said stand up, and the book got caught under the desk. So there was that. That was terrible. I got caught doing not shoplifting, masturbating. Oh no, I haven't. That would be terrible. I mean,
girl said, look, here's panties for some stuff. What do you want to? I'd probably take a sock.
Weird.
I think so. I was telling me there's a girl that gets money to send you money underwear. There's a lot of girls do that. Yeah, they send you socks that are worn. Oh, really? After they go to yoga. Sign me up. What do you like about each brother? What? Just the shape of the toe, the nail, the bones, like kind of like when they have like when they're lined up good. I like when they're a little bony. Clean. I like them clean. I mean, I can get dirty though. I feel, you know, I'm not a sex fiend with a foot. I like women's foot. I think it's beautiful. I think when I see a fat chick with fat feet, and she has samples on her DM, I want to tell her how to stop. You can advise them when you let the fucking house. If he got some parables, I would say, oh yeah, let me do that. But you can't wear those fucking samples. It's like a truck driver's feet. I see it all the fucking time. And the guys should tell them, I'm not doing this. I love you. I love you. I love this. But you can't wear those fucking shoes. I can tell them where I'm at. Look at the size of your fucking feet. You're a Godzilla. But I love you to death. You're the mother of my children. But those feet gotta go. We gotta do something. They're moves.
What do you expect them to respond to you? Thank you, honey.
I didn't know. Women don't know. Sometimes people just don't know. I got fucked up feet. I got fucked up everything. I know. I love it. I got fucked up feet. I got the fucking nail toe. People look at my jiu-jitsu. I get all embarrassed. I had eczema. What was work? I put a band-aid on my toe. Listen to fucking that thing. So I might as well go with the fungi toe sticking out. I don't give a fuck. I trim it. You know, I trim the fungi. It's fungus. I've done everything I could. I went to Sebastian, told me to spray the thing. Listen, I went up and got a blue torch. You know, that's just everything. You want to groove on. You go to Sherman Oaks. Some Indian ladies, the only people that would do that. Blue torch and toes hinders. They're trying to get back at somebody. Go in the morning. They get a fucking hole. Like a blue hole. The coldest air ever. They leave it on your toe. You don't feel your toe. Then they blue torch your fucking toe. Right. Like a torch. Yeah. See the smoke in the front. Oh. You can smell it. Oh, it's like for the Dumb and Dumber movie. You go from one foot to the other. To the other. And my wife got Christmas Friday. And then I go home and I fucking pick the nail up and spray. Sebastian said he had to spray it on his toe for a year every day. So that's what I did. He had to do every day. I sprayed it. Now the nail is half a box. Like I've cut half of them. I go to hotels. That's why I do my footwork. So I don't work on my feet in my house. I do footwork in hotels.
There's a podiatrist on every corner.
Joe, how you doing this? You're a podiatrist. I'm a foot doctor. I'm not a foot doctor. You're gonna say you're gonna help me.
You know, help you?
You gotta trim your feet, and I gotta sand them. Oh, sander. I gotta sand
Foot sander.
You get them online. I got a foot sander. My feet crack and shit. I got fucked up skin. So what happens is I take my and I soak it. I wait till the toenail comes out. I cut the fungus out. I go deep. I take the brown stuff out. Oh, I definitely snip it. You know, man, you gotta snip that shit.
You have to. You have to.
Oh my god.
Do you like catalog? Do you like a diary?
You don't know what you do is you take the toenail and you get some toe jam. You mix it all together like a toe ball. And you snip that fungi nail.
I think I can help you.
Let me ask you a question. Do you take supplements? You take MSM? You know what MSM is? I take it. Do you take BioCell? I take supplements that specifically focus on skin, connectivity, those tissues. I used to have skin ailments. I used to have bad nails, bad skin, jock itch, anal lesions. I got a jock itch. I got a scar. I'm just growing up in Jersey. It's scratching like I have a red scar. But these are for collagen. These are for nails. I take it. My nails get stronger. My eyebrows get thicker. I don't have the jock area, the eczema. That's also mental. But I used to have those problems. I'm telling you. And I think if you tried some MSM, I thought you would. Do you know what MSM is? MSM. It's basic stuff. MSM. It's in chondroitin, it's in joint stuff, but if you take it, it's strong. I'm being serious. I'm skin, hair, and nails. Look at my nails. I'll scratch somebody. That's how strong they are. I would say, when I heard that story about you having that toenail thing, I say give it a shot. Biocell. I got Jancy. I'm going to go on. Don't do Jancy. How many you want though, Joey? I think you like it. What, the toenail? Oh, like just the process of bringing it out. Look at is that what you do on the road? Usually make season like this.
There she is.
Pieces of nail. I take some of the jam from underneath.
Girl, I had the kiss of death yesterday with my fantasy football team. I should have shut my fucking mouth. They played like dog shit, and that's all I'm going to say about that. How are you? Oh, it was terrible. I awoke. I looked at my team. I wanted to throw my phone. I was sick about it. And then one of the players that I traded away had like the best week. Yeah, he should have. Oh, it was terrible. All right. So what's good in your world? Okay, excellent. Okay, well those are some. That's kind of a lot of stuff. No, I get that. I didn't think that you didn't. In fact, I think you do things. You do more things than most people with less opportunity. So you do a lot. All right. You want to hear how my bots are doing? Of course. This is deep knowledge. All right. So I um, basically I like to do testing of them, but it's hard to get feedback on how the bots are doing. So like the bot that got you in here basically was just like sending a picture of my driver's license with like a huge paragraph, which is fine. Um, but what I was doing is I changed the picture, and then I would post something on that account, and then I can tell how many interactions it would get. So what I would do is like I would send out a bunch of messages and then check how many interactions my post got, and it would be like I would check it once and I'd get one interaction, and then I'd wait like an hour and check it again, and it'd have two interactions, and then I'd check it again, and it'd have three interactions. It was like, well, I'm the only person who's interacting with this thing. So then I had this other strategy like last week, and it worked really well. It worked like immediately when I started doing it. Like all these people came in here. Well, when I say all these people, like two, but that was still really great. But then it wasn't working as well. But I figured out a way for it to work well again. So basically, what this bot does is um, it looks up a keyword and then reposts everybody who has recently posted anything about that keyword. Now, previously, what I would do is use the words like Jew, Jewish. And when I do that, there are people who don't like Jews and there are people who do like Jews. So the people who don't like Jews would see that I reposted them, and then they would report my account, and then they would take the account down. So I thought, okay, I need something more neutral than that. So I started doing crypto, NFT, and Bitcoin. And the reason why I did those is because it's like if it's reposting your post, everybody wants more interaction with their posts. So nobody's gonna get pissed off if you reposted them. Like generally, like that you get what I'm saying. So I did that about I don't know 5 hours ago or something, and um, I'm happy to say, like thrilled to say, to some extent, that right now I am eclipsing the. Let's see here. Well, I got 13 followers, which is a fuck ton of followers when you're someone like me who uh, as I who basically just spam people, and it's got 507 interactions and 5 likes, which is like I didn't even want those. Like basically, 507 interactions is a huge amount for me. So um, more than anything.
No, wait, how many
Like you got 13 followers and 507 interactions.
total
How many do I have total?
on that account?
Well, I just created it. Yeah, I just created it like 6 hours ago. So it's like a brand new account. But I'm not even trying for people to follow the account. I just want interactions. And what that means is I repost their stuff, and that means that they sometimes look at what I did, and then they look at my account, and then I get an interaction out of that, which is like in its own way like really good for me because, like I said previously, when I was doing the thing where I send the private messages or whatever, I would get like 25 over the course of like 24 hours. I mean, it wasn't a lot. And I think I was most of those. So this is a good strategy. Now, the key is not getting the account banned. It's fine if the account gets banned, but it's just it takes me a long time to create the accounts because I have to go through CAPTCHAs or the ARCOS, and it's just a pain. But I'm really happy with that. And, um, it's one of these things where you don't know what necessarily works until you try it. And um, this seemingly works okay. I mean, like every few minutes, I'll get a new notification, and like I just got another person who followed me. So now I have 14 followers, which is great. And um,
So you said that post that you sent out was looked at 500 times and you have 13 followers.
yeah, but that's probably pretty average. In fact, it's probably better than average, especially because I have a new account. Like, if it were,
What is it? The commission rate they're supposed to go for is a limit to 25% of your audience watching you, and then you can actually like this.
yeah, but that's like a real account. My account is just some throwaway account that literally starts with 0 followers.
But
And it,
I'm saying that obviously, I mean, you're hitting the goal in a different way. Do you see what I'm saying?
yeah, no, I do, and it's unexpected. Like if I wanted the maximum amount of people to follow me, I would just follow people, and then you get. I think those statistics are probably similar. If you get 100 people if you follow 100 people, 25% of them or 25 people will follow you back. And so, like 2 years ago, around this time, I created one of my first bots, which was just a follow bot. And this was back in the day when, um, like Twitter was still like wasn't owned by Elon Musk yet. And what these bots would do, I created over 2,000 of them manually, and it took me like 6 months. But what they would do is just follow. All they would do is just follow people, and you can still find like archived posts that I have, or not that I have, but like people have written about me that are just like, who is this fucking asshole who keeps following me every single day? I get followed by 45 of this person's accounts. Like, what is their problem? And it was really funny to me that the people who are on the right side of, or like conservative people, thought I was liberal, and the people who were liberal thought I was conservative. When in reality, I think both sides are corrupt. And then they would like make these giant posts about me, and they would at Elon Musk and at Twitter support and all these other people. So I did this bot like 2 years ago, and I did it for 6 months, and then Twitter changed its settings. So before you could follow 400 people a day. Now they changed it. You can still do that, but like if you follow more than like 10 an hour or something like that, they'll ban your account. So it wasn't worth it for me to do that on Twitter anymore. So I kind of have to find the loopholes in the system. And one of the loopholes that I found is the repost loophole. Like if I just instead of reposting people, I liked them. Twitter limits the amount of likes that you can do, but they don't. As of right now, from what I'm seeing and what I've learned over the course of the past like month, they don't limit the amount of reposts you do. So I just go through and repost everybody's shit, and then that causes them. In an ideal world, Audie, they would get a notification and then they would see that I reposted them. It doesn't work that well because Twitter has something in their algorithm that basically knows that I'm a bot, and so it does what it calls silences notifications automatically. But the key is that when you look at the post, it shows that somebody has reposted it, and then you can click on that and look at post interactions. You have to do some swiping, but then you see my shit. And it's like, if that's what I have to do, then that's what I'll do. But for me to, like, my goal is for one account to get 1,000 views on this post that I have. If I get 1,000 views, then great. I'll just eventually just throw that account will get banned eventually. But then I just create another one and do the same thing, and that's really great. Now, does that equate to people coming in here and interacting with me? Well, I haven't had anybody do that yet today, but I did this like earlier last week, and I had people coming right away. And actually, one guy really nice. He's from the UK, and he's really into electric bicycles. We talk about that all the time, and he's like he's just such a sweet person. I really like him. He came in yesterday morning, and it was right about kickoff time for all these games, and I was like, "Dog, I'd love to talk to you, but I'm really focused on these games." And he's like, "No, I understand. I was just coming in to say hi." So we caught up a little bit. Anyway, so I got another notification. Let's see what this is saying. Another person followed me, so that means I've got 16 followers or so. So that's good. I mean, again, I don't do this for followers. Um, I do this for people to interact with my posts. So let's check out that. And what I love about this bot is that there's feedback. Like I know how well it's working because I can see this number grow. So I'm at 522 interactions, which is phenomenal. I'm really happy with that. And then what ends up happening sometimes is um, people will create a post about me. And they'll be like, is anybody else getting these reposts from this Rabbi Rothschild? Who are they? What's their deal? And then, that happens. There's this other thing that I do well, let me ask you, Audie, do you know what SEO is? Search engine optimization?
Like I know what those words mean together, but I don't know what protocol or whatever you call it.
I get you. I get you. Okay, so say you have a pizza place, like a pizza joint, and you want it when somebody types pizza near me, wherever you are, you want your website to rank highly. What you'll do is you might put something on your website, like a paragraph about pizza in your area and all the good things that you offer. And then what happens is twice a day, Google crawls the internet for content, and basically, if it likes what you've written, it will rank you higher. That's how people get ranked in like highly in the search engine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I didn't know that was how Google determined it. Interesting.
It is interesting. And it's a multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar business. It's basically people who game the system to get their website to populate over their competitors' websites. Anyway, so I've never heard anybody refer to this, but there's like a new world of that in large language models. When I say large language models, that's just fancy words for ChatGPT and Google Gemini and all these AI things. So something that I did a long time ago, I basically populated the internet with like all my stuff, like my biography and what I talk about, all this stuff. And over the course of time, large language models have figured out who I am, and they'll write my biography basically, like word for word, when you ask them about me. Now there are other Rabbi Rothschilds, so sometimes it can get confused. But if you ask any like ChatGPT or Google Gemini or Claude or any of the other ones, uh, Grok, welcome. How are you? Yay. Yay, you gotta be 18 to be in here, buddy. Yeah, so that's another strategy I've been using. I don't know how beneficial it is. But basically, what I've done is anybody who sends me a message, I'm sending them an invitation to this server. Um, and so, like, if you send me a message, I mean, not you because I know who you are, but like, if see, the thing is, and I'm sure you get these too, you get rando people on Discord who send you a message, and a lot of times it's like, "Hey, join my Discord" or whatever. Well, if you send me a message, I'm just like normally I would just ignore them, but instead I'm like, you know what? I'll send you an invite to my server. The reason why I do it that way is if you are the responder on Discord to a message, you don't get like in trouble for responding. If you just go out and send a bunch of messages to random people, Discord will get mad at you and ban your account. And I don't want that to happen. But if you receive a bunch of messages and you respond to them with your Discord link, you don't get in trouble. So, like yesterday when I awoke, I had 70 new messages from Discord, and I went through, which is like a ton of messages. Like within, I don't know, like 8 hours, it's a ton of messages. Um, and the reason why I get so many is I'm in this one giant Discord that has 5 million people in it, and I don't even really know what it is. It's called Steal a Brain Rot. I don't know what that is. I've been in it. It's got almost 6 million people in it. I think it has to do with Roblox. But I don't know. I don't do Roblox. I've never played Roblox. But I know people do trading in Roblox and stuff, and that's big on Discord. So a lot of people ask me to trade on there, and I just send them my Discord link. Well, anyway, I get random people in here. A lot of times, like I'll get people who are like 21, which is cool, but then I'll get people who are like 8, and so it's like okay, so I have to be super diligent. How old are you? And they'll be like, I'm 11. I'll be like, all right, well, have a good day, and then I'll just ban them. But it has caused this server to grow to some extent. But over the course of the past like 2 or 3 weeks, I've gotten like 75 new people in here, and that's fine. I mean, it's like either super good or it's better than I normally get. So, um, go ahead.
It's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. Um, the big thing that I want to happen is people who see me repost their shit on X to come in here. When that happens, like when you came in here, I still think about this all the time. When you came in here and I'm like, hey, how'd you find out about me? You're like, Twitter. I'm like, no fucking way. And I describe our interaction like a message in a bottle. I remember telling you that. It was like I was just on a deserted island and I put a message in a bottle and I threw it in the ocean and you somehow got it on some other beach and read it. And it's really hard to do that though. Like basically you're an exception. Not many people are gonna be like you and be like, I'm gonna hunt this person down and see what's going on with their Discord and join it and all these other things. Um, but I do get some people who do that and I think with the strategy that I have currently, it's there's a good chance that it could happen. Um, and when it does, it just makes my fucking day. I mean, I get so happy when someone comes in here and they learn about me from Twitter or whatever I'm botting because it tells me that what I'm doing is working. So that's great. So with that being said, um, I have to just continue these bots and like I can even check right now. So like last I spoke, it was 522 interactions on my post, and now it's 532. So within the last like I'm maybe getting like one a minute or two a minute or so. So that's really great. That's I'm not doing anything to have to get people out for that. And the key is that I'm using very neutral terms. So NFT, Bitcoin, crypto. Very few people are going to report you if you repost their stuff with that. But if it's Jew, there are a lot of people who don't like Jews. And so they'll come out and just be like, oh, fuck you. I'm going to ban you for reposting my shit. So I think that's a good strategy. And another thing that's important about this strategy is that it's basically like the morning in the United States now, and people like it's the start of a new week. So people go onto Twitter and do their thing. Like Twitter, at least on the weekends, it's not as business oriented as it is during the week. So, people get up and they say GM to each other and they post about their Bitcoin or their cryptocurrency or whatever it is. So um, that's where we're at, and I just I've been using this analogy recently, which I feel is apt. Um, so the Grand Canyon started with a drop of water at some point. Basically, it was rain or snow in the Rocky Mountains that eventually started a little stream that eventually became a river, the Colorado River, and then eventually cut through and made this giant canyon. And it's like each one of these reposts is just another drop of water that I'm putting out there. And I recognize that if I just do this enough, that it's eventually going to make some kind of uh, impact. I mean, I know I've done it before. I know that when I would spam people on Kick, it got the biggest people on Kick to find out about me and to interview me and to do podcasts and things like that to the point where I'm friends with a lot of them. It made people on Twitter previously know who I was, and to annoy them. It's made people on Discord know who I am. So I know if I just keep doing this, that will have a significant impact. There's also an analogy that I use that I've heard before, but if you just take your finger and you tap your arm like very lightly, if you did that for like 5 days straight, eventually you would work your way down to the bone. Basically, just with like a little bit of impact over a consistent amount of time, you will cause a lot of damage. And that's what I'm doing with these bots. And I wish I could say more about them. Well, okay, I'll say this. So the bot is really interesting. So it's got a link to my Discord in the name, and I basically say like YouTube me. Like there are some people who say Google me. There are some people who say YouTube me. Like this one girl, I'll never forget the first person who told me to Google them. I was oh I I had met this girl, and uh, she and I like were sitting next to each other or something, and um, I forget what we were talking about, but um, she's like Google me, and I did, and she turned out to be an actress, and she was in like movies, and I was like, oh wow, like that's
Like, five minutes off of that.
pardon me.
I was saying that under any other circumstance, that would be a really odd thing to say.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Um, at the time, I had just done something that was like I don't want to say what it is. I mean, it was good. It was like a very positive thing that a lot of people knew about me or knew about what I did, and and uh, and so in the same way, she's like Google me, and I did, and I'm like wow, and like her IMDb pulled up, and she's in movies with like actors that I really liked, and I'm like wow, what was that person like? Like like that kind of stuff would go on, and so people say Google me, but nobody really says YouTube me. I mean, it's not like that popular of a thing to do, but I do say YouTube me. And then I say, Rabbi Rothschild lives on YouTube and Discord 24/7 for world peace. Rabbi has been live on YouTube 3+ years. Ask me anything in my Discord, and then it has a Discord link. And then, like I have this post that is very like it gets people's attention, and then I have this thing. I have my driver's license on like my banner, and it tells people there's this part of Twitter that they have where you can do more and you can write like a really long amount of information. So I write like 50,000 characters in there. So it says, pardon me, um, it's it's in a view more section. Like nobody uses it. So it says introduction, Shalom Yah, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, I issue my life for world peace. I want to help the world achieve peace through a global emphasis on pacifism. I feel if humans are ever to colonize space, terraform other planets, and travel intergalactically, we need peace on Earth. I want to help end world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, building greenhouses, vertical farms. It's all the stuff that I talk about. And then I put all the information about myself. I mean, you can really just read this. In the about section of this Discord. It's like I'm gonna say word for word, but a lot of it's in there. So anyway, nobody really uses this section of Twitter because it's not that always that easy to find. So I put like instructions how to find it. And anyway, I'm just someone who is just trying what they can do, trying to do what I can to get the world to unite. Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that you would strain your life until death?
Yeah, but I don't think I'm gonna die. But yeah, I'd love to. That's the plan. And I know it's very optimistic to say I don't think I'm gonna die, but scientists have
Well,
already.
you just don't want to talk about it.
No, no, no. I do want to talk about it.
I mean, you can talk about it. You can. Yeah, I'm a little, I'm not as optimistic as you,
I get that.
but I don't want to break your heart about it.
No, no, no. I understand. Look,
It looks like cryo might be like, your only option, which doesn't sound great.
what is my only
But
option?
if say that like would you cryo freeze yourself if there wasn't anything else to do?
100%.
Anything else?
Absolutely. Cryogenically freeze myself 100%.
But you have to then decide at some point in your life that you're done living now and you're willing to just be frozen. You understand that, right?
Uh,
You can't just
no.
be like in hospice and like, yeah, now freeze me. I mean, like you could and hope that there's like awesome medicine as soon as they unfreeze you, but you don't understand what I'm trying. You have to be alive.
I get.
How alive are you gonna be?
I get what you're saying. Usually, what happens is that people are in hospice, and they have plans that are made with these companies that as soon as their heart stops, within like 10 minutes of that, they're basically put into liquid nitrogen and frozen. Like they're like immediately, and you have to do it really quickly. So there's like a team of people that they pay to do this. And then you can either have your head done or your whole body. The head's cheaper. And then like the ones that I've seen, there's some in Southern California, there's some in Arizona, and they're basically just companies that keep people frozen indefinitely until there are solutions to um, cure however they die. And if I'm not one of those people, I want to dedicate my life to unfreezing those people eventually once we have the technology. Like that's something I want to give awareness about. And I remember in the 1990s, I saw like a 60 Minutes on this, and I was like, oh wow, I want to help with that, or that's how I want to die. And but do I fear death? No. Meaning like I know that I could die any like like a meteor could kill me or whatever.
No, I know that you don't. You just genuinely enjoy life so much.
Oh, I absolutely do. Why don't I want it to end? Yeah, but um, I also think it, we're of a generation that scientists at least estimate the first person to live to be 200 years old is already born. And then I learned about the science of mind uploading, and it's very realistic. We're already doing it with mice. And when people counter this to say, yeah, but there's a big difference between a mouse and a human, I say that's correct. But 20 years ago, we were doing inter brain computer interfaces with mice, and the first BCI brain computer interface, Neuralink, has already been implanted in a human and is being used daily. So like that to me is still very advanced technology that's actually in the past. Meaning somebody has a computer chip in their head and they can use that to move a mouse on a computer. That's like mind blowing technology to me. And so for me to think that, or like another one, which is really interesting, is like a test tube baby. Basically, like that's been around for 50 years, but that's still like a lot for me to be able, or like the artificial womb, basically. That that's something that's like a reality today, and I so there's part of me that's like even I talk about this stuff about life of mind uploading and all of this, and it sounds so futuristic to me, but in reality, a lot of this stuff has already happened. I mean, de-extinction, like that's like Jurassic Park. That seems so advanced. We've already done it. We did it in 2003. That's 20 more than 20 years ago it was done, but it still seems super um, advanced to me. And but so I'm okay with that. But I think there might be a chance to be able to escape it in one way or another. So why not try? And it's like the ultimate evolutionary adaptation that you can have is to try to escape that. And as a species, I'm doing everything that I can. Now, um, there are some people who would be like, okay, well, why aren't you like you talk about peptides and oxygen therapy and human growth hormone and stem cells and all that. Oh, that's super expensive. I get that. But I don't have the ability to just become superhuman like that or whatever immediately. However, I do recognize the importance of data and how valuable it is. And that so long as I do the stream, it's going to make me an influential person. And when that comes to fruition, I'm going to be able to pay for all that stuff. So, do I know that they, what'd you say?
So can we make you a clone?
Yeah, definitely.
I was just wondering.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I talk about that in my spiel. I say, we'll be like,
That just sounds fun.
exactly. We, the first,
Kind of a little bit more like Frankenstein, but we'll be very nice to it. I'll help you with it.
thank you. Um, yeah, I mean, we cloned mammals in the 1990s. I remember watching the nightly news when they did it, and it was like people were making jokes about it that like Dolly the sheep was the name, was cloned, and like what this could mean, and they pretty quickly thereafter made it illegal to clone humans. But that doesn't mean that it can't be done in other countries. And do I want that necessarily? I mean, look, I had this professor. Exactly. I had this professor. This was 15 years ago, and I'll never forget this. This woman, very accomplished lawyer, and her husband's a judge in Southern California. She, on the first day of class, she did a little biography about herself, and she said that she waited later in life, after becoming an attorney and such, to have children, and she had her eggs cryogenically frozen, and that she had her uh, husband. she didn't do test tubes. She just had her children, her eggs cryogenically frozen. And they took one egg. What'd you say?
Sorry.
You're okay.
I'm so sorry. Keep on telling me.
Exactly. No problem. So they took one egg and split it and froze them, and um, they inseminated it with her husband's sperm, and she had at the time like a 5-year-old boy, and then 2 years later they did it to the girl, and they had a 3-year-old girl, and these children were identical twins, but they were 2 years apart. And I just thought that that was so advanced. I mean, I remember raising my hand in class and I said, "Are you from the future?" And everybody in class laughed. And I remember just being like shocked by that this technology was actually happening. And it's an affluent area, and people are doing this type of thing. But that was more than 15 years ago that this was being done. I mean, those kids are adults now. And I still think that that kind of technology.
Is split prior.
Yeah, so I may have explained it incorrectly. So basically, I think they took a fertilized egg and froze it, or no, perhaps it wasn't fertilized yet. It was just her egg, but they split it so that she had identical twins, and they were just uh, born at different times. Well, there was a recent um, article that I read, or
I don't understand how that makes sense scientifically. Because in order to get twins, it has to be two eggs that are already identical.
right. So okay, so perhaps per,
Split.
perhaps what they did was they took her husband's sperm, her frozen egg, inseminated it, and then froze it, and then split it. So it was exactly the same genetic material. It was just 2 years apart that they did it. But there was a case recently that made headlines. They call it the world's oldest baby. It was a baby from 30 years ago who was frozen. The egg was frozen, and they just fertilized it recently. So this baby's actually been on this earth, at least from an egg point of view, for 30 years. But it's like 5 months old. All of this is very advanced technologically.
You
And
know, one thing I don't understand, Rabbi, is like, how do the cell walls not burst? When you freeze things, cell walls burst.
yeah, so they do it at a very cold temperature using liquid nitrogen so that it preserves those cell walls. And they do it very quickly.
I still don't understand it. I'll have to see it.
All right, well, that's how it's done.
Because if you just go from liquid nitrogen really quickly, what happens to you?
Yeah, that's how they preserve these people for cryogenic freezing. It preserves your it pres it
If
pre-
you dip your cells in liquid nitrogen, you go in and out real quick, nothing happens. You just can't feel it. If you go in for too long, you die.
hold on. If you go in and out, you will die. It's not like you can just take a dip in it. No, you just straight up die. It's like
Okay, so how the fuck are you gonna be alive after?
they just preserve.
You die.
Wait, it doesn't guarantee that you will be.
If it kills a live person,
Yeah,
how does it not destroy a body that just is?
it pres it preserves it. It preserves it. So basically, it ensures that there's no decay of the cells. But you still have to revivify them.
And if they're dead,
So you still have to revivify them or reanimate them. And that's the complicated part. Preservation isn't that difficult.
Just saying it might not be a good route for preservation if it's also a route for death. It doesn't sound like it makes too much sense to me right now.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's something I'll see with my own eyes and to maybe four words about and see and understanding.
I
Because I
understand.
can't understand it right now. Do you get what I'm saying right now? I know you understand that, so I know you believe in that.
Well,
So,
I mean, I didn't always until scientists were able to like do this with like small animals and such, um, or like flies. I mean, it's like not even animals. Uh, but it's not a case of you dip somebody in minutes after they die, and then you can pull them out and reanimate them by just warming them to room temperature. It doesn't work that way. Basically, this just preserves them so that when we have some type of cure for however they died or some type of solution, we could perhaps be able to scan their internal structure to be able to either clone them or upload that data into another being.
yeah, these bodies, I mean, we gotta understand the technology we're using. This is fucking killing them. They're not gonna be able to be far out. Well, that's how they fucking sell it sometimes. You see my understanding. You need to be alive before you fucking do it. You shouldn't say anything. I think we're totally that.
Well, they're not paying it so that firstly they know that it's uh, not 100% certainty that they'll be able to be reanimated. They know that they're taking a risk, but they have enough money to do it. That's why I believe it costs like $100,000 to do just your head or something like that, and $250,000 to do the rest of your body. And they also know that there are going to be people with whom we try this, and it's not going to work. So there's going to be some trial and error, but they have the ability to perhaps preserve themselves for a potential in the future reanimation. And if they have the funds, why not try it?
Do you believe in the afterlife or reincarnation? Maybe I was wrong in this.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows. Traditionally, I mean, I have my beliefs, but from like a religious standpoint, I don't know how accurate they are. I mean, there are discussions that we spend a year essentially in a neutral realm, and then with enough righteousness of your family, basically saying prayers, uh, known uh, as Kaddish, you basically will sit at the right hand of God. I just think that these are traditional ways that rabbis specifically were able to have some justification for what we do religiously. But in reality, there isn't an overarching one doctrine within Judaism of what happens with you. I know in Christianity, many times, welcome, how are you? How old are you? Um, like there's an idea of like heaven and hell in Christianity and things like that. And while we have similarities within Judaism, it's not as cut and dried. And we believe in the world to come is what we call it. And um, Ha'olam basically is what it's known as, and uh, or at least with the world. And that's a religious part of me. From a scientific state, much of me believes that you just die and it's black and it's done. Like you become worm food. Dust you are, dust you shall return. There's that element of it. From a reincarnation standpoint, religiously, again, maybe some people's souls are able to transverse the metasphere, and we get certain personalities characteristics or traits from previous people. But again, that's difficult to prove. Um, Scientifically, I think the answer is that when you die, you die, and that is that's what happens to you. And what we're trying to do from a technological perspective is try to avoid that. And then I think you can get into real reincarnation, quote unquote, with the um, ability to import your brain upload into another being. So if you wanted to be a dog, you could. You would basically have your brain information, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system implanted into a dog, and you would know that at one point you were a human, but you made the choice to be a dog, and now you're going to live a life of a dog, or you could be a bird, or a fish, whatever you wanted to be, or you could be something that doesn't necessarily exist right now, some type of advanced type of uh, creature, something that can maybe type of superhuman-like creature, perhaps an extraterrestrial.
Oh, until you mentioned superhuman creature.
Well, what I mean to say is like you could be like a human, but with um, better genetics.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
But that's what I talk about. I think you could be a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, which basically is like a being without a body. Whatever you want to be, you could literally be whatever you want. Or I also say an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, and an ethereal being. Those are the six things that I normally spout off to people, and they're usually overwhelmed by it. And they're like, I mean, you've heard them. They're like, "But what?" And they don't normally hear people talk like that, and I get that. Basically, what I'm saying is that you'll be able to be a shapeshifter. You'll be able to be whatever you want to be. Now, normally we think of shapeshifters as people who are things that can change. From what?
Bazooka. I'm gonna make one of my arms a bazooka.
Oh yeah, you could do that. That's a cybernetic being,
But I don't want it to look like a bazooka all the time. It has to transform.
right? Again, that's still a cybernetic being. And there's an argument to be made that we already have cyborgs on Earth. Those are people with pacemakers and artificial limbs. They're just the primitive versions of them.
Yep, yep. Of course. Yes, I agree.
Excellent. All right.
Science is kind of crazy, you know.
Oh, I know.
I would definitely upload my mind. I feel that, yeah, I don't think that we really have a choice in that.
Well, that's why I always say. Well, that's why I always preface it by saying, with your consent, because some people might not consent to this.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I don't think that it really operates about consent when we talk about the actual reality that we live in. Whereby energy cannot be created or destroyed. And even a heartbeat is something. And the breath in your chest. Okay, the breath doesn't matter if you measure this, it's just air. But there's only like a certain capacity that you need anyway. Like a recycling.
Excellent.
I would not want to be a fucking animal if I already was a fucking animal.
All right, calm down. We have our friend here.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Miss Aquarius?
I'm good. How are you?
Every day's a holiday. Every
Morning.
meal's a feast.
Good
What's
morning,
up?
Mustafa.
Good morning, Mustafa.
Good morning, everyone. How was your
So far, so good.
It is no morning of my country.
We know. Good day. How are you?
I'm not just. I know you know, but I just said that for the girl
way?
This lady.
That's fine.
No, yeah, because I didn't know.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Mustafa, do you want to tell him where you're from?
Yes, I want to tell her where I'm from.
All right, well, tell her where you're from then.
From Iraq.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm from Iraq in Middle East. So I wrote to to America, like live in America. Yeah. So that's all.
Okay.
So you guys, I will be right back.
All right, big dog.
Okay.
You got it.
Hmm.
So Mustafa
Yes.
wants to move from Iraq to the United States, and actually, like a little more than a year ago, I had somebody with whom I was speaking in here from Tunisia, and I basically like gave them a game plan of how they could get to the United States, and they came in here a couple weeks ago, and they're like, "I did what you said to do. I got on a like, I want to say it was a cargo ship, but they got on a cargo ship to Brazil, and then they like made it to Colombia, and
Hmm.
they walked all the way from South America to Mexico, and then they just made it around the border, and now they're working as a security guard in California." I was like, "No way,
Nice.
you did it!" And he's like, "Yeah, he didn't." Yeah, exactly. We were talking about we were talking about I remember, he was like, there's no hope in my country, and like I explained to him, like, I understand, like we were talking about desalination a lot, which is basically like pumping earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable, and we were talking about doing that in the Mediterranean Sea, and I was saying, like, I think this is really important for Tunis, the capital of Tunisia, and he's like, no, I agree, and I just basically, like, there's nothing stopping you basically coming here. And what's the worst that's gonna happen? You get deported back to Tunisia? Like, that's the worst thing? Like, that's where you already are. He's like, yeah. And, like, it took him a year, a little more than a year, but he's working as a security guard in the United States now. And, like, he's, like, basically my neighbor, potentially. Like, he's like, I know you're live streaming, so I don't want to say exactly where I am, but I just did what you said, and it took me like a year to do and a lot of walking, but I'm here now. I'm like, no flipping way. So, my, my, uh, Mustafa,
That's really crazy.
I told him, dude, when this goes viral, we're gonna have to make your journey into a movie because that is a wild movie. You were in Africa the last time I talked with you, and now you're in California.
Cargo ship.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it was like, he's like, "Do you remember talking to me? I was from Tunisia." And like, I don't remember everyone with whom I talked, but I did remember him, and I remember the big thing that we talked about was desalination for Tunisia. That was like a big thing we talked about, and we talked for a little while. I'll remember you. But a year went by, I didn't hear from him, like a lot of people on here. But then he's like, "Yeah, I love it. Like, I can't believe." I'm like, "I cannot believe you did it." He's like, "I just did exactly what you said. Like, it took me a while, but I did it." So Mustafa, um, basically, he works in construction and doesn't make a lot of money, and he's caring for his mom and his sister. And fortunately, his uncle's going to help them so that he can move, and he's trying to figure out a way to do it. And I'm like, well, probably the easiest way is to just buy a plane flight to the United States and then seek asylum. And if they kick you out, okay, you tried. But I mean, this is like, it's so sad. They beheaded his father. I'm like, that's a great reason to seek asylum. Like, hey, they killed my dad. They literally his cut his head off, and I don't want them to do the same for me. So I'm trying to get out of that situation. And if they say no, then they boot him or whatever. But at least he tried. So he only makes $16 a day, and that's just not a lot of money, especially if you need to get like support yourself, support your family, um, and buy a plane ticket here. So I was helping him recently work as a translator, where he makes like $25 an hour, which is like more than he makes in a day there. And it's like just translating documents. His English is pretty good, and he speaks Arabic, so like that's like I can already say, look, the guy from Tunisia did it. So basically, anybody I talk to on here, I have them as an example. Like it can be done. You just have to focus on it. And I explained to them like ChatGPT or large language models are your friend when you're asking questions like, "Hey, what is the citizenship process for someone seeking asylum to the United States?" It'll tell you all the stuff that you need, and um, like basically, normally I want, well, and I said this to him, I want you to go through the right process. I don't want you breaking the law, but basically, like seeking asylum is a way to do it, and through a legal process. So I explained how that could be done, and he's been researching it. But the big thing that he needs to do is get a job that pays better. I mean, we calculated it, and it would take like if he just was able to save everything that he makes on a daily basis, it would take him like 50 days to save up that money. But um, that's with no food or shelter or anything like that. So, but yeah, he might be the next person who might be a resident of the United States. But I still think about this guy from Tunisia, and it's like the funniest story. But I talk to random people on here all the time, and it's like, all right, well, if you want to do it, this is how I would do it. And boom, a year later, here he is. So that's cool. I agree with you.
It is.
I agree. I want to see that guy's movie. I just think it would be fascinating. Like that, it all starts you just in a random call on Discord, and then a year later, a little more than a year later, you have a job in the United States, and like he likes the job. I mean, he's the one thing. I mean, he's not making minimum wage here. Minimum wage is like $15 an hour, but it depends on what cities he's in as well. But um, he's making $8 an hour, but still $8 an hour is way better than what he's making in Tunisia. So I want to see that guy's movie, and I just think that it's like a wild story.
So what's his family? Did his family still over there?
Yeah, his family's still in Tunisia.
Oh,
But he was a single man. He didn't have like a wife or children or anything, and he was able to do it. Mustafa also is a single man, but he has a mother and little sister, and he's been supporting them. But his uncle, as of like yesterday, agreed to let them live with him so that Mustafa could move to the United States. So, um, but I mean, like we went to like the UN website, how you can seek asylum there. Like, because I said, United States is fine. I mean, we take it for granted. But there are places in Europe you could probably go that are a little closer and maybe a little easier. So we looked up all that information, and basically anybody who comes in here with a problem, I'm willing to help them with it, and we are able to overcome some really major challenges. So that's what we've been doing.
it's a very interesting process to be part of.
It is.
Yes.
Well, you just have to understand the shock that I heard. This guy came in here within like it was maybe a month ago. He's like, "Hey, do you remember me?" I'm like, "Man, I've got 2,000 people in here. Can you refresh my memory?" And he's like, "Well, I'm from Tunisia." And the second that he said that, I remember, "Oh, yeah, yeah, we talked about the uh, desalination." He's like, "Yeah, you're never going to believe this." What's that? But you know how we talked about how I could immigrate to the United States? Yeah. He's like, "Well, I did what you said. I got on a cargo ship to Brazil, and then I made it to Colombia or Venezuela, and then to Colombia, and then to Panama. I took a ferry, and then I just started walking like from Guatemala to Mexico, Then I got to Mexico, and
That's where it starts to sound believable too, which is crazy.
yeah, I mean it was just wild. And then he's like, and then I just made it over the border and moved to where you are, and then basically got a job, and I've been working now. I've been working nights. He liked the job. He's like able to be on his phone. He's like, yeah, I just work as a security guard. Whoa. So that's what we've got. All right, Audie, let's get an update of my account. So Ms. Aquarius, you know, I create robots, and I figured out how to create one of them that gives me some feedback on how they're doing. So I created this one like 7 hours ago or so, and it's got 16 followers and 609 interactions in like 6 hours. So I'll take it. I'm happy with that. He keeps growing, and if they ban it, which I know eventually they.
Popular.
What'd you say, Audie?
I say you're definitely more popular than you, and that's.
There you go.
I'm not.
Oh, I know.
Alright, I am going back to mute. I'll be back later.
All right, Mr. Aquarius, pleasure to speak with you.
Have a nice time, Mr. Aquarius. Be safe. You too, Addie. Thank you, girl.
All right, well, I'm going to go back to listening to this podcast. If you don't know what it is, so Joey Diaz is, Audie, I don't know if you know who Joe Rogan is, but basically the guy who used to open for Joe Rogan as a stand-up comedian. His name is Joey Diaz. He's like this really rough comic, and the things that he says are many times not very clean, but I think he's very funny. I don't support all his actions by far, but I feel everybody deserves a second. But everybody deserves a second chance. So here we go.
Such a fucking crazy show. It's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. This pussy. Oh,
Yo, what's good, Raul? Raul, you gotta be 18 to be in here, big dog. Take care. So, like, when that happens, I go to my moderation screen and I ban them. I even ban people who are 17. Anybody who is not 18.
Like, so quickly.
Can you repeat that, Audie?
You determine so quickly whether or not someone is 18, like whether they're lying.
Yeah, usually they just have really high voice. So there's a girl from Israel who came in here. Well, I say she's a girl, but maybe she's figuring her way out in life. And she came in, and I'm like, this was like 2 weeks ago, maybe a little longer. She came in, and I'm like, you have to be 18 to be in here. And she's like, I am 18. I'm like, okay, how old are you? I thought she was a boy. She's like, I'm 23. I'm like, oh, okay. I thought she was a boy, so she sounded like a little funny. Oh, this other girl came in here, and I'm like, you have to be 18 to be in here. And she's like, or I said to her, so I have this way of determining how someone's 18. Not perfect, but I say to them, how old are you? And she goes, like 18. And I'm like, oh, you're like 18 or are you 18? She's like, I'm 18. I'm like, okay, and what year were you born? And that's a good question to ask someone because if it takes them a long time to do the math, then I know that they're not 18. But if they're like, I was born in 1982, okay, well then, we time pass the test. And she says, I was born in 2007. And I'm like, oh, that would make you 18. Were you born at the beginning of the year? She's like, yeah, I was born January 26, 19, or 2007. I'm like, okay, well, that makes you 18. So she's a senior in high school, and she's like she comes in and talks about her. Um, she's in a relationship, and she talks about how she's really happy that she just started this relationship with this person. And we talk about like what she can do for a career. She's at a perfect time to get into IT. So I've been talking to her about that. And but like I'm very aggressive with people. Like, but that's why I have an appeal server. If anybody goes in the appeal server and says, "Hey, you banned me, but I'm really 25 or whatever," I unban them. And I also have a lot of other ways to get a hold of me. Like, you can go. I'm literally live streaming all the time. You go to my YouTube and just type, "Yo, dog, you banned me in Discord. Like, please unban me. I'll unban you in a second if you're of age." Um, but I am very aggressive with people, and I know, especially because I've been getting all of these direct messages from people, and I don't know how old they are, and I just send them my link. I know a lot of them have been not of age, so as soon as somebody starts talking, if they have a high voice, I ask them how old they are. Yeah, I mean, even Mufasa, I, I'm, how old are you? How'd you find out? I was like, I'm 21, blah, 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 blah. But he was coming in when a bunch of like younger people were coming. I don't even know how Mufasa found me, or Mustafa, Mufasa. Um, but it's how it is. I find it interesting as well. I get people to find out about me from all different types of ways. So I get people to find out about me from Kick and YouTube and you like from Twitter. Mr. Aquarius found out about me from the Socialized Discord, and Brandon found out about me, I believe, from the Aiden Ross Discord. Could be wrong on that. Um, there's like I put myself out there. You want to find me? I'm here. All right, we're doing a check. How many people are following me on Twitter? 18 people. So since I've been talking with you, Audie, we've had like, I think I started with 13, so we've had like 5 people join. And that's not, again, I don't really care if they follow me because I know that account will be banned. And then when it comes to um, impressions or interactions, whatever they want to call it, I'm at 625, with 6 people having liked what I posted, which is wow.
Are you serious? You sent me the Joey. When you do road work when you're out there, do you get room service every day, or no, you don't?
Some hotels, they put you in industrial waters. And it sucks because that hotel has ships on full medication. I always try to operate a hotel with civilization.
Right.
And one of the things was please, if you want to go to civilization, I don't want to go because I'm fucking I have to help people.
No, I mean cleaning. Like when do you have his room service every day?
No.
Cleaning. That's
I don't want nobody coming to
that's what I'm getting at. Okay.
the bathroom machine. I got sensitivity stuff and I got like a computer.
So they don't pressure you, like, hey, what's going on? They want you to service. You know, they
Call sometimes and say, can we get you down? Like, if I need something, I just give this girl $5 and I'll take you down on the show.
So I shouldn't feel weirded out or pressured.
No, I don't let nobody my fucking home.
And they
In
don't.
one hotel, I stayed at that actually called me 3 times. They're like, listen, it's a hotel policy. I said, ain't nobody coming to my fucking home. If she wants to come
Rabbi, I'll be back in a little bit, or later.
Gotcha. So there's a lot of guys like that. A lot of people are not like that. You don't have room service? Right, room cleaning?
I do. Like, let me ask you, Joey, if you're on the road with your wife, will you listen? When I'm on call, I will, because she lets bed made and all that shit.
My wife is motherfucking.
Here he is.
I'm back.
Excellent. How you living, big dog?
Huh?
How are you?
You're supposed to.
I'm doing good.
Excellent.
How's you?
I'm well, thank God. Have you worked on any of those
How about
web?
that?
Have you worked on any of those websites to get a job as a translator?
Yeah, like I found something called Baghdad. Yeah, but like the money is not good actually.
What do you
So
mean? What do you mean the money's
yeah,
not good? The places that we looked at, the money's very good.
no, like the work on Baghdad, on Iraq, is not good for me.
Doug, I'm not talking about
Or
working.
make me
Look,
like
don't.
when I listen when I wanna go to LA, okay, so I have to get $6K USD.
Okay, why?
Because like when I go there, I want to get a home and a car, and
You're not going to get any of that stuff right away.
Why?
You know how much a car is in the United States?
How much?
Well, we're talking a new car. It's like $40,000.
I'm not gonna buy it with. I'm not gonna buy the too much expensive car.
Okay, even a used car.
Like,
Even a used car.
okay, no car, a motorcycle.
Even a used motorcycle is gonna cost you a few $1,000s, maybe like $5,000, and then you need insurance on it. You have to have insurance. You can't ride it without insurance. The insurance is going to cost you maybe $500, probably $1,000 a year. Um, I told you, and you know this, you need to get a translator job from one of those websites we went to that either pays you by the word or by the hour. I'm not talking about getting a job in Baghdad. They're not going to pay you a lot, but a Western country will.
Mhm. Yeah, that's right.
So that's what you need to do. You need to go on the internet and search for, just use ChatGPT and say, give me a list of websites that hire people from Iraq to do translation for people in the Western world. And it'll give you a bunch of them. And then you apply for those for the next hour, at least.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Right. Now you're going to need $6,000, but you're not going to be able to get housing and all that other stuff you want. It's going to cost more than that. For just like a really small apartment, a place to live, even just a room in LA is like $1,000 a month. A car is going to be out of your range. I mean, on top of that, you need gas. Gas here is very expensive. It's like $6 a gallon, probably by the time you're here, at least. And
Mhm.
and so like one step at a time. You just need money to get here and to be able to have at least, I'd say, like 3 months of housing, and you need food. Like food's here very expensive, and you're going to have to get food stamps and things like that. But
How much the food there?
at a minimum, uh, let's say you're making everything yourself, it's going to cost you probably $20 a day. So that's like $600 a month. Now you can get food stamps, which will help you. Probably gives you like $300 a month, but that's very limited. Like you smoke cigarettes, you're not going to be able to afford to smoke cigarettes here. It's very, very expensive to smoke cigarettes.
No, actually, I'm gonna leave the cigarette.
You're going to have to. You're going to have to. To smoke
Yeah.
here, each pack, each pack is over $10 each.
Well, $10.
Very expensive.
no, my country not too much expensive.
Right, I know that. In fact,
Yeah, like you can see here, you can see like the kids can smoke here.
I've got you. In fact, marijuana is arguably cheaper than tobacco here,
Mm-hmm.
which
Well, actually, listen. In Arizona, there's a girl. She's an Iraqi. She's like she see my Instagram account and she see my posted on Instagram account and she said, "Wow, you are a good photographer." And I told her, "Yeah." Sorry. And she said, "Yeah, you're a good photographer. So I hope you can like take a photo like beautiful, just like for me." And I told her, "Where are you from?" And she said, "I'm from Arizona." And I told her, when I come to LA, so you can come to me, and I'm gonna like take a picture for you. So I think why I don't go to Arizona, not to LA, and like maybe she will accept me.
I mean, do whatever you want to do. There just aren't as many opportunities in Arizona. It's smaller. It's easier for you to get caught living here illegally.
Like which better, Arizona or LA?
LA by far. The average temperature in Arizona is like 120 degrees in the summer, and in LA it's like 85 degrees. Living in
I don't know.
Arizona is as hot as living in Iraq. Living in Los Angeles
Yeah,
is paradise.
it's better than Iraq actually. What about the winter?
Uh, the winter's kind of better. It's more manageable. So, but before, so you should know, nobody's going to pay you to be a photographer in the United States. Everybody can do that already. What they can't do is be a translator.
Yeah, no, you understand what I mean. Like she said, you are a good photographer, and so maybe I can live with her. You understand me?
Yeah, I mean,
She's an Iraqi.
I get it. I mean, that's a dream, sure.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good plan.
It is not a good plan.
Mm-hmm.
There are, I don't know, 10,000 Iraqi girls in Southern California who would probably let you do the same.
Really?
Yeah, there are a lot more Iraqis in LA than there are in all of Arizona. But that's a nice dream to have. What you need is a translation job.
Yeah.
So you need to work on that. So what you should do is go to those websites and start applying. Don't apply for places in Iraq. That's not what we said to do. Apply for places that need Arab translation in the Western world.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do this by the minute, or I'm sorry, you can do this by the word or by the page. Usually they pay like $25 a page. So you need to start working on that. And then you also need to start working on your English if you're going to be a translator. Your English is good, but it can always be better. My English can be better. So,
Yeah.
you need to improve on that. But
Better.
that's what your free time needs to be.
I should be better than this.
No, you're doing fine. I mean, you just started with this dream.
Yeah, yeah. But life is continuing. I should be better. My English language actually will be translated.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to.
Yeah, wait, I'll be right back.
All right, you do you, Pico.
I think this fucking
Here I am.
All right. Well, you know what to do. You need to get a job.
So that's your routine right now. So I switch up and get oatmeal. I like that. That's great. My daughter's school. I got to jump at 9 o'clock. I'm out there exercising. Half a mile, getting exercise.
What are you eating?
Pasta.
Huh?
Pasta.
Pasta. Thanks. So I will go. So I'm going to see that figure out.
You shave the line. Yeah, I'm showing you all this. Oh, it's now this one. You have a kid. And I at least got to be around when she's 12 to have a kid. I'm talking to people who are in the spirit of this family. I can't have them walking around and walk. It's a different game. I have to pay for fucking 2020. I have to fuck around. So if I can live till she's 12, I'm good. Walking down the aisle, it's fucking better. I can see her graduate college. The way I look at it is every little bit helps. Yeah, every little bit helps. I'm not dying for nothing. Young people die for stuff. It's the other romantic entertainment. You know how bad that is for you. Stay up all night to get your play. You know, somebody's going to have to have the surgery. What surgery are you? My nose. And they said, this is why. This was my birthday. You know, we done, you know. And since your body wasn't getting oxygen, that's when you fucking that's what made you do all those sweets. Once you started breathing, working out, the weight fell off. I can still hear the shit, you know. Because I was double taking it. They shouldn't have a surgery. He was no, you gotta have a surgery. Your life's gonna change. Because I had to get more for oxygen, which makes your body. And I test my pH. It's really amazing because like Dr. Police said, when I leave, sometimes it's fucked up my pH. But after the walk and the breathing exercise, when I come back, perfect. 6.5, you don't have a honey, but the pH is just like you're rolling, whatever you want. And I never do it after jiu-jitsu. When I says after jiu-jitsu, you sweat fucking gallons of gi on. My gi is outside right now. I look at my fucking pants. Your back, you know, once you start your back, never mind the spring. Your ass will sweat. Wash the uniform every day. It's in the laundry right now. You wash it everything. I hang it up. I have to leave my knee pad there. So I need to cut something. Okay, my knee pad is sweaty. That's how sweaty you get your knee pad. You do something cut the 12 hours. You know, if that knee pad is fucked up. I think that's really good. Just the sweat part. You gotta break the sweat. That's what they do. Break the sweat. I do kettlebells. I would go home. So I saw the strength down here. Like I won't go home and work out until this was all covered in sweat. Gotcha. And I've been seeing with the machine, punching the bags, whatever I did, all that shit on my own. That was my goal. I want to smell some of it. Coming through the pores. You know, you want to smell some of the shit. Apple cider vinegar. I cleaned it all out. I can smell it like go through my pores. I've been taking out with some orange juice. I think that's supposed to be really good for you. Mother of the earth. Apple cider vinegar. You say it's good for just detoxing. I mean, everything. So I take that. I do need to drink more water, but the ingredients
were talking earlier about how important baseball is. Like, it would have changed if you couldn't pitch. Like, you do that all the time. I watch on Periscope, you throw. Like,
That was a one-time deal, actually. That was,
well, no, but you practice it.
baseball's in my blood.
Right. Like, if you couldn't do that, how would that change?
I mean, it'd be, that question's coming up from my field.
It is fun to find because, like, I think that's what you do a lot of exercise. Like, that's what I was imagining.
If I couldn't play baseball, I'd be depressed. I mean, I like throwing the baseball. I did play baseball the other day.
Do you have a bounce back in the yard or anything like that? Just throw a bounce back one of those things.
I do have a bounce back, but I need to put it together with a screwdriver. Sometimes I go down. What I would do is go down to the high school, North Local High School, or Reseda, and I throw the ball against the wall. It's hard to get a catcher, like get a guy to catch you. But my friend, who's a coach for the Cubs, he's a Major League Baseball coach, so we would always throw. I played catch with him before spring training, so I always get like a month or 6 weeks in of like good professional catch with like a guy who knows what he's doing. Because find a comedian to play catch with, sometimes it's hard. Like they don't know what they're doing. It's not as fun. When you're with a pro, boom, 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 get a good workout. So for me, I'll go throw against the high school, or I'll do the 2B. I train like a pitcher, but I'm not actually pitching in games. But this charity game came up, and I had been practicing. I did throw a bullpen this year on the side. I still have it. I'm not, but I didn't think I'd play the game. I didn't think I would play this game. Came out of nowhere. It was a charity game that a former Major League Baseball player put on. So at the last minute, he said, "Bro, do you want to go pitch?" I go, "I'll try." So I just played catch. I do a bullpen in spring training, and I pitched 1 inning, I went to 2, 3 to 4, and it's like I look pretty good. So it's kind of like it's good for video. It's good for me. I enjoy doing it. It was like, wow, I got a kick out of doing it. So my world keeps that.
That's it.
Yeah, but that doesn't pay my bill. Well, it's, I think a lot of people can do what I do. Listen, how many people? But they have kids.
How many people have a job that can pay their bills? But hate that job, hate their wife, hate going home. Sometimes money makes them do everything.
Well,
money is not everything.
I just want enough to survive, to keep doing Periscopes.
That's it. And you're happy as shit. That's what a hobby is. Take your mind away from everything.
Drumming too.
Absolutely. You think I'm going to be a world champion? It's a fact. 53 is that why you think I'm going to get to? You think I'm doing this to fight? I can do this. So what I'm doing is to do. That's all I do. When I'm supposed to be on my own fucking Nazi, on my own Fidel Castro, on my own dictator.
Yeah.
When I'm I leave the phone in the car. You know what? Valediction is something that, yeah, someone you can think that when you use your mind as a man, something bad can happen. You can't be in the house with on the phone. When you train jiu-jitsu, you can't check your phone for every 30 minutes. You go to the water anyway. So something bad can happen. I don't use my phone in the car because I enjoy it.
I kept this in the dugout. I checked between innings. It's pretty cool.
Fine, whatever. But I'm saying when you work out, like, that you in the water, that's what keeps you fun. Just pitching against a fucking wall like North Hollywood High.
On Periscope.
On Periscope. And so be it. That's what people understand. I believe in keeping people's powder dry. People out there learn to keep their own fucking powder dry. What's being keeps your powder dry? Go off the deep end, whatever way you describe it. Alcohol, drugs, any fucking way. Losing your temper, yelling at your wife, anything that controls that shit is keeping your powder dry. If it means that you go to a fucking circus and end upside down for an hour, with monkey shit in your face, and you come back and help, you got a scar on your face, gives a fuck. There's times I go on stage, I'm gonna go on stage, I don't care what they fucking feel. You know that? But there's times I wake up my back hurts. I feel like shit. I say to myself, I'm not going to jiu-jitsu. If I don't go to jiu-jitsu, my whole day's gonna be ruined.
Your kettlebells is good.
Bingo. I understand it. That's what I was doing for a long time. I would cut this short. I would take a shortcut with the kettlebells, and not go to jiu-jitsu. No, I'm not going to jiu-jitsu. So I mean, it's like being an open mic. When you were an open mic, it was regardless of what was going on. You did the spot.
Yeah.
Whether you felt bad, whether your cat was dying,
We would go. That was guaranteed every Monday, Tuesday.
I had to apply the same technology to jiu-jitsu because now we got the morning. You have to stand up. Your agent talking to you about stupid offers, your wife talking to you about your small cabin or whatever. It's just ridiculous. So for 1 hour, I just disappeared. I don't give a fuck. I get off the phone, I say I missed these 6 messages, and I fucking love it.
Could you do 2 hours?
Disappear for 2 hours. 2 hours is a little tough for my world because I'm a baby.
I tried to disappear for about 24 hours.
How'd that work out for you? Not too fucking good. I could fucking find you. You can't disappear that good.
No, yeah, it's look, I like doing the baseball, but of course I would like to do it where I'm getting paid for it somehow. When I do stuff on Periscope, it's
When you come back around, yes,
it's not that easy. I'm a pitcher, Joey.
I know you're a pitcher. What the fuck do you think half the announcers are? Ex-baseball players. Good point. Okay,
Stepping up to the plate.
You can work 6 months a year, make you're not the other half of the motherfucking world.
They should be an announcer. Are you fucking crazy?
With a suit on, they take care of you. You go to different cities. Then it becomes the point where, let's say you go to Chicago for a 3-night stand.
Yeah.
You're comedy 1 night.
Yeah, because it's a day game.
Why the fuck you think that Joey I do it?
That's great, yeah. I can go to a show during the 7th inning stretch. Take me out to the. By the way, I'll be doing stand-up later tonight after the game. That's it.
People, you'll sell out every fucking place. You'll do theaters.
Yep.
Baseball players will come see you. People take pictures. It becomes a national fucking riot. Why don't you fucking become an announcer? You got eggs at Fox.
I do. I need to
Really
push. Not push.
So listen, you know, with college fucking games, you got girls in college that are coming out of high school now.
I should be doing the new thing I tell.
Have a personality. Wins stories with lines. Yeah, what the fuck? You're sitting on the sidelines. You like baseball. You say,
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Listen, bro, you're basically 46. Obviously, you're not getting into the World Series. So you gotta make it a different way. What's the best way to be around pitchers, to be around baseball? You're gonna be at the fucking city where Chicago. You're gonna be in San Diego. I'm sure they're gonna let you out the batting practice. Guys, yeah, you're used to the segment. Yeah, everybody's minute.
Exactly.
That's some problems.
You were there at Best Damn Sports Show. You were there.
I was there with you. I was there
in Seattle.
95 in Seattle.
Yes, you were.
21 years ago. So you're looking at 2 morons right now thinking, look at these 2 fucking morons or whatever. But you know what? You can't take away from this. 21 years of comedy.
Yep.
And no one's smart. That's so many people can't understand Nick Diaz from Conor McGregor. I had a baby at Nick Diaz. I go to jiu-jitsu. I see what the level of black belt is. And they're a real black belt with a strength too. They're in the fucking game. I lay on top, and then I even breathe in that. They're down there fucking making calls like girlfriend shit. That's not calling you back. I got a 3-pound guy on top of me. They fucking float. It's amazing. But you know why? I have to trust them. Because you listen. So, listen, if I can't do it right, and I got made it right by the show, 20 years, I can do it strong. 20 years. On the right track. Armadillo meat. Oh, gross. And they got arrested. They deported the Mexicans that were selling armadillo meat. Even if they don't have it no more, they still got the knives that got the armadillo meat. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to be involved with that shit. They need to get father. He got poison.
Where'd you take him? Taco place?
No, a different taco place.
Yeah, let's burrito.
No, he ate a good couple tacos. He just it's always on the way down because you're stuck. You know, you eat listen, you get the weird. You're like, it's just good. So you just keep it going. So don't taste right. Oh.
No, I like chicken, steak, I'll eat pork,
That's a good idea.
bacon, mashed potatoes.
Great direction. You'll be a great baseball announcer.
Right, I think I can work on it. Yeah, I can do it. I just need to put the energy out there and make that happen. I think it would be funny. I did the baseball all-star game last year with Periscope for Comedy Central. I did that. I'm actually trying to maybe one day I like coaching. You know, they do have mental skills coaches in sports. In baseball, they have. Actually, the Dodgers a few years ago had a positive energy coach. They had a guy, Russian guy out in Malibu who thought good positive energy for the Dodgers, and they paid him like several $100,000 a year. That was the last owner of the Dodgers. But they do have mental skills coaches, and I'm that kind of guy. I'm not a psychologist necessarily, but I play baseball. I'm a good guy. I know psychology. Bring a little bit of humor. Guys like having me around. There's a job there. I like being around baseball. I get excited being around. It's in my blood.
So when they come see you in office, off the field,
They'll probably be on the field. Yeah. Guys are comfortable talking to me. Like, you know, they're comfortable confiding in me. So, and I think there's something to that. I know when I played baseball at Arizona State, we learned all of that psychology, all the basics. That's where I put in being positive energy. Yes, because it does work. It is mathematics in play. It does work. And then also, just being a Best Damn Sports Show, applying that, being positive, because when you didn't bring good energy, guys were slouching, the show wouldn't be as funny, lights would go off, things would break. But when I got those kids on that show to sit up and pay attention, these football guys, it made it for a better show. So I learned about, especially with water, how energy creation of life, how it affects everywhere, makes it for a better show. So I was able to work with all these kids, all the high schools, all the colleges, you know, they might be slashing. They might order like there's 3 Super Bowls, might be 2 Super Bowls. You want to talk to them? They're not coming over here. You're not bringing it. Let's go. You know, these kids are coming like goofing around. So, but it really, those years at Best Damn Sports or those 1,000 shows, really, I was able to apply the sports with show business somewhat. But you know what? You can only do that so far. Hollywood's more sensitive now. Things I didn't warm up back then, I can't get away with now because these kids can play. They'll go on Facebook or they'll write an email. Whereas before you could yell at them, they didn't, you know, nobody had anything. So warm up, the last 3 warm up gigs I've done have not been fun because they just they don't want to cause waves. And it's, you know, it's like the audiences are bad. I care about the show. People don't care about the show. I've always cared about the show. I cared about Chelsea. I cared about Best Damn Sports Show. These shows, so these last few shows that I cared about that I'm not at anymore, people don't talk about them. Or I put my buzz and my energy in good things happen. So I stopped doing that warm up. I started focusing on the Comedy Store. It's a hot club. I started focusing on Periscope. Boom, Prince of Periscope. So it's like maybe I put my mind to something, I can do it. So at the end of the day, nobody to blame. There's no blame. There's no negativity. But I feel like I'm in a good position. I'm shifting gears, going from being that warm up guy to being that man. And there's a big momentum teriyaki from next door.
How good was that chicken?
Oh, that was good. They cut it with a scissor.
Oh my God, Lee. And the fucking salad dressing. Oh my God, everything was really good all the time.
It was good.
I ate chicken teriyaki every fucking day in Seattle. They're fucking.
Yeah, it was a deal. Yeah, if that. It was a deal. They're friendly. You know, not too friendly, but nice enough. Friendly, but not, you know, they still had, they're very Korean or Japanese. It was right there in downtown next to the Comedy Underground. And that show we went down to Tacoma. I think it was a bunch of us. For some reason, I just wanted to sit in the back of the car. I was like, hey, you know, and it was just, Seattle was like a cool time to be there. And those late, those summer nights with daylight out, it's just like, cool. I'll get in the back in the hatchback. And that was crazy. Joe was like driving at night and speeding.
He questioned. Listen, what the fuck? Listen,
I was trapped back then. I didn't go off.
I love Becky. Becky says to me, one thing we come back 4 hours, smacking. Because I got almost got to leave at 11. So I was telling him one day, we're talking that day, and he's missing me. He's like, fucking wait, like, you cannot make it. Take off. An hour and a half. I've been down there, and it's taking me 2 hours. I just didn't know. There was no signs, there was no stop signs in my world. How long we was driving at the time, there was no license. Like, I had no clue that I had a license. I had a license, but I had no paper license. Like, I didn't. Those days, the last thing I remember was like, I never had an idea. I got an idea. I left the house. They let me go. Almost 6 years to check it out. So, this was a different understanding. The show brought even take us down there. And I can take us an hour and a half later. And we made it like fucking an hour 15. The other day I saw a picture of Tommy Easton on Facebook. Tommy Easton got banned one time this year. And he had called me up. Back then I talked to what's his name, give him some time. You know, fucking bitch left the main guy. It's whatever. So, but I told him, like, the Tommy Easton was kind of weird. The Tommy was weird. Yeah, they have to have an experience. I cannot describe it. I can't write a book with a fucking Steven Spielberg, New York, the best book I've been to. Stephen King came over here right now. I could sit with Stephen King for years. Couldn't describe to him what I'm going to tell you right now. I saw Tommy Easton with him with 5 comics. Now, for people who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, break it down to you. When you do comedy somewhere else besides New York and LA, it's a different mindset. You get raised a different way. You're raised in an old-fashioned comedy. The guy at the fucking bar is a cokehead. The guy that collects the tickets is an old-school comic that didn't have a heyday, but he really ain't shit. But he knows the business, you know? And So for the rest of my life, and I got all the respect for the comics. And I'll tell you how strong that basement is. Like there's three of us in LA right now. Seeing clouds, fucking rocking. Me and Josh Wolf are still alive and kicking. Still alive and kicking. You know, we cross paths. I cross paths with the best day for Joe. We cross paths with him on Chelsea. How can that be possible?
Because we learned the fundamentals there. The fundamentals. You see that? I've seen it.
I know people kept saying the mathematical. I always thank Coach Wood because he did what? He taught us the fundamentals. He showed the basketball games championship level. And the guy throws a pass. He goes to free throw. He goes, they lost the game. What? Bob Wood. Fundamentals. You never catch across the court pass in one hand. You always count. You used to think, oh, championship college basketball game. You know, we have the fundamentals. I mean, I learned that right there.
Yeah, I learned about a three-person show. It wasn't a showcase club. It was a three-person show. The weekends, you had the open mics with the crowd. You know, it was kind of supportive.
Tuesday was very supportive. 35 people, 50 people. But Wednesday's the one to us. Either me, Brody, Gavin, Josh Wolf, or somebody else got the door, 70% of the door. Well, then we take the money, give each other enough money to get weed, and then we go to the restaurant. We'll make it Schmitz. We take the happy hour from 11 to fucking 2. It was a hamburger, happy hour for 2 bucks. And a shrimp cocktail for 2 bucks.
Seattle was great.
It was fucking, it was, you know,
Summers in Seattle. Whoa.
I got arrested 6 times in 18 months. You understand? It don't get no better than that, does it? And it's amazing. That was a little I guess, when they walked around ridiculous.
Yeah, energies. But I learned that. But you're the one who also told me, like, it's when you start there, you get to a certain point. Like, I made it to where, okay, I was getting to do guest spots and maybe host a show. That's about where I leveled off because, you know, you come there, they don't know you. It's like, they view first impressions, and I was fine with that. And I sold my t-shirts at Seattle Supersonics. I just learned to public speak. That was my goal, just learn to public speak. But after a few years, I felt like I was done with that cable access. I kind of had my voice, but I needed more. But I wasn't ready for LA. You told me, go to New York. Joey was the one. You go to Surf Reality. And that, for me, it was just, I didn't look back. I went to New York like right away. I felt like,
I told him we would go to New York. Because if I go to New York, there's 1,000 people like me there. I'm going up against 1,000 Guidos in New York. If I go to Seattle, there's nobody like me in Seattle.
there wasn't.
And in LA, it's a little less. Yeah. So if you're a comic, you want to go where you're a comic. You're a fat little Jew. Like, you don't want to fucking go to New York because there's 1,000 Jews. Right. Yeah, they'll relate to you. So try to like sit down and tell them. No, you'll get killed. You know, they'll fucking kill
spot. But then when I went to New York, I really never looked back. And when you're in New York doesn't even know that Seattle exists. It's not even on it.
And this is the funny thing that I talk about this all the time. There used to be a county in San Francisco City was so big, guys.
Oh yeah.
In the 80s, it was so big. I mean, the Mark and Joe, the Bobby Slade, there was so fucking many comics up there. And the guy John Fox, Reno, all those clubs, the Punchline, Seattle Comedy Underground, he was part owner of the club. He put out a publication there. On the back of it, you have every comic club, state by state, Arizona, right. And they would have the logo of the club. And I remember I was at Seattle. I always had a big thing about Seattle. It was weird, guys. In 1976, 7, or 3, the Seattle Suicides were very popular. They were amazing. Seattle guys were put a guy named downtown Freddie Brown, right? Downtown Freddie Brown. This kid blew my mind. So if you had to stay up late to watch Seattle, it wasn't here. You had to stay up late. Well, it was New Jersey.
Yeah.
Just stay in the way line. Watch the TV show, the city, Seattle. Downtown Freddie Brown, Seattle show video.
So you saw that.
I saw this in 77. Whatever the fuck, what did you do? It's around there.
No, I get that because
When I was in 1979 finals, okay, for Freddie Brown, 1979 finals, okay, you know, this guy was a fucking savage. He played with Philly, and they're playing the Washington Bullets with Fred on with Wes Purcell, fucking Earl Martin. They had a tremendous team. Look at little. Bam! That's all he did. When he shot, he did not miss. See, he would always come in the second quarter.
they had
Jack Sigma.
Jackson.
Look at Freddie Brown, look. That's all he did. He was money. Look at him. That's all he did. He would tell him, listen, I don't want to fuck around. Book me in when you need points. I'll bang out fucking 20 points, and I don't want to play no more.
Wow. Basketball was fun then. It's fun again.
So I used to stay up. This was a tremendous Washington Bullet fucking team. How old were you, Joey? 15, 14. I would cry watching these things. But you know what the thing is? Like nothing. He don't miss. Look at him, little chubby black dude. He was,
You know what?
he wouldn't get out of the game. Once they were up 3 points, coach, time out. I'm done, coach.
You know what? The Lakers in the 76ers and Magic scored 42 points in 1970.
Look at this one. Look at this one. Bam! Look at him. He's on fire by himself. That's it. So he called the timeout. What I tell you, Seattle, first lead of the game, he's out. That's it. He's supposed to go. I had enough. I gotta smoke a cigarette and shit.
But the Lakers 76ers, that game where Magic scored 42 points to clinch it, that was on tape delay. That wasn't live. That's where basketball was. That was on at like 11:30 p.m. on Channel 2 here in LA. It was not live. That's where basketball was. Wow. So this game, I'm sure, wasn't live. You're watching a tape delay or something. But yeah, it's on late at night.
Look at Freddie Brown on the floor. That's it, coach. He put that back. He popped it. They knocked him down. Look at him. Watch this fucking shot, Louis LeBron. Man, I never said back for that. Watch one of us. Look, they even play funky music. Look at them. That's what coach was my favorite.
So that's what triggered. That's what you saw that Seattle stuff.
I loved it. the Seattle thing. I'm like, look at this fucking Seattle thing. Wow. This like, what's his name? Something killing chicks. I watched Goodfellas. Yeah, that's the first time. Well, that was one of my dreams to go to Seattle. I was like, I gotta go to Seattle. I'm gonna do this thing. I gotta go meet the Michigan. Well, the Michigan. That's the fucking way. You know what this one? I'm thinking about this one. I'm from Michigan. That's the show. This girl that took me and said, Mark, I have a drink for me and my friends to see. I ended up talking to her and her friends. I go, I gotta go. Because they have weed or something. I was like, this news. I go back to my room. I'm like, where you going? I go, I'm going back to sleep. Thank you for coming to the show. He goes, listen, man, I can't drive where I'm having. And she stayed the night with you. This only happens when you're a Canadian. Oh, yeah. I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, I know you don't do that. You don't know that. Have your problem. And stay the night with you. They screwed on the wheels. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be a long fucking night. We go back to the room to watch a movie. She stays on her side of it. I stay on my side of it. Whatever. Fucking 3 hours later, I wake up to her on the phone crying with the ex-boyfriend. He's telling me, he's coming over to me. Oh shit, she's saying that she can fuck me. She wakes me up and asks me if I can fuck me. And I'm like, what the fuck am I waking up to here? You know, it was fucking, so after all this drama, after all this drama, oh wow. Oh, you know me, dude. I asked her right out, this is bullshit. Nah, you're gonna have to give me a piece of that fucking ass. Yeah. What'd you say? Give me a ride home on Sunday, take a ride home. So I gave her a ride home. The other day I didn't know my house was 2 hours away. Oh, yeah. It's a long beat trip. So on the way home, I go, listen, dude, you can't just sit here like this. You can't smoke cigarettes in my car. She goes, look, when I drink, take me fucking off. Oh my gosh, she took the door. This chick was crazy. I dug it. I had been single. I love crazy women. Like, I gotta think, all right, this is tremendous. We're back to the house, and guess what? We're back to the house. I felt so bad, guys. I think I'm so bad. Like, I had such a good time. Like, she took me out of my phone. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I need to fun. When you so open to somebody, at that time I needed coke and everything. I said, I need to smoke for 3 hours. I told her, spent this evening with my friend. And all these outside of the car. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I gotta, in those days, I had a flare. I hanged out for like a fucking week. I had nothing. I had no equipment. I had no protection. I tried it all. I gave them my number, guys. This is how it goes. I never put phone on that. They just tried to find out on the drive. She never put phone back. Guess what? She called me back. And she gave me the number. She phoned me. She stayed with me for 2 weeks in my basement. We don't really care for me for the right time. And she says, I want to meet my friend in Seattle. I got a job there as a stripper. This is my fucking friend. What is he doing? Nothing. He's going to get all do is kill my friend. That's the truth. That's the truth. I got paid. I follow my addiction to their own self sometimes. I'm nothing here, no job. I'm delivering Chinese food all summer. They try to do comedy. That's not gonna last. That's not gonna fucking last. It's like my money drove up into the triple one and then dropped me off like a mile, a couple miles before we used to have a room. They room I drove on, right? And then things happen. Yeah, and then things happen, but we learn, and I still talk. And you know what? I got the comedy. I'm in college now. Seattle, education. Aisha Taylor gave me fifth grade human sick. I got no fucking even Aisha Taylor was on all the shows. She was out there with us. I miss Seattle. It's one of my towns that I actually like to think about in LA. Just living up on Queen Anne above the Space Needle and look out over the water. Because I was in Arizona for 5 years. I went to school at Arizona State.
clean air. It was like I needed that. I needed the arts. I needed to be around grunge. You know, that was rapping up. But I didn't the name. The young kid with the long hair that was like Chris Cornell. That became my brother. And they became my brothers. Broke my heart. I got married. Became Christian and shit. I forget that dude. Kept me alive the last 3 months this year. I owe that kid my life. I really do. I can't remember what his name is. He came to LA one time and I picked up packages for him. Because I'm a leading comic, so he called me and said, listen, she's not partying. She's the manager of the band. So I really can't party. And I was upset for like an hour. I disturbed him. They called me and I was Josh went up there. Yeah. Josh went there. I do. It's a Mexican kid. They just said with the Filipino. Not friendly though. The fat Mexican kid was a scumbag. Once in a while, he gave us free nachos and shit. Yeah. And then with the Filipino bartender upstairs, who was a dick to us. Anthony was a bartender upstairs, the Filipino guy. He died after we left. We had, and at this bar, bro, Bill was downstairs. Bill was downstairs. And we would go out with the Asian. That was his girlfriend. I remember going down on Monday night, and the Asian waitress, Bill's girlfriend, and Bill had to help. The open mic started and the fucking waitresses are like, listen, man, that fucking get the door guy. It's on Facebook now, the old guy with the long hair with the glasses. Carl? No, a different Clay just hit me up on Facebook. Yeah, about a month ago. He's living somewhere in fucking Bangladesh. Good guy, Clay's like, you gotta wake up. He came to me, Clay was fucking heroin before. This is how crazy this was. You know, we used to go to Naples and do it back then. No, Terry Taylor won't let me in the room. The guy before I do it. Yeah, I didn't really know him, but once he would always like comment on it. Right, but he would comment on it.
Oh, that is fucking hilarious.
He's down in LA. Yeah, he's in Santa Monica. He's on Facebook. Oh, okay. I just saw it. Something the other day. I'm like, I listen. Moscow or college Daniels, Toys guy. I think he's a writer for some things. I think he's overseas. I think he's like in Thailand now. Is he? Kelly Moran, he passed away. His wife is still here. Val Myers is still in LA. Alpha, I don't know what Alpha is. So Yoshi texted me today. I know that fucking the black kid's still doing comedy. Floyd, no, Count Hopkins the third. Count Hopkins the third, yeah, I know he's still doing. It's just amazing. Chaz Ablin, he was friends with I remember Chaz now. Okay, is he still in town? I think he's up there. Wally Glenn, Ron Reed, Carl Warmer, all of that. We learned a lot up in Seattle. That's why I worked at that club. I learned about seating the club. I learned about the restaurant. I learned about the bartender. I learned all about Seattle. I learned about everything about comedy at that level. I just wanted to learn to talk, and I was so nervous just speaking on camera. I mean, off the mic, doing the announcements. But Clay taught me a lot about working the door. But I was never, I didn't like love it. I knew that I had to do it. I had to educate myself. What I do is a good point. You come to LA. I know for a fact that there's a set that I got on one time. I had no idea what I was doing until this fucking day that cast director mad at me. He's so fucking mad at me that about a year ago I got contacted by a cast star of this fucking stupid show where you do with Brian Sean. And he said he would have cast me for 3 days. But the cast director's like, boy, this guy never called me again. I ripped the shit out of my fan. One day I'm in Hollywood, I bumped into him at the doctor's office. I was like, don't you get that job? You know why, Lee? Because I didn't know how to step on the line. I didn't know how to, when they said action, I didn't know any of that stuff. It set me back so much that month I had about $500. Josh Wolf. I'm not ashamed to say that's how bothered I was. But when I lived in Seattle, someone got me a job. God bless her, someone got me a job. Doing industrials inside. Number one, at least around. Let's get a video for Sony. And guys called me back. They say, here at Sony, it's me and you. Welcome to boxing things. So at least you watch. I was never an extra. But I did those industrials. So it's not going to say people like doing those things in Seattle. Nobody can yell at me. Because, when I came down here, basically, I didn't know how to do it. A couple of things I didn't know how to do. So Jesus be nice. On this particular thing I did, we discovered it. Didn't like it. I walked in there, and I didn't know what I was doing. Fucking comedy guy. The guy hired me, see me at the fucking comedy store. And I cast him down. Nobody's doing it. Tell me what to spend. What the music is. We discovered it. So, if I had that opportunity to establish the short film in Seattle, it was something I would have known. The reason why we go away here is because by the time we got to the decision, we knew our way. Yeah, that's why I did that cable access. I was able to do live television and see what would stick. And you get feedback that week, or people come up to the office and say, hey, we love your show. We love when you do that. We love when you do that. We did it all in Seattle. We did crazy stuff. People unearthed those tapes. It'd be kind of embarrassing, but people still have it. People have the tapes. I have the show. We had something on there a couple of years ago. I saw it online. It was that. But we would get
Fantasy flashbacks.
The reason why I did it is like those
Let's
other guys
go.
had that TV show that had Jeff Mathis and all these guys.
How'd we do?
It was popular. It was going. But I didn't have to transfer it through. It was right after that. It was Hotline Studio. By the time it was real with 2 cameras, you didn't have to have it. It was just you and 30-minute class and your set. And I did that. I felt like I could get practice being on TV. I just built up on that. I just like that play. It's just like that's kind of how I do everything.
I didn't win anything.
So Seattle was pretty cool. People selling t-shirts with the Seattle Supersonics, that kind of stuff. Doing the whole comedy underground, live after. Wednesdays, and I became a tour guide earlier, so the music hall, and fed off the energy of New York, and was more than being myself. You know, they weren't
Seventh.
intimidated by other
11 and 11.
you know, wow, you know, like normal. So, I was in New York for 3 years,
So,
and at that
fuck
point, I
that.
felt I was ready to come back to LA. You gotta go away. I see these guys, and I go,
Yo,
you gotta go on the road, you gotta go away somewhere, and come back when you're wanted.
Even when I came to LA, my second year, I disappeared from Hollywood. I basically lived on boxes on the road. I spent clothes all over the Champs-Elysees on the road for 5 years. It was fucking crazy. I just,
how do we do?
Monday was all the way through. And I was moving here, and I lived on Florida. I was doing the way back much.
All right, here we go.
Michigan. I must have had 6 guys across the country now.
Right now.
Hey, man, this is Florida. I'm right here.
2 and 0.
People are fucking calling me back my Wednesday, drive up to,
3 and 0.
I don't fucking know.
3 and 1.
It's crazy.
4 and 1.
Had a lot of gigs. We did
5 and 1.
You know, he got me a gig
5 and
on
2.
the bus.
5 and 3.
Doing
6 and 3. 6 and 4.
bus and shit.
6 and 5. 6 and 6.
No ropes. What happens
6
is
and
if
7.
you don't
7
have
and 7.
that
8 and 7. 8 and 8. 9 and 8. 10 and 8. 10 and 9. 11 and 9.
girlfriend helps you right
11 and 10. 11 and 11. 12 and 11. 13 and 11. 13 and 12.
because they assume you know these things. They assume you know these things. It's kind of a fucking hate acting class. But you gotta have your class for 60 days just to get them going.
Sure, did you win anything?
The actor in the world, and if you're holding up the set or something, people can get anything to do. It's time is money. Yeah, listen, time is fucking money. You know, they tell you all this shit, you know, well, you can live in New York. Just, will they call you for an audition? Fly in. Really? Really? Like, they're gonna wait for you to call fucking JetBlue and schedule your trip around. It's, I'm just really happy to see
How about this one?
I need a big acting class.
well, right now, there's not that many fucking auditions. The best thing you can do is get together with 4 guys. 4 comics go listen. 7:30 at night Tuesdays from 7:30 to 8. We each go to a fucking scene. That's it. And it's all up to you guys. The first guy
What
don't show
happened?
up, that's it. Don't come back. The other guys. That's how you do it. For you guys to pay
These
somebody
guys won.
at this point, listen, man, you're in the store every night. You're in
Champion.
the store every night. That's the best fucking.
That's good training right there.
Fuck yeah, that's the
Damn.
best. That's why Harrison Ford don't let
Yeah, I
comics
won.
in his movies. Because on timing is not much fucking fun. Corey Mack, I love you, cocksucker. Ray Ascension, that's what. MUFC.
Okay, here we go.
Shane Chevrolet.
Okay,
Brett
hold on.
Allen, Chet Rogers, Tyler Yaffe, and Bob Orlingus. Always a great fucking on his movies. Always lurking.
Okay,
Bobby, you fucking stealing.
missed 1, missed 2, missed 3, missed 4.
Excited, looks like you won. How you feeling?
1 championship. DFL got 1.
She sounds like a mother. What do you got this weekend? This, I think I might be going to see something girl in Irvine.
Third, third.
But I was actually wondering because I don't know.
We won 1 championship, folks, in baseball.
Are very a lot of times when you go to the store or the Laugh Factory, comics will come blend together. But you'll always remember, or you'll always remember, like, is that from Seattle or like, where does that come from? Because not everyone has that.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. Seattle probably had something to do with it, but
The more like story, my girlfriend got us tickets to the show in Irvine, the Osmonds were. Those are, in theory, the best comedians in the world. And you were running a side show, and then you hosted the main show.
yeah.
And my girlfriend, at the end of the night, and we still talk about it because you always talk about fair show. You were the highlight of the night out of the A-list comics.
Yeah, that was one of my better shows. Thank you. Yeah, it was, you know, a lot of you have to put out energy. I think we had some really good people back in the day, some fun comedians, and it was a good creative scene. And like I said, cable access for me, and just pushing each other. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe if they're in the city, everyone had a little scene. I think Seattle was different. It was probably right up there with like the San Francisco and Boston. Actually, I don't know.
In my world, yeah, it's a place that I had no places to go. I had three places to go. I had two places to go. I don't know where on Wednesday. Tacoma. No, Tacoma. Crossroads. And on Wednesdays there was a road. There was a bar we used to go up there in town. Where we both played. Sunday was barricaded. That was a big difference. I mean, during the week, well, crap, I wrote the word you used to comedy. But I'll tell you what, I had one of the best nights of my life. That fucking train championship.
Rita,
Alright, so this is gonna take you motherfuckers deep. I got into a fucking fist fight with my girlfriend, 3-4 different. They throw me in jail. I come out. I'm with Rita Hall. I split a bedroom. Do you remember that?
I knew it's. I don't remember you specifically living with her, but
I had spent 3 weeks with Rita. Rita Hall on top of being a transgender comedian. You know, you motherfuckers read the papers or read the People magazine and bring your opinions about transgender people. I was around a transgender person for 18 months, and I learned a lot. You know what I fucking learned, man? She was very nice with me. First of all, Rita Hall got pills from the government for her transgender vision, and she made it into a soap. She smoked a blow. She was a fucking. She was trans. Fucking nice. So I guess her brains God bless her soul. Because whatever she was very good. She was a man. She became a woman. She was half Japanese, half something. She cut her dick off and put her in jar. She didn't cut her dick off. You know, they did it at the farm, whatever the fuck they do it. And she kept her dick in a jar. Did she really bring it on the show, Bernie Stevens? Did you bring it back?
I did not see it on the show, but I did hear that it was in the show.
Because she told me it was a mistake. It was a mistake, man. I don't think she threw it out of the fucking scene.
Is it like what? It was the same refrigerator?
I don't fucking know. I never even wanna.
Why would
I want to see somebody's dick in a jar? That's the last thing I want to see. So I never even let her go there.
You don't want to know how big it is?
No, she was tiny.
Yeah, he was small.
She was small. Rita was 5'2".
But she would talk with that voice, with a soft voice, but then she'd go,
Oh, hi. Yeah. Get away from my nachos.
She knew that for real.
See, when you fucking guys done, you fucking laughing about me. She had a wig. You know, she wasn't the best looking fucking little trainer you ever seen. She looked like a little leprechaun. God forbid you ever seen her face right now.
Yeah.
And she had like fake eyebrows. You know, it was just a nightmare. She was 5'2", but she weighed something 6'5".
Yeah.
So she walked like really slow.
Yeah.
She'd say, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know,
With her cigarette.
with the cigarette and shit, with the whole thing, she'd be drinking. So I come back to my
Don't say it, Joey.
give me that alone, and she was done. Well, I had to have a conversation with her. Because when she switched, she thought she did this thing. Wait, that's what made her drink. That's what the world will know that once they make that jump, this wow, the movie, the suicide is really fucking hurt. That's what America doesn't know. All this thing that's going on right now, like, it's a tough thing to happen to that shit. I told you, not cursing. You mean, hey, come on. I just said, shoot me the mic. Okay, people, okay. One more chance. He's not gonna curse. Thank you. Drink special. Cool 99. Thank you. Besides, all of a sudden, you get 2 more minutes and you lay a fucking asshole. Okay, cancel. That's it. Everybody out. So, every time it sees walking on my feet, this is listen, guys, tonight I got a family. I got my sister-in-law's family, the kids in here. No cursing. We don't look at each other like, what's this? So, I cursed. Somebody else cursed. He's threatening to cancel the show. We're going to read out all of that. And she goes up there and she's barking. And finally, she just fucking snaps. And says, look at me, I'm going to show you my dick in the jar. You fucking pricks, motherfucker. And she just went off the phone. I didn't know what they did because he thought Rita wasn't going to curse. He was sitting down eating the food with wine out of his mouth. He ran up there and took the mic from Rita. Rita refused to get off stage. Right, so now we got drunk. I'm gonna go. You go whoever you want. I'm not going. And she got a lady at least. I have a gun. She told her, why do you always think, oh, dog, you have no fucking idea. You have no fucking idea. She got a gun and everything. We didn't see beat up. She was 4 foot fucking 9. She was a leprechaun. Her head was huge. I mean, what a fucking head. Size 8. Oh my God. Her head was fucking damn bigger than mine. Wait, your head is small. Mine and your head is no way. But she was a 4 foot 2. That's what fucking makes it even the weirder. That's what. She was a little body with heels on it. So, okay. So the guy goes around the corner. She's like, Joey, well, you guys gotta speak up. We all know what it was to do. You can't curse. But you guys gotta curse. I don't know what. So now we go back to her. Right away, well, I'm going to this one. Because I know that fucking right. I know that right. Look at this girl. They yell at the car. She ripped off. Listen, guys, this woman was drinking and drive at the same time. Like, I'm not talking about drink and drive. Like, if you're in a bar, she would drink and drive. And not a drink mixed drink. But the bottle at the light. She was out there, guys. It was a different fucking type of person. I'd be sitting in the car going, when's this car gonna fucking crash? So we got back to my house. Walked over a couple of lines, and she's just one man on my lap. I get thrown out of comedy clubs, and I'm fucking pushing the girl. Now I'm starting to have a big time. And I say, oh, she doesn't know what to do. I'm not doing the rest of it. So, it's a calls the windows. Right in front of me, I'm fucking out. And they hang up on her, and she calls back. They fucking call her back. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm a disabled. I'm a fucking person. I'm a stand-up comedian. You would not give me my rights tonight. The club is located. It was hilarious. I'm there feeding the fucking, call back all over the government. I don't care what time it is. We'll read it home. So she used to dance and paintball. He used to hire her like on Tuesday nights. And she'd get on the phone. He was there, but she kept falling. Because she was a balance between the alcohol. People think this is a joke when I say it on stage. There's no fucking joke. Her head was so big that when she drank, the equivalent of this cow got to touch her all those years. So what they cow off, she was making what happened? She just lost the balance. Oh, really? That's how she died. All right. Call back all over the government. I don't care what time it is. We'll read it home. So she used to dance and paintball. He used to hire her like on Tuesday nights. And she'd get on the phone every day and she kept falling. So she was a balance between the alcohol and everything. Big head. People don't think. People think this is a joke when I say it on stage. There's no fucking joke. Her head was so big that when she drank, the equivalent of this cow got to touch her all those years. So what they cow off, she was making what happened? She lost her balance. Oh, really? That's how she died. R.I.P. Rita Owens.
R.I.P. Rita Owens.
Seattle transgender.
Yep.
Her and Taylor used to go at it.
They would argue.
Yeah. Taylor would fuck you, Rita. Great.
there's a fun. It does attract that.
I mean, that's the one kid, Jeff Masterson. You don't think Jeff Masterson was gonna fucking do something crazy? Listen, I'm no psychiatrist, and I'm not fucking no champion person. But even I knew Jeff Masterson. Jeff Masterson said something creepy to me during the contest or something. And I had to look at him and go, this guy is fucking out of his mind.
Right.
You know,
He tried to push buttons sometimes.
yeah, he was very small. One of those guys that's small and tiny. But he had sense.
You get that smile.
And he would say things to antagonize you when you couldn't punch him in the head. But I also knew you know what I'm saying? Like, that's right there when I know that I just wait those guys. We didn't each other chances. He goes to the hospital, I go to the hospital, he goes to the hospital. I can tell he was tiny. I can tell he didn't fight so well. I got attacked by House Fox.
I was there. I had that on video somewhere.
It was House Fox.
So it was Al Fox had a motorcycle accident.
Was it?
Paraplegic, partially. He had a limp. And I go, yeah, it's on. I have it somewhere. You're like pushing his buttons. He's like snarling at you. It's in the back. Yeah. I have it on.
I don't know what happened. I took his chair.
You guys not that funny, Brody.
I took his shirt off. I went away with his shirt.
Chad?
Yeah, he did. I was over a chair. It was like something stupid. Like a fucking chair. You know, open mic Mondays. Where do you sit? The fucking back. Anyway, just to tell you some shit else. All right, Steven, you look great.
Thanks, Joey.
Thank you for coming on the show. You got any upcoming shows?
Well, I'm in town here. I'm at the Comedy Store in LA. I'm at the Improv here in LA. I'll be going to be out in DC and Arizona. That's until October. But I'm usually here in Los Angeles and Periscope. Prince of Periscope, Brilliant New Friend. Shows are always popping up. Southern California, Irvine. I still do audience forum up here and there. I'm having fun. Just going to stay healthy. Find out the next gig. Keep podcasting. It's all fun. I know it's pretty good. Things are good.
It's going to do his ass. Have you ever been to a local wine? Have you ever been to a wine aisle in your local store and just staring at the massive selection of wine with no idea which bottle to choose? Most of us go with the bottle that has the best looking label and hope it's going to be good. Well, the days of playing Russian roulette with your wine selection are over. Club W is here to save you. Club W is a revolutionary new wine club that takes the guesswork out of choosing your wine. They have a simple 6-question palate quiz that will match you with delicious, high-quality wine you're guaranteed to love. The best part is, Club W will be shipped right to your door. No more going to the store, being lost in a while. Your friend calls you, you don't know what the hell you're doing. You don't even know why the hell you're there all the time. Try living my life, you understand me? So do me a favor, right? Right now, Club W is offering listeners $20 off your first order. You go to clubw.com/Joey. And it gets even better. I know you all hate paying for shipping, so Club W will actually pay for your shipping on orders of 4 bottles or more. So take something off your to-do list. Just go to clubw.com/Joey to get $20 off your first order right now. That's clubw.com/Joey. Listen, this is the future of wine. You want to sit in a grocery store or liquor store, it's not going to work out for you. These guys got terrific wine, like I said before. So again, go to clubw.com/Joey and get $20 off your first order right now. As usual, on it, the best. From the Alpha Brain to the M4 protein to the Shroom Tech. I can't even talk about the wonders it's done for me. I love that little M4 chocolate.
Shit. Don't. Look at this. It's registered. Look at this move. Look at this move.
BlueApron.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Texture. Texture is offering our listeners a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey.
Dizzy.
Greetings to Podcastville.
It's two podcasts.
Look at this move. Up, dog. What's up, dog? I know. Ah!
Uncle Joey here. This podcast is brought to you by Nature Box. What do you do when you want a snack, but all you can find is junk food? You rely on your self-control to resist the temptation, and how do you end up there? Eating junk food. Start snacking healthy with Nature Box. These snacks are tremendous, and right now you'll save even more because Nature Box is offering our church families 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com. Number two, here's something that you want. Many recent studies suggest that having good oral health impacts your overall health. Yet most of us don't brush our teeth properly. You can start brushing better. You know why? Today. Because right now you can go to quip.com/Joey and get your first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. That's your first refill pack free at quip.com/Joey. That's quip.com/Joey. The new way to brush your teeth. And number three, Father's Day is coming. You see him sitting there, he sits there all day. What do you think might happen when he sits there all day? I mean, your dad's a nice guy and the whole thing. But his ass no mess like the rest of us. Just because he's your dad don't mean his ass don't stink like that.
Yo.
That ends today.
What up, baby?
You're gonna order
Yo, Alpha 8.
Joey, what's HelloFushy.com?
How you living, pimp? Are you from Twitter? Alpha 8, can you hear me? Dog. Alpha 8. Do you have an NFT or cryptocurrency? Alpha 8, how you living, dog? Can you hear me? Alpha 8. Alpha 8, that sounds like a Twitter name. Oh, yeah, Alpha 8 is from Twitter. Shout out to John Wick Gems. Oh, you got suspended. That's okay. All of my shit gets suspended. Dog, Alpha 8, talk to me, baby. Yo, dog. Alpha 8, can you hear me? Do you know English? If you don't, that's okay. Yo, Real Schiller X, how you living, pimp? Long time no speak. How you living, big dog? Real Schiller X. Yo, what up, baby? Long time no speak. How you living, pimp? What's good? How you living? What's good? Are you gonna unmute? You gonna talk to me, big dog? Come on, talk with me. What up, baby? You're muted. Yo, Real Schiller X, how you living, pimp?
I'm doing good, brother.
Excellent.
Living my best life, bro.
Of course you are. How's
What about you?
kicking ass, taking names? How's nursing school, baby?
Pardon, I didn't get you. I don't know why my volume is low, bro.
That's okay. How is nursing school?
Nursing school?
Yeah, you were in nursing school last we spoke.
Okay. I'm not in nursing school, but I don't really know.
Okay, well, maybe not. Hey, Real Schiller X, do you know Alpha 8?
Alpha 8.
Alpha
Yes,
8.
yes, I do.
Who is that?
Is he on? I know Alpha 8 on X.
Yeah, who is that? Who is Alpha 8?
I don't really know, bro. I've come across his profile, but I haven't engaged with him that much.
Okay, what made you come back in here?
Bro, because I care about you and I love you and I love what you do, bro.
Absolutely. Did you get a retweet of mine today?
Yeah, I saw your retweet, bro. That is one of the reasons I came in here, bro.
Hold on a second. Did you see a retweet of mine today?
Yes, I did. I did just now.
No way. That's amazing. That's what I needed to happen. Did I retweet?
Yeah, I saw your retweet.
So,
I saw your retweet on what I posted, and I click on your profile, I followed you, and then I just came in straight to the Discord, bro.
Oh, you're amazing. So you're like, hey, I know that guy. Excellent. All right. Are you under Real Schiller X?
Yeah, yeah. On X,
Yeah. What's your username?
my username is Real Banana. I changed my name from Richila X. My name on X is Real Banana.
All right. Hold on a second. Oh, that's great. So you saw what I did, and you were like, hey, I know that person. And
Yeah.
that's great. Okay. All right.
Let me retweet your post.
No. You're okay. You don't have to do that. Don't do that, because I won't see it. Just spell your username.
REAL.
Oh, just one moment. No. I know that's yours. Hold on. I know how to find it. Um. Okay. Are you Real Banana? Oh yeah, you did. Hey, there you go.
Yeah, Real Banana. We the Dodgement Dog with the PFP.
Dude, and you retweeted my shit. You're amazing. Okay, so did you do a Doginal dog recently?
I just engage with them on spaces. I just grow with a lot of people from the Dodgement Dog.
That's amazing. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so I know that project. They're nice people,
Yeah.
and they're all over.
You know the Dodgement Dog?
Yeah, and they're all over Twitter Spaces.
Oh, that's amazing, bro.
I agree. Well, thank you for the repost, man. You're the man, dude. I'm so happy that this bot brought in somebody I know, because you're amazing and I love you, and I'm glad that you're doing well. What else is good with you?
Love you too, bro.
Excellent, man.
Always love your path, bro.
I know you do. How's your mom doing?
My mom, she's doing alright. I'm living with them right now. I'm staying on my own.
Good on you, man. How's your brother?
My brother is fine, bro.
Excellent.
We're just living our best life, bro.
I know you are. I know you are. Well, Real Schiller X, thank you for coming by, and you just made my day. Thank you so much, my friend.
I appreciate it, brother.
Absolutely.
One
Peace,
love.
buddy. One love.
Yeah, what about Harry Potter almost to the canyon?
Dude.
I haven't been in the Telegram.
To the moon, baby. To the moon. I'm repping it every day.
To the moon.
To the moon. That's right, big dog. All right, baby.
Take. We never come down.
Absolutely. Only one way. To the moon.
Absolutely, bro.
Absolutely. You take care.
You live life on Miami trip.
Oh, we'll do it soon enough. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Peace, baby. Shout out to Real Schiller X, everybody.
All right, one love.
One love, baby.
I'm gonna hop in by.
Please do. You're always.
And this is still ongoing. I need to go on X space right now.
You do you, baby. Take care. Peace. Spread the love.
All right, brother.
Thank you so much, Real Schiller X. You're the man. Shout out to Real Schiller X. Real Schiller X. I haven't spoken to you in like 6 months. You were mean. You're in good shape now, son. 871. Relax.
How's my dad's ass gonna stick differently? You know how? HelloDushy.com is a new portal for the day. You can install on any toilet, you understand me? And it works tremendously. It's got a 90-day money-back guarantee. But yes, there's nothing like getting your hands on washroom rolls. Do me goods. You avoid bacteria, you avoid hemorrhoids, you avoid swamp ass, and now the summer's coming. You know what humidity does to your asshole? Right or wrong, you ever take a shit in the morning? You leave the house and you walk around, you mingle. Meanwhile, your asshole's on fire. You don't know why your fucking little muffler is burning. You know why? Because you got that fucking backup drip. No more. HelloDushy.com will take care of it. Go to HelloDushy.com right now.
That's fucking amazing.
Church. They get 10% off. HelloDushy.com. Get it. Oh shit. Wednesday, June 7th. Are you kidding me or what? I'm feeling fucking Minnesota. Well, look at California.
Well, go fuck yourself. No, I won't talk to you anyway.
Lisa, Bernie Stevens, the master. The Prince of Periscope. That's what they call him, BLP. Oh, I'm sorry, BLP. The Prince of Periscope. Who gives a fuck? The church of what's happening now. Lisa, and you motherfucker. Bam, bam. Keep this mule in. They gotta hear the power shake. Feel this power comes up. Yes. Kick this mule in. Kick this mule, cocksucker. I want them to feel these drums and shit. Boom, bop, boom, boom, bop. What? Good. Bop, boom, bop, boom, boom, bop, bop. Damn, 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 damn. Too much, too much, too much. I feel very good. Towel back. What's going on, Bernie Stevens?
Excited to be here, Joey. Feeling good. Yeah, sunny, hot down there.
How much warm is it down there?
Today was a lot. You know, it was about 104 out there. Yeah, and the Dodger game they played this afternoon, like marine layer, like 70 degrees. I thought it was going to be smoking hot here too, but it wasn't.
Tonight you'll go out. You get fuck around this time of the year. You leave your house with a t-shirt. You go somewhere with a long. God, it's just fucking freezing.
Yeah, it gets cold.
And then it comes in with the snakes and the coyotes.
You know, Palm Springs, it's just the cut off the mountains. It's like, that's the first spot that the clouds from LA don't get to. It cuts it off. And it's just, that's where the heat starts out there in that desert. And that's the great thing about LA growing up here at night. You got the marine layer, you got the ocean breeze coming in. So you go to a Dodger game, you got to wear a jacket. You go to Anaheim Stadium, it's cold down there at night. That stadium, they've got wind coming through there. Same thing with San Diego at night. And so you got San Francisco. Geez, all the cities are cold.
San Francisco, LA, you think LA and Anaheim, San Diego, it's mild.
We're lucky we're not in Chicago. It rains, hot. You really got to be good for the weather. subway with that air conditioning, and it felt good. My apartment, I didn't have air conditioning. I had a fan and a water bottle. That's what I had. So it was pretty brutal. And then but I did it after 3 years of living in New York. I got it out of my system. I did the subway, subway, did the bus because the subway was not working. But got to see a lot of different people, doing comedy down there, out there, and take the subway. I did it. You're the one who told me to go to New York. It was funny, like you mentioned, Colorado right here. That's where my mom was living with her boyfriend. So I actually went to Colorado for a little bit. I got to get out of New York. Went to Colorado, caught my breath, and then I moved back to LA in 2000. That was kind of my plan anyway, to be back here in LA in 2000. I had to, like I mentioned on Periscope, how, I did an open mic here. I started here in LA. I went on stage at, I did one open mic in Chatsworth. I did the comedy workshop at UCLA. I needed that. We had a graduation class at the comedy school, and I did well back then. It was 93, and then I did one open. I felt like, I did well. It was a Sunday night. It was packed. Bringing in 5 friends. One of those deals. Sandy Seashore.
Yo.
Sister.
What up?
The comedy store.
I wanted to fucking talk to you anyway.
Worst
dreams ever.
My mom's boyfriend lived on Halloween up in a high rise, so I could see the comedy store, Sunset Strip, and you could feel that energy. And I wasn't like a big crazy, comedy guy, but I could feel that energy in the Sunset Strip. But I would also see the lights of Dodger Stadium. It was there's something about seeing the lights of Dodger Stadium, knowing that there's a game going on there. There's a whole community going on there. You see the lights, and then, you can watch it on TV. You can listen on the radio. But whenever I drive by a stadium, the Rose Bowl, I always look at it. I have to make eye contact with the sign. Dodger Stadium, I have to see the lights. Going on to 110. I look at the Coliseum. I have to make eye contact with seats. People thought I was from New York. Growing up here, they did. But yeah, growing up here, the Valley, high school here, yeah, North Hollywood High, right here. How long has that been there for? That's an active corner. You got 2 high schools there. You got rich kids. You got Oakwood right next to North Hollywood High. Yeah, that's the one in the middle of the school. Yeah, well, it's on Magnolia. It's on the other side. Oakwood's private. Rich kids probably.
Do they have a full-time staff of crossing guards on Magnolia throughout the day? Like six crosswalks down. You don't see them, they have like umbrellas.
Okay, so the school down the block towards the 101.
That's Oakwood. They built a bridge.
Right,
They just installed the bridge.
It costs like $30,000 a year to go to that school. Oh, you teach my first name.
Yeah. There's probably like a petting zoo in the back. Yeah. Big wheels. That stuff is, that's what I try and share on Twitter. I went to those private schools. I told my mom, I went for a semester, and I knew it wasn't right. Which one? I went to like Valley. I think it was actually called Valley School, or Haskell, Sherman Way, petting zoo, Notre Dame, Riverside. Notre Dame's on Riverside. That's high school. That's respected. Number 1 baseball player prospect in the country right now. Throws 100. Tyler Green. Is it Tyler Green? Yeah. Kid throws 100. Yeah, a lot of money now. Right. Campbell Hall. That's another one. Yeah, these kids, they're rich kids. They got helicopter parents, so they're doing, some of the drugs. That's right.
he's telling you nicely. I'm not going to tell you that nicely. Get the hell up or go put the cigarette out. Now I got to turn around. Now I got to turn around because they're going to argue behind me. Or there's going to be a fist fight from behind me. I'm going to be right there. I don't want to kick these kids in the fucking kneecaps when you can tell they're three little pussies, right? The kid smiled at me. Let's take a cigarette. Oh, this kid woke up and he was feet. Let's take a step further. Do you have anything? I goes, okay, do me a favor, get out of here. And he goes, I'm not getting out of here. And it was close to him. So I was, oh shit. He's gonna run down. I'm like, oh god, man. God damn it. I'm gonna be fucking witness. They're gonna ask me stupid questions, you know. How the fuck do I get out of this? Finally, I'm like, what you? It's about you. Pussy. You wear shit for your own fucking friends. You have no class. They come with the fucking Audi 829Z convertible with rocket ship wings, you know. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. The kids head to that car. As they're walking in the train down the Johnny Street, looks up and goes, I hope you're gonna fuck right now. My dad's easy to get to. Not a show on your face, you know. Make sure you're fucking right. It's going to the wrong colors. That's bad. That's what I went with. What show? I ran over, knocked on the glass and asked him, bro. I don't give a fuck what show I'm gonna get. Fucking have a fan.
Those guys don't show up at Starbucks. We get tweakers at Starbucks.
We don't. We're your own little candy, so you get a big fucking form of the 101.
But it's literally only a 5-minute walk, if that is two different worlds.
Two different worlds. Two different worlds. I get you. Fucking people.
Yeah, the screenwriters.
Yeah, the screenwriters.
I had my problem.
I sit there and listen to those motherfuckers talk. And I just think that's the show. We play the tape recorder. And we play it and we listen to all the bullshit stories we used to hear behind the audio. Because they're all bullshit stories.
I'd rather sit with the site than the weirdo.
Oh, no, we do.
They're more interesting.
When I go over there now, if I go out during the weekend, Lee takes my set, Lee emails it to me, and I listen to it there. I put earphones on, I plug it in on my phone, and I listen to it there in peace. Listen to those fucking who shows up there with me in peace. Okay, the shirt is ironed to the tee, the pants are designed out, the shoes are designed out, the was designed out, the BMWs and the fire suits. Tell you something, guys, I'm those assholes not. Because I saw those 3 times. And I've seen the 3 clients he's been with. He's horrific, that guy. He's terribly cheesy. He's one of those men that you at first sight, each of you, before you knew what it was, nobody heard your last without the door. Just had a meeting with CBS tonight last week. And they gave up on the pilot. Keep on acting class. So listen, he's been there 3 different times, 3 different clients, and every time I say it's falling, I'm ready. And I'm literally just listening to him. No smoke, just walk past his ass. He was there with a guy a couple weeks ago. The guy was like this over here, dozens of them years ago. And he's telling us, the guy was a vet.
That's right.
He got away 6 years an extra assistant well. That's how big he was. Stand there for like a chair. The other fellow looked at him going, how many roles did you smell? Then I go, listen, you know fucking Lord guy. This guy's like, no, there's a new show on CBS. Don't have no fat guys. What are you gonna do? Show breaking the vet? show downstairs.
Yeah, Gardner. Yeah. Downstairs.
This was 3 fucking years ago, 4 years ago. Damn, this building.
Yeah.
I'm talking about 1998 in the basement.
Okay, yeah.
On a Saturday at 9 a.m. In that thing with 40 guys dressed in brown suits and fucking doing every different gang affiliation. Every different gang affiliation. And this guy was making the biggest gang mafia movie ever in Hollywood. Are you ready, guys? We got there the Saturday at 9 o'clock. This full table reading and auditioning. There was nothing wrong with you want me there was to tell you that this is how you got to roll in this movie. You're gonna get invested.
Oh, it's like a bringer movie.
Yeah, it was like a bringer movie. He said, you know, give me envelopes. He was gonna have a meeting a week later to see how many investors you got in the week with promissory notes. This was crazy. I sat there just giggling.
Sounds like a scheme where you're
Oh my God, Lee, no shit, Lee.
Oh no.
No, this was way before Kickstarter.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds
It was
like
like, yeah, no, it was like a human Kickstarter.
oh, that's funny.
So he said, whoever comes back next Saturday, that please has 25,000 promissory notes.
what?
They gave me one of They gave me 3 shut up.
I would have.
Just to be a movie lead.
Would they be the people investing? Would they like invest for themselves? They like go to family?
Because that's what this guy's doing. If he has 40 people, they give him 20 grand, and 4 people showed up with 20 grand. You shoot something. I can shoot something great.
They shoot him up. Yeah. I just know the guy coming into town, getting like 80,000 and like piecing out and going to Mexico.
Listen, people shoot movies for no budget all the time. I personally don't believe it. There's some way to move for the crash. You have to have money for certain things. There's things that I can ask Roy Stevens to come with his microphone.
Yeah.
I just want to set like for 3 days. So I mean, a big favor. You know, really help just come by for 3 days.
Yeah.
I'll come by you and do a free show.
No problem.
But I can't go to Brian.
Yeah.
6 weeks. Yeah, 6 days a week for free. I can't. Yeah, that's a
I'll do some tweets for you.
that these people really want to do.
That much of a commitment? That's insane.
Oh yeah, these people are crazy. I mean,
6 weeks for free.
I was doing those $100 big movies.
Yeah.
I'd say 50% of the staff is getting paid. The rest of them are so much experience package. Administrative experience. Which, you know what, guys? If I move out here, and I'm here, and I got $2,000, $3,000 in the bank, and I live with a roommate, my rent is $400, and I'm looking to get to because that's how it happens. Not even getting to the movie. I'm looking to get to something. And somebody comes to me and says, listen, my friend's doing a movie. He's looking for free anywhere to live for 6 weeks. You know, I got money in the bank. It's nice. I can do it. No people. I don't want to live out. I would do it because I had no interest in the film. I don't want to be an actor. I want to send them 6 words.
Bullshit.
How to carry shit.
Yeah, that's what I did. I did that when I was taking my stand-up comedy course. I was also an intern on a USC master's thesis film. So I was a key graph. I was learning about lights. I was learning about where we shot down. We shot in South Central Los Angeles in the house where he came from under the stairs and people from under the stairs. That movie shot in that house, and then we did an overnight shoot on Bradford Live. We had Seinfeld going on and Roseanne, and we were riding a bicycle around and went side to side. But anyway, I worked on this film. I learned all about like catering hours, Teamsters, but I also learned that I wanted to be the actor, the talent, but I was nowhere near ready. But I learned that I didn't want to be in movies. In fact, I did one other one. They wanted me to work for free. We did it at USC. So this is a different film. I'm up there, sitting up there with like freaking sandbags and stuff. And they go, so tomorrow, 6 a.m. in the desert. And I go, after that. So they had a lunch break, and I just went to Burger King and left. I still got invited to the rap party, but that's when I walked away. I said, I know I'm not gonna do that direction. I want to do stand up. And like even when I moved up to Seattle, I worked at the Comedy Underground. I learned about seating a show. I learned about a host, a guest spot, a middler, a headliner. But I wasn't like a huge comedy fan. Actually, I still I like laughing at my friends. It's different like when somebody's presenting things. And I'm weird. Maybe I'm just immature about that. I'm 47. I just turned 47.
First time I met you when you were 25.
Yeah, I was born in 70, so no, I was probably 25. 25. Yep. 25. I'm glad I went to Seattle. Because I grew up here in the Valley. I went to college in Arizona. It was like just too much sunshine, too much, doing. People don't develop stand up in Arizona. Plus, I was a baseball player. I did baseball, but I wanted to go up to Seattle and be around Pierce Gears and music and all that weird stuff. I knew I had to get out of LA, and I took that comedy course at UCLA, graduated at the Comedy Store, and I did that one open mic in Chatsworth. That ain't for me. I grew up here in the Valley. I can't have some host. I get it. I understand it because I played baseball. I learned all about group thing and all that playing baseball. It all comes into in life, playing sports, being at a high level. You do learn about discipline. When I played baseball at Arizona State, we represented the school. You didn't get in trouble. It'd be in the newspaper. You got drug tested, but I learned about just taught me discipline. But learning to get picked on, the Jewish guy, gay guy, run weird, this, fucking punching me. But I knew that's how it was. I mean, I was liked in high school. I was a good pitcher all of a sudden. So they try, and I go, I'm not going to quit. They didn't get me out of there, but I'm not a quitter. I just stuck it out. I mean, going a long story about that. But these guys were hard on me, and I didn't complain. And they would go, yeah, you're Jewish guy. How'd the Grand Canyon get started? Two, Jews fighting over it, and they call it a squirrel. But I didn't care. That's kind of what it was because I played baseball also in high school, and I was around football. So it just made me tougher. It made me strong, and I just rose above it. They would say, "Oh, Brody, you're Jew." Something. I go, "Well, Jesus was Jewish," and they get pissed like these Christian guys. But they're good friends. Like it was kind of a hazing thing. Because I got picked on at Reseda High School growing up, and it's different getting picked on by inner city kids. You got it, malicious. I'd rather get hazed by a Christian. That's okay. I don't need to be gang jumped into something. I'm so upset with politics. It stressed me out big time.
I first met you, I used to break your balls constantly.
Yeah, sure.
You used to make me laugh. And I used to break your balls. We had a friend. And you go on, and I asked him, you go on, man. You used to do funny. You were an extra on one movie that we took in Chatsworth from the bus. And then you had that cable access show that went to a million life. But the cable access show, so you go beyond it. You was taking on it. Oh my God. I'm eliminating all these memories coming back.
Seattle was a great scene. It was really, I don't know how it is now, but we were just
still great for comedy. A lot of young comics up there is what I hear. How Rothschild moved to Arizona.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, so I don't know who's from Phoenix or something.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know who's going to run the contest and all that sort of stuff. I was a kid, I love basketball.
Yeah.
I love basketball. We look it up. We see how much songs go down.
When in the 90s, are you talking about the one against the Bulls?
The 70s.
Yeah, 79, I think. 78, 79. They beat the Washington Bullets. One of those years.
77.
77, I think, was Portland.
And I never had something like Julius Survey.
They won in 79.
79 years ago.
Something like, well, my cousins lived there. I saw that team.
I didn't know anything about Seattle, but the basketball team is great. They started showing pictures of the city when they were up there.
Yeah.
To show the stadium before they played. I'm like, what an interesting fucking started on fucking Seattle. Seattle, and they put in something good. And they had the football game. I love chicken food. One night I met San Diego in Seattle or something. One night football. I don't know what year it was. And so chicken food was such a great night. 3 or 4 minutes. That I ended up liking them after that. So I was always intrigued by San Diego, by Seattle. And then when I first started doing comedy, just like you, I started 2 years before you. There was a publication that came out of San Francisco.
Was it a comedy magazine?
Yes. That John Fox and this company put out. And they interviewed comics. They told you different, they previewed clubs. If a new club was opening, they knew right up about the club. Right? It was a really good magazine. It really was. And the most interesting thing about it was the last 2 pages were all the open mics were good. Like that, big good open mic. The last 2 pages, comedy club in Sydney and Brooklyn. Back in Seattle, was. And sitting there, they gave me the fucking black and white, what was that? That picture. See if you come up with Seattle Comedy Competition, like the glow, with the dude holding it, or something like this. Watch how cool this is. Like, this stuck out in that fucking newspaper. Like, and they always.
Sure, searching like the 90s or.
No, Seattle Comedy Competition. That's it. That's the Seattle Comedy Competition, or the Comedy Underground.
There's just something about the Northwest, the fresh air.
I know nothing about that shit. I didn't know nothing about salmon. I knew nothing about fucking nothing. I knew Enrico went there. I knew that the Supersonics were there. And then something really fucking happened. I discovered a band called Soundgarden. And I was like, oh, see right there all the way to, you see that?
Yeah,
Even that was up in this newspaper. That thing right there was something that they had in the newspaper, in this publication. And I was like, that. And I circled that club. And every time I would go to a comedy club and have to do a show in that magazine, I would look to see what comedy clubs were open, what was closing. And I'd always circle that fucking club. And for some reason, I wanted to go to fucking Seattle. Then Soundgarden comes out. I'm hearing about this heroin. I'm hearing about all this shit up there. Not one thing that I hear about comedy I didn't really ask. I didn't think of my when I was 11 to go to Seattle. Like I was just get that together and roll out, in Denver area. And I went to fucking Michigan. I went to Detroit. And I met a fucking stripper. And she said she was going to Seattle. She said, I'll fly over and get you. And that was the plan. And he was appropriate. One day I got a call. She said, oh, they came to get you, so I got my stuff. And I was up there 10 days later. We went down.
That's a crazy romantic comedy.
Like it's you fucking believe that I met him Memorial Day weekend, and I was in Bow, and I was in Seattle 5 weeks later. Now I tell you, and people always say, "Well, when we go to Seattle and do comedy, that's what you dream." So what are you doing now? Well, right now, working at Starbucks because they make money. Make money. Listen, I put that money away. That's a resistance. Read the book, The Art of War. It's a resistance. What you need to do is go get the most expensive job you can get right now. I don't give a fuck what it is. It's taking shit out of the box. And they give you 14 an hour. They got overtime. You got a good opportunity.
It's athleticism.
At the end of the 30, even if you put $100 a week away at the end of the 4 weeks, you're 40. You got your car. You got your health. And once your grandmother will throw you an extra 250, and that's 650. You'll start a new fucking life with 650. How do I know? Because I've started a new life with $2. So you're gonna tell me that motherfucking story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Are you saying 650 today?
Where's it back then? I'm talking about.
What's the
When you want to go, you go.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
I went to Seattle.
These people who do independent amazing. Like he does similar to the yard business. That was when like boy, you bullshit with it. You gotta put away money. When you're it's really have a dream. You really show that you get a job that that's I'm sure you'll fucking listen. No, I live in a car. I sacrificed LA in a car. Do you think I got it? I told you. Man, what can I understand? This guy was doing this guy was doing it. One night, folks, in the car, I woke up with an 80 pound friend. Oh, it helped your back. No, this ain't that bad. Because I could take showers at the comedy store. I could take showers at the one plus no cocaine. Plus candy, survive that way. I saved them money every month. Captain would help me out. I get out of the White House from time to time, you know. It's a struggle. I got to keep up with Captain. My wife, the rest is my business. But, you know, I put in for 2 million. Joey, I got me a so this one, homeless is the sport. Homeless is the scariest fucking part. Everyone, because the first thing you think of is that my 7-Eleven, McDonald's, so much people. Next to the fucking banks. That's what I got. One of McDonald's. Right. Like a mummy comes in and next to the fence. When he is out on the shop, he throws things. Okay, the fucking chicky hat with the dog. Right? They go with this. That's what I'm saying. Yes, he doesn't go back. Oh, I did. I can say for my part, I've been to Pepsi. The one I really want to talk to on the RVP, I've never seen it. Terrible. I didn't see that on it. You never really saw people living in RV. But here, mistakes as a comedian. Buying a trailer like that. Comedy's the yeah, that's not what you want. It's economy. You're not just going to sit there and say, the best thing you can do is have fun around the same. Fill with the tanks. You get peanut butter, jelly, ramen, water in that shower. That's exciting. You don't have to worry about the consequences. You just go to every night you perform somewhere else. And if there's no show, there's a show now. Because you're there with a microphone and two phones. What is how you do comedy in the beginning? That's how I like that idea. Not now. Today, is that still plausible? Oh my God. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It's for free. You know, you get something that's sponsored. I want to do for me something like rock. I know. I need help, please. You don't want to know how. Well, you don't need help. What you can do is a thing that is your best friend. What? Internet? Unbelievable. You can do what you have. I don't know how to make people feel fun. So they can help and it will take you. I can do exactly what you're saying. I love baseball. I have access. I can talk to them tomorrow morning. Yeah. Boy, what about I have to have merch too? They'll help me with that. Here's, I did a festival a few weeks ago, and one of the rock bands, they liked what I was doing, and they thought it'd be a good idea, maybe. But they wanted a comedian to open up with them on the road. And they were pretty cool guys, like pretty straight-laced guys that rocked out. They were called Diarrhea Planet. They're out of Nashville, but they rock. You have no idea. Yeah. You'll better
get so much audience more behind the scenes, you know, and I got great at that. And also, stifled, I feel like my stand-up career because I was getting a paycheck, I was getting a mic time, I was meeting everybody, I was getting opportunities, but I also knew that I had this consistent work, and usually a best damn sports show where you were. And I also had connection with baseball. I always wanted to be around baseball. Right, so it's a fucking deal. Right now, in the June, it's a football business. Right, because running away with it, you know, it's fucking so right now, all you can do is the next 3 weeks make a few, sit down, you know, just look at yourself and say, you got a piece of paper, pencil. See, I should be doing a weekly podcast where you have structure. Like, you have structure. I need structure. Oh, no, I need a driver. Okay. Like, you know, I need tickets to the baseball game. Okay. Field pass back into field pass. Which is always. But can I say one of them? MLB is weird. You know, you can't necessarily use show logo. I'm not going to say, you're not going to show logo. This is what we do for these Steelers. Like, yeah, so here at Dodger Stadium, you got just even me just talking to the camera at the stadium. It's in the environment. You already got Periscope. I'm walking in the parking lot. What's going on? Periscope September. Yeah, after a fucking month of the playoff coverage. And once again, one of those series, Fox will be working you down around the corner. I tried to have them do that last year. Right now, you got the world by the balls. You have the experience. Yes, I do. All you need is a sponsorship from an RV company. Sponsorship in an RV company to sponsor you. You have to have this break for the driver. So let them find this indoor, outdoor life of roading, okay? Don't even mention baseball. Because it involves everything to involve pulling over on the side of the road, kettlebell, reefer, on the subway, getting black people shuffles. Like with my Instagram, videos, this is full. It's just having fun. What is this guy that's driving or whatever? Who's he? Where do I find him? The guys that do that? Wi-Fi. You also get a sponsor. I mean, do I really get sponsorship for stuff? I'm open to it. I need help. Well, I mean, you could do all this TV. You should know we have the RV sponsor. No, we have the RV sponsor. Vitamins, I like that. Yes. Work out. You look for how fast. This is all corporate. So if you're looking at doing this in September, this is everybody goes on vacation. Drum lessons in different cities. But I can see a national RV company. Every city you stop at, Periscope Live, just bring up the numbers, bring up the times that you do Periscope, and let's do a sample. Let's go from the Dodger game to the Anaheim game, one day, right? And let's show them videos and shout outs on the city. I don't know. The organization is the king. This is not what I think for organizing. This is not what I'm looking for. Randy Gonzalez, you know I love you. Watch, Packy, one-on-one men. I love it. Alan Stevens, stay with me, baby. Jack W. Lewis May 23. Mike went up. Caleb Bass and OG. And David. Are you getting legal? What? You not forget about the place in front of you all night. You not forget about the fucking work that I'm acting, Joey. That's out. Do not forget about governors. The 24th and 25th, we ain't fucking around no shows. Chinese is no fucking thing. People stand up and they run that shit. Everybody pressure them all night. That's what they're doing. Now they ain't get you on it. Lisa Act doesn't even know what's going to happen. He's doing it tomorrow night. All right, anyway, we're talking.
high school.
So when I was a kid, I thought that Jesse Jackson was Michael Jackson's father.
I need, honestly, I need structure. That's what people tell me where to go, what to do, meet Brody, do this, do that. Like a one-nighter deal, I go to a rock club. Who's right now? Like they go to the World Series. The season, Astros, Nationals, Dodgers. Probably not. Maybe not Dodgers.
You know what the Dodgers do is that comedy show you fucking thing. They get to the playoff series.
And what do I do in these cities? Let's say there's
nice and early. You go to the hot spot where we leave breakfast. My family do. With you. You sit down, you eat, you pray,
right.
And you go exercise.
Okay.
And then you go to
on Periscope.
You go listen to baseball players that you were friends with. You know, your dad, your mother, they do everything. This is happening. Tom Hayden, they got involved with no vow when they land. And as they're split up into the Vietnamese meatballs, the fucking as a director, they're going, don't look at the camera, don't look at the camera. I've been like, every time you shake somebody's hands, be natural, don't look at the camera. And just talk about see how it will go. Go in there, you talk about that's what I feel and go to the other side, make your favorite play on the other side. Post evidence of that film being take the comedy show at 10 o'clock in the comedy.
Right.
Take the percentage of the door and go in there. It's not a baseball game, but that's tricky because I'm not a baseball game. Those we all know they don't be around school. Because people watch on Periscope. But paying their fans away to do that, right? They pay to go watch us get to finance these little trips. That way, I don't know if you're going to be listening to my brother. I wish you all the best. I'm playing some of these most talking about
yeah, well, Final Rock Club is what it's fucking
There's more than one day in each city, so what if you went to the game and when you beat Brody and advertised this show at the club the next night, it would be sold out.
I just need to, I just need to take that job.
Okay, I came to terms with it 10 years ago. I'm not on Facebook. Johnny Cosplay called. Jay Leno ain't called. They know they fucking called Uncle Joe. Everything I've had, I haven't fucking heard. And when we hanged up, I hanged up. I'm very happy because I'm here. I'm still here. We go all the way back to Seattle. 1995. How many people from that era? You see at the comedy store Sunday night when I was sitting next to you. Be honest. Tell the people at home. How many fucking people? We were up there, but I'm still down here.
Well, Josh, Greg Ass is around.
So unfortunately, I ended up in Seattle by mistake. But my guess they would have come to Johnny since he's still veterans. See what he's going to go here.
Doing that cheap? That's my wife's birthday. I want to get her something that goes 0 to 200 in seconds. Is that the cafe? Yeah, it's just a thing.
Oh, so yeah.
Not the whole.
Sunday, usually Wednesday. That's that part of town.
It's an A-rated Superland Bakery now. What are you buying today?
My girlfriend and I are looking for a new Prius.
Don't worry, I bring you plenty of Subarus. You
Guys up at night with bills, or somebody being sick in your family, but to stay up at night thinking about the love you have for Tommy and how good you want to be on your mom if you're sleeping in an office among Josh Wolf, Mexican restaurant, where you're paying $125 a month, and you have a little mattress with a pillow and a blanket. And I thought that was the king of the fucking world. I was a was it? I was $100 the Tommy underground. At that time, I was the underground. That particular one, I don't know what the new one is like. But that particular one, to me, I still rank it in the top 5 stages I've ever spent on. I own that stage so much.
Low ceiling.
That was the stage. The cockroach and the
Bathroom. You could like pull a chain to pull that shit. Like, was there like a chain you would pull?
yeah, walk up the stairs, walk down the stairs. When you walk up the stairs, open up the door to the cheap box. There'll always be with the most horrible snow guy who's working at motherfucking Swanee, Jesus. You still see him when you go up there.
I think it's closed down, isn't it?
I have no idea.
I think Swanee's is gone.
Swanee's is gone, but then he reopened the bar with a bunch of people with Josh Wolf's old Mexican bar.
Okay.
So he hired Josh
Over there.
Right, gotcha.
Recently?
Yeah, Josh was in Seattle.
To help him out?
No, this is 1990 fucking six, right?
Sorry. No, I know about that. I remember that. Yeah.
70 hired him.
I went in for the meeting. I worked at Red Robin. I had experience.
What Red Robin did you work at?
The one on Eastleigh, the original Red Robin. Yeah, Gavin Boyd got me the interview. Gavin was like an assistant chef at Red Robin in over in Kirkland.
He was going to get his little assistant chef.
Sous chef.
Fuck that little sous chef.
Yes, there was.
At Red Robin,
Yeah.
you fuck. And all the materials come already
Sous chef.
What sous chef? There's no sous chef.
They had him at Red Robin. I said,
You go to Red Robin, there's 3 Mexicans. And they all call themselves food just in case.
we had food runners.
Yeah, food runners too, but
I looked at the original
chefs are
sous chef. I remember. Ask Gavin. Ask Gavin. Yeah. The fries, the refills. I'm like, you know what? I may go.
Where is it? It's on top of the cake. No.
Topanga's over at Topanga. Red Robin.
Yeah. Me and my wife went up there with the
Topanga.
and Red Robin. We were like, what? I might call late. I called late. Oh, yeah, at Red Robin, there was a cheeseburger with steak fries.
Yeah, steak fries. Topanga Mall. That's where I was in that Red Robin when I found out that Kobe got caught for rape. That was 2 weeks ago. Because there's a joke there, but it really was when Jim Hill announced it. That was the big. Where were you?
I found out back to Canadians.
Yeah, where was I for that?
I was getting rolling water lemonade. I drank 18 of these at 4 o'clock.
Well, I'm gonna drink rose water.
Lady, I've never drank it.
I had rose water. I like lemonade, but
This is lemonade made with rose water. This is 2011
Magic, that was so surreal. That was surreal. The OJ, just the magic. You just couldn't believe that.
OJ, it was basketball season, playoffs, and I was with Pavement and Eddie B. I was so games. I was waiting for the pitch to go in for and the pitch was landing big. Those days I had held out like 5 days. I was watching guys at the National Credit Card. Delivered sandwich with the Philly soap dudes. I was putting it together. I was delivering Chinese food. I was swaying a little bit, but we had a different connection. See, so you're someone's opinion. I was doing everything.
Getting chicks.
I was getting no chance.
Oh, you had a girlfriend.
No, I had nothing. I understood. I was just a single dude. Time to time, I bumped into a ring. I know someone. 8 months, and then I bumped
For his gibberish staff. Come on, baby. 1K. We did it. Give her a stab it. I gave her a stab
It's
it.
quick and easy.
Have you looked at what I like running, like the cameras?
Oh, no, I haven't.
I like that. Just the one that you can watch people on the sweat. There's a tapping line.
Could you send me the link?
Yeah. It's chatterbait.com.
And you can watch people have sex live.
Yeah. It's nice. Couples, girls.
Is it free?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see you guys later.
See you later.
No, slurring my words is kind of fun. Even disgusting. I can't believe you sit there and watch those naked people.
Why don't your parents do a nice job with your naked live people? Donate $1. What taxi is on site?
Why would I donate $1?
Because you're watching them.
They have people doing it. They have people who
They
get them.
get advertising, right?
They get advertising, but they get people like some of the Amazon gift cards.
That's what I get.
So what you're showing your foot that they put the pussy right by the camera.
Yeah, they'll do whatever you want.
Will you ask them to?
I've never asked for anything. If I was going to ask for something, they ask me to tip.
They got scratches there.
The gift that's coming in 2018.
That's all. That's after 2018.
It's at PayPal, of course, right?
That new app, that computer's $5,000.
Which one?
The iMac, the new version of this computer, Joey. Wait till we buy this. It's $5,000. It's only like $1,900.
But it's a desktop.
Oh, when you just put the kids in that down. That's going to be done now. No, we cut the subject.
Oh no, it's fine.
That's how I have your girlfriend.
Oh, like what?
Right now, you ready to press the button. Yeah. What's that? Two lady computers go out. With us for $1 a piece. 5 G's a piece. They go and fucking works. They made $82 million, 15 minutes short. Because they zapped this computer real quick. Like battery slow. A slow battery. It's crazy. What a fucking package they produce.
Yeah, they're amazing.
No, I copy this on fine, yo.
Everything is, though.
Yeah, really got you. It's like
What's globalism?
capitalism. I live so the growth.
Yes, we have it.
Amazing. Different.
It's,
The world is nuts. Just the growth of everything.
I love GPS. That's positive.
Once you make a decision with computers involved, it's kind of hard to get off of it. You learn on all your things on certain ways. So I would love to switch to an Android, but I don't really have the time to learn a new phone. I'm gonna get a new iPhone. Even though this phone was shitty from the very beginning, I don't want to lose done. It doesn't even do anything about it.
But if you don't get the new iPhone, so the old one will go slow down eventually.
Yeah, the old one's got a button in it too.
That's one of the
They see the experts that you're on the phone, you cut it, and the phone taps, and you try to turn it on and turn it back on. And also, there's no numbers. And also, you got another app whenever you get a bad news. Listen, your phone, you do this, you can wait 2 weeks. And there's a president of fucking Ohio, but they refix the phones and send them back to you before they send them to you. They send all the information in, and they come 30 pictures of your best blood shoots. 10,000 pictures of went off.
Joey, that's not far from the truth.
That's the truth. I wouldn't lie to you guys.
It's
They said that everybody's things fixed with those phones for $350. And they said that this is a wealthy back. It's prison made somewhere.
but you know what they're doing? For instance, I just got a ticket. I was in Arizona, and I got one of those photo tickets sent to me. And I was going 45 out of 36. No, 35. I was going 46. I was going 46 out of 35 in Arizona, and they got me like some photo thing. So I guess, what's that, 11 miles over?
Oh, is that so legal again?
It's not in California.
But I was in Arizona.
Well, the red light ones are, I'm pretty sure.
This was a speeding one.
Red lights are legal.
I believe they're not. I can check it.
Well, they got me, and then so I paid it, and then hurts because they get it said that you have to pay a processing fee, and then you know what? Eventually, it's going to be like, oh, he got a ticket. Now insurance goes up automatically. He gets points on his record. It's all. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy guy, but you're starting to see stuff like that. Everything's automated. Everything's this. And you're going to get a ticket. What? You're parked right there. You can hear it. Maybe then. Was it a red light? Well, you just have the flash. Actually, it was in the LA Weekly. It says Saltzman has only.
Like a G6 with a G6.
Yeah, the question is about whether I can relate to it. Pretty much you don't know. I was in Arizona County, so paid it. What can you do? Probably take some points on my record, and maybe I should have done traffic school, but hopefully I'll book a gig and cover it all because I haven't booked that gig yet. You know, I should have a special, which I shot, and it's not out yet necessarily. I should have an out for it. So much more. But Joey, everything you said is right. You told me to go to New York. You're giving me structure here. You're giving me, like I said, I need male energy. I was raised by, my parents were divorced, my mom, my sister. That's why I don't get political, but I said that Hillary stuff doesn't work. It's going to stress you out. I grew up in it. I was bused. I did the private school, and I knew right away those private school kids were weird. They were weird. They were kind of elitist. I saw it. I was uncomfortable. I'm a good guy. So I would get picked on by the elitist types. And also, I would get picked on by like blue collar guys. I get picked on by elitists, and I get picked on by African Americans. That's what I got picked on. And you saw like the different energies between, but that kind of stuff made me a comedian getting picked on. I say, thank God I did that because I right now, I use it as fuel. And I'm saying like, it's got a little high. But the point is, I'm thankful. That's why in sports, getting hazed, being a rookie, having to do those kind of, treated that way helps you, makes you a stronger stand-up. Having these problems, today, I guess, you can be a good-looking guy, have a perfect life, and be funny, and that's a way to go too, I guess. But is that great? I mean, isn't it funny kind of still when the guy's in pain and suffering? But it seems like these days you don't have to. It'd be great to me. The stars are getting too much. I'm stressed out because everything you talk about. You talk about bills. Joey, you were Best Damn Sports Show. I've seen it. You've been in the movies. I feel I was in the movies too. It's like extra pressure. I was telling my mom today. It was like, I'm willing to live in my car too, not necessarily for comedy, but for my mom. You got to take care of her. You can't do it. I can sleep on her couch for 14 days. Then I live in the van, 14 days on the couch. I'm not a mama's boy, but my sister's not doing it. She's working. I got comedy. Well, you have to go to the couch, to the van. Well, I go one day, or I guess I was one of those that do an Airbnb because, 1-to-1 last night. Rob was like 5. That area.